I am not feeling great today.
In here, and here's
Day 7! Give it up for day 7! Wow!
The video, by the way.
Today, we are going to be making giant, super long, stretchy rice. Whoop. Stephanie's gonna do the honors today of cooking. I'm super excited because I've never had Korean woman cook.
They freeze it?
Do they freeze in cheddar? Is that how they get it like that?
You can use brown sugar, but I don't really know what the difference is.
Yeah, I don't either.
Stephanie's so funny though. She's just like non-stop talking.
It's good though. I like it.
It's so hard.
It's exciting. You're like my friend Seda.
Oh really? She's like someone.
She's like literally like you. Yeah, you guys have the same personality. Wait, do you like Korean, Chinese, wait, how do you say it? Yeah, you say it like, obviously you're Korean.
Do I like it?
Do you like the Korean version more, or do you like the Chinese Korean version more? I'm just gonna show you what the little dumplings look like. I really want to show them.
So they're basically just making fun of how she's super annoying. Come on, just... I've seen this type of video editing like countless of times before, where the editing is done in the way for humor, where they just kind of like exaggerate the annoyingness in the original video, and it's very obviously heavily edited, so it's just an exaggerated edit of a okay video. Like, come on, what's wrong with this? He's not going in on you at all. But apparently, Veronica thought that was enough to copyright strike this poor channel. What? Like, that content was 100%
like
transformative.
shit, dude.
It has all the rights in the world to stay up on YouTube. But no, Veronica doesn't think that. Wow. So basically, someone made fun of Little Miss Princess over here, and Little Miss Princess over here got butthurt and took down the channel. Sounds a lot like Alinity here.
Yep.
So basically, she
Alinity.
struck a
Oh my
video
god, Alinity's the worst about it too, dude.
unrightfully, that was under fair use, and this is her response.
And if they're gonna blame anyone for that channel getting taken down, they need to blame themselves, because they are the reason. Even though the channel wants to blame me and these other YouTubers, ultimately the channel should have made more of an effort to stop their subscribers from doing those things, or completely switched up the narrative.
Yeah, that's right. Don't blame her for the unfair copyright strike. Blame yourself. Logic. I love it, even though I can't find it here. And it's apparently Shookbong's fault that they lost their entire channel and hard work here, even though I'm pretty sure that all of their content falls under fair use. But hey, I can't check because she took down the channel. Are you serious here? Like, why do YouTubers strike people who criticize them? Chill.
I don't get it.
I have a question, actually.
What's your question?
Okay, so for doing like a strike like that, like you said, that's for like, what could I strike?
So you can strike someone if they literally re-uploaded your content, or if they're using your content without editing it, and then I guess you...
Is Bully gonna win?
Why isn't it hitting him? Holy shit! Oh my god, Lily. No fucking way. Are you live, Lily? Let me get you up, love. Oh,
woo! Go Bullet!
Throttle, beefy. Lily,
go Bullet! Go Bullet! Woo! Go fucking Bullet! Yeah, kick that big ugly ape's ass!
Go Bullet!
Everybody in the amphitheater is going crazy, Bullet! You see it, fights are breaking out, children are dying! The security team has had to retreat back to the locker rooms.
I love you, Jenny!
I love you, Jenny. Lieutenant Dan says he likes the Chinese woman.
If I rest here first, is it like a save point?
No, it fucking respawns like every Dark Souls game, Bullet.
Oh, I can level something up.
Wait, let's go fucking Bullet. I love you, Bullet. Lieutenant Dan says if he had legs, he'd run to my wedding.
I love
Dan says Everybody in the amphitheater's going crazy.
Oh, it's because I clicked the thing. I fucked up.
Oh, you've never played a Dark Souls game, have you?
I wasn't supposed to click on the thing after fighting him. Now he resets.
Yep. And that's how you know he's not a boss. He's just a regular enemy.
No, all the enemies reset when you click that thing.
No, not the bosses. The bosses in the little shadow places.
Oh, I just got stomped.
Dude, he didn't even think you were good enough to wear his new Adidas.
No. I gotta stop doing that. There's no fucking way. I was mid-roll.
Bullet's so fucking good.
You don't want it to be up there. You can strike it, but they have to like either unrightfully use your content, untransformative, like a re-upload, or yeah, that's pretty much the only use of it.
Just say, since she doesn't like it, she didn't like the video because she felt like it was mean, right? Mm-hmm. Is there anything like...
No. So in reality, if it's slander, she can try to sue.
But it's obviously not.
It's so I honestly don't know. Like, just take a joke, because that was a very lighthearted joke, honestly. Like, but apparently there's another mukbang channel who is also easily butthurt by someone, I guess, poking fun at them. Ugh, it's called Sass ASMR or something like that.
Ouch! I wasn't near you.
Allegedly, Veronica Wang and Sass ASMR teamed up to take down this poor channel named Shukbang. Wow. If that's not a vendetta, I have no idea. And also, the content, all of the content that Shukbang uploaded, it falls under fair use. So they unrightfully strike down this poor person's channel. And there wasn't anything necessarily bad said about these people's names. Like, there were no rumors. There was no slanderous claims. It was literally just someone making a funny edit out of an original video. Like, come on. It would literally be like Soulja Boy taking down Much Dank's video of his interview for slander, when in reality, it's obviously not slander. It's just poking fun at jokes and shit he said. Like, come on.
So, Sass ASMR and I were talking about this. She messaged me and she told me, because she was like, Veronica, these videos are so unfair. You are such a great person. They do not have the right to talk about you this way. Like, in the part is that me and Stephanie actually for a second almost stopped being friends because of our subscribers. And the funny thing is this channel doesn't even bring up the fact that Sass already copyrighted claimed a video before I even claimed mine. They just completely acted like it was just me. So I copyrighted the videos going back. I was gonna listen to Sass.
Is that Melmo and Fire?
It's YouTube's responsibility to see whether or not, well, it's not the responsibility, but the
yes, that's right, Murphy.
YouTube will take a look at it and see whether or not they agree with the copyright.
Now, that's not even remotely true at all. Like, she has no idea what she's talking about here.
They just send it to court. Or let you
Are you
send
serious?
It to court.
That's scary how that big of a channel can have no idea of how the YouTube copyright system even works. So YouTube in general just doesn't touch any copyright disputes at all with a 12-foot pole. They do that because they don't want to be sued. So it's a way of them protecting their own skin. And as of right now, YouTube's copyright system is heavily in favor of the person that's striking X channel rather than the poor channel that's getting striked against. Because, well, actually, I don't know the statistics on it, because I think there's more legitimate strikes than unlegitimate strikes, even though we hear about the unlegitimate strikes more often. But basically, if your channel gets striked, and then you counter that strike, and that person still does not want to take off the strike, you basically have to go to court with that person. Hence why massive YouTube channels and massive corporations who already have a massive budget to even go to court with, obviously they're at a massive advantage here, because some poor like university student or someone who's doing YouTube as like for fun, as a hobby, obviously they're not gonna have the budget to go to court, so they're gonna have to take the L when people like Veronica Wang completely misuses her power on YouTube and just stomping on the little guy here. Like, are you serious?
People are throwing the words like legal around or illegal around, and the fact of the matter is that if you look at all the
what she did was illegal
channels, they completely redo the content. So did I do anything illegal? No. Are other YouTubers right now saying some YouTubers saying I did illegal and using this to advantage to get views? Yes. Now, with that being said, everything that's happened with this channel getting shut down, they should have took extra steps to make sure that they didn't get shut down.
Yeah, girl, honestly, you sound dumb as shit right now.
She's
Stephanie,
scoping
Sass,
so hard.
Me and all of us YouTubers who have been put on that channel, we are all for each other. We all believe that our content was stolen.
Oh, really, girl? Okay, so apparently...
Name these other
the girl who
YouTubers.
was in the super triggering mean video that Veronica Wang struck down from Mukbang? Oh, Shukbang? Stephanie, she did not agree with Veronica Wang's method of taking down this video. She didn't even think the video was mean at all. This is such a mess. She basically just made a long comment basically stating that she never really had a problem with the channel Shukbang at all.
I do not regret copyright striking those videos. I do not regret standing up for myself, and I will not address anybody who is making titles about me from here on out for views, because they're shady, they're liars, and they're painting me to be this horrible person when I do nothing except spread love every single day of my life. I spread love to my family, I spread love to my friends. Everyone else can honestly...
Wow, like the people that you're supposed to spread love and heart to, like, wow, you spread love and heart to them? Oh my god.
Seriously, and I'm saying this wholeheartedly, can go themselves.
I
don't give a shit, man. Like, if you're gonna try to twist my shit around, I have been nothing but loving and caring.
Alright, well, I guess
Carter.
I'm just gonna go myself right now.
Oh, that's hot.
Oh, that's hot.
That's hot.
If these people
That's hot.
try to go against my copyright infringement, they're allowed to.
That's hot.
I have a lawyer, and I believe that my claim was truthful, and I will fight it to the bitter frickin' end, so I don't care.
The thing about channels with like Shukbang or T-Spill or any of these channels, they don't want their real name out there. They're not internet personalities or public figures, which you are, Veronica Wang. If you want to make comedic content or just content in general based off of other content without revealing who you are, that's completely fine. What's the problem with that? Again, this person was not hiding behind a screen and making mean videos. I mean, obviously it would be one thing if this video was cruel and hurtful and was spreading a bunch of misinformation. No, it was an obvious joke. And from what I saw, they're just videos that edit things out of context to poke fun. Like, come on. It's just funny. If Shukbang actually wanted to do this, they'd have to reveal themselves as a person, show at least some personal information, or at least give it to you, Veronica Wang, which you could misuse. And I'd assume that they wouldn't really want to do this, so it just puts them in a really tough situation. And from what I saw, they still haven't gotten their channel back. I think it was up for a short amount of time, but if I search for Shukbang, the channel's not there. There's a bunch of re-uploads of this person's video, but the channel's not there. So if there's anything to take from this video, don't copyright strike videos that fall under fair use. If you're a public figure or online personality, learn to take a joke, and Veronica
learn to
Wang,
take criticism,
get your head out of your and release
and laugh
strikes,
at yourself.
Please.
Learn to laugh
because,
at
come
yourself.
on, Veronica Wang is making her.
You can make mistakes and laugh at yourself. Fucking just grow up.
Look like Boo Boo the Fool over here. It's honestly just giving me a headache. So yeah, on that note, I'm gonna be ending today's video. If you enjoyed the video, please drop a like on it. If you're new here, I welcome you to my channel. It'll be awesome if you subscribe. And if you want to follow me outside of YouTube, you can find me on Instagram and Twitter as Hey, just in case you don't like the ability to see, TikTok might have exactly what you need because they have resurfaced a creative way to blind yourself and they call it a challenge. This is all called the Beeson Challenge and it can absolutely ruin your eye health if you're unlucky enough. Because in extreme cases, it can make you blind. So why people would do something with that risk with essentially zero reward is a little bit beyond me, but hey, if people only acted logical, I wouldn't have half my content. But before we go into detail on this challenge, I have to drop a quick disclaimer saying, I don't condone this whatsoever. Don't you dare go and try this. We are simply just researching stupidity because I feel like half my channel is
I like this hotel room.
It
looks so nice.
People acting up and documenting it on the internet. But this whole challenge is essentially adding the peppermint Burt Bees lip balm on top of your eyelids.
Why would you put anything on your eyes?
My first reaction when I saw this was, why? Why would you ever do that? But it gets so much worse.
This just seems like a good way to spread pink eye.
Well, that's disgusting. Yeah, let's take something that you've probably used on your lips for weeks and then apply it to the eyelids of your friends. You should have titled that video something like, trying to give my friends an eye infection challenge. And before her friends show up next week looking like this. They're just all over the place on TikTok. Like, this is a pretty big trend on TikTok, it seems like.
Beeson is the practice of applying Burt's Bees brand lip balm, often menthol or peppermint flavor, to one's eyelids. The practice, besides causing a stinging in the eyes, was purported to induce or heighten the sensation of being drunk or high, or create a state of perceived enhanced alertness. No.
This TikToker explains it a little bit more, though.
Well, I already answered this question when I put up my family members, but people are still asking, so I'm going to explain again. Putting Burt's Bees on your eyelids does not make you instantly drunk or high. In my personal opinion,
that's why people were doing it?
It makes your eyes feel a little bit more awake and a little bit more open. And the reason for this is because it is minty, and it kind of gives the sensation that you've put toothpaste on your eyelids. The best way I can describe it is like when you've just brushed your teeth and you go outside and you get like that hit of really cold air, and it makes you feel like a bit more awake, and it's super minty.
What the fuck is this?
And it doesn't hurt putting it on your eyelids, but it does give you a very strong minty tingly sensation. So to clear up, it doesn't make you
How do you know it's
high.
minty?
I think if you were already feeling that way a fair bit, it might enhance it slightly, but overall, it doesn't really do a lot.
I'm trying to understand why people would want to have something on their eyelids that feels like putting toothpaste on your eyelids. Humanity is an interesting species. I guess, like, in the grand scheme of things, based on the TikToks that we've covered here on this channel, this is one of the lesser harmful ones. Still, there's some serious risks here, especially if the chapstick
seems weird.
But this isn't like a plethora of the other challenges that could
I don't know.
way worse. But some TikTokers are actually speaking up about it.
This is called Beeson. I'm a cosmetic chemist. Let's discuss. So this was a trend almost 10 years ago, but they do say that trends tend to come around in cycles of 10 years. And this involves applying Burt's Bees to the eyelids to heighten the feeling of being intoxicated, apparently. So the original concept's actually decades old, and it was used to increase the feeling of a particular substance. And from what I've been told, it involved using Vaseline.
How does that do that, though?
That contains fragrance like this one. So anyways, Beeson these days involves using Burt's Bees, and in particular the peppermint one. Now the chemical name for peppermint oil is mentha piperata. This is a lipophilic compound, which means fat loving, but so what? Well, this means that the molecules can interact with the skin oils and reach beneath the skin, and because the skin on the eyelids is thinner, this process can happen quicker. So peppermint oil is actually made up of lots of chemicals, and once it's applied to the skin, it provides a cooling action. In some studies, peppermint oil produced a small number of positive reactions in some people. And whilst you might want to try the trend, here's why it's a bad idea. The skin on the eyes is super sensitive, so doing something like this could cause contact dermatitis. But not only that, using something on your lips and your eyes and sharing amongst other people, this could carry bacteria and spread infection.
No fucking shit,
Why
Sherlock.
people would want to be passing around chapsticks doing that is beyond me. But here we are. A bunch of actual doctors are speaking up about this TikTok trend as well. We have a US News article that says the Beeson challenge is called Beeson because the trend is to use Burt's Bees lip balm in particular. Some believe it gets them high or heightens the sensation of being drunk or high or increases feelings of alertness. It doesn't, says Dr. Olivia Keelan, a clinical lecturer in the Department of ophthalmology and visual sciences at Michigan Medicine in Ann Arbor. The peppermint oil or menthol in the lip balm can cause a tingling sensation, but is not actually getting people high or causing the same type of chemical reaction in the body that's produced by drugs or alcohol. Rather, it can irritate the eyelids, causing redness, swelling, and inflammation. If it ends up getting into the eyes, it can cause tearing, redness, or painful burns to the surfaces of your eyes. It may even scar the eyes, or in severe cases, cause vision loss. Epic. Love a little bit of vision loss from my TikTok challenge. Among the potential infections are conjunctivitis or pink eye. Love getting pink eye from a TikTok challenge. It may also lead to ulcers of the eye that can be difficult to treat and cause permanent vision loss. Lovely. Oh my goodness. So I did find an old article from 2014 on this that was titled "From Weird to Deadly. Beeson trend can lead to blindness and death." Lovely. So they've been warning people about this for a while now. But another trend that's going crazy on TikTok right now is apparently TikTok, they found a cure for strep throat, which is apparently potato juice.
Okay, so I just cured my 14-year-old daughter's strep throat naturally. I saw this on TikTok, and let me tell you, it freaking works.
Oh man, words there.
Dude, don't take medical advice off TikTok. Please, everybody, go to a doctor, a licensed AMA doctor.
Terrifying. I saw this on TikTok, and it works.
Was completely gone within 2 hours.
This is one of the most dangerous videos I've ever been sent, and I cannot stress this enough. I can't believe someone with over 150,000 followers said this. Do not treat your child with potato juice if they have severe throat symptoms. Time school. Now, strep throat is caused by the group A streptococcus bacteria and is quite a common childhood infection. Around 30% of kids with a sore throat have it, and it's very contagious and is often spread by being in close contact, sneezing, touching, that sort of thing. Typical symptoms include flu-like symptoms, rapid onset swelling and sore throat, as well as body aches, rash, and enlarged lymph nodes. Now, these infections are usually mild and are easily treated with antibiotics. But sometimes, if left untreated or not treated properly, it can be very serious if it spreads elsewhere in the body. Complications include painful abscesses around the tonsils.
That's where TikTok comes in.
Nephritis, which is a kidney disease, and it can even cause rheumatic fever, which is a serious condition that can inflame the heart, brain, and joints. And this can lead to long-term damage as it weakens the valves between the heart chambers and can literally kill you. And remember, if a potato juice seems to ease the sore throat, symptom relief does not mean the bacterial infection is dead. If your child has strep throat, get it treated quickly and properly. Don't listen to these quacks online. Class dismissed.
Sick. Love me a little bit of TikTok, especially for my medical advice. But hey, look, a responsible doctor who's very much unlike that other doctor who lost her license because of those TikTok videos. So if you haven't seen that video, you should. Another day, another terrible TikTok challenge that had some serious repercussions for two teenagers as they ended up in the hospital. I had a bunch of friends who did stupid stuff like this growing up, but I consider them lucky because nothing that bad happened to them. But in this current generation, they are unfortunate enough to have platforms like TikTok. It takes all the stupid stuff that my generation, the generations before us did, I'm not even gonna say anything, and they make them look cool and make it seem like a challenge for the youth to try.
It's not
so before
cool.
we get into this
When
video,
we almost
I need to drop
burnt
a
down
quick
our house, it
disclaimer
was not
saying,
cool.
if you do anything that we cover in this video, you are a moron. Don't do this. We don't condone this behavior, nor do we want this behavior to happen. You could say this video is for research purposes as we are looking into the stupid behavior that happened because of the internet culture. So today we're looking at two different TikTok challenges that sadly had similar outcomes because they were similar challenges. And the first one coming out of Alabama, where a woman by the name of Tiffany Crutcher rescued her son, Zion, with her bare hands after he became engulfed in flames. How did this happen? Well, apparently he saw a TikTok challenge where teenagers were pouring rubbing alcohol onto their hands and body and then lighting it on fire. What could go wrong?
Why?
Well,
Why would you set yourself on fire?
Alcohol, so the fire traveled up the bottle and blew up the bottle, covering him in flaming alcohol. Tiffany told the New York Post that she was immediately there because she heard the explosion. Terrifying as a parent to hear that coming out of the bathroom. And the New York Post wrote about it saying, unfortunately, the shocking stunt did not turn out well for the 13-year-old who suffered injuries on 45% of his body from the waist up, with third and second degree burns on his stomach, chest, face, and neck. Tiffany recalled her son running out of the bathroom, panicking. I tried to put him out.
Happy hump day, Zap. Hey there, you sexy mother trucker. I've accidentally lit myself on fire once. So have I, but I wouldn't record it and put it on TikTok is the thing. I've accidentally set myself on fire with, you know those little mortars that you drop in the tube? Well, we learned that you can aim those tubes, right? Well, we learned this because we dropped one in and we lit it and then it fell over and it hit me and it set my pants on fire. Well, I wouldn't fucking put that on Kick, or I wouldn't put that on Kick, I wouldn't put it on YouTube, I wouldn't put it on fucking TikTok. Why the hell would you encourage people, hey, set yourself on fire?
Out with my hands first, she said. We were taught to stop, drop, and roll, so I tried that. It didn't work. Eventually, her youngest child, Zaylin, handed her a fire extinguisher she used to put out the flames. Shout out Zaylin for potentially saving his brother's life.
Dude, fucking 12-year-old rare W bringing in the fire extinguisher.
Completely on fire from the waist up, Tiffany revealed it was terrifying. And afterward, Tiffany barely recognized her son. His face looked very bad for me. His face was so swollen. She recalled to Kennedy News, it was awful.
I was filling up a 2-liter with gasoline to make a bomb. Lol, didn't know there was a hole in the bottom of the liter bottle. When I lit it on fire, it blew out the bottom, exploding and burning gasoline all over me, but ass naked and rolled over the place. Lol. Jesus Christ, dude. What the fuck?
I was in shock. His arms were the worst. They were burned 3rd degree, full thickness, all the way around and down both arms, she continued.
We've all done stupid things, but I feel as though in the age of, I could put this on the internet, people fucking really, like, take this as, I'd like to try this.
Doctors had to cut incisions along the child's arms to allow circulation from the swelling. What an absolute nightmare. This goes to show that you really need to teach your kids from an early age. Don't do stupid stuff you see on the internet. The mother of 3 remembered setting candles around the house because a storm was approaching the area and could knock out their power. However, that's when her son took it as an opportunity to pursue the life-threatening stunt. After Dezian snagged a lit candle, he found alcohol in a bathroom cabinet and sparked the flames. And of course, to make everything worse, this kid now has to go to therapy to learn how to use his hands and arms again. He said that he was just experimenting. He didn't know that it would explode. He's into science. He didn't know it would do that. He just wanted to see what it could do. And the investigators did confirm that he got this idea to do this from a TikTok challenge.
No shit.
She's tried to warn her son from doing other stupid TikTok challenges in the past, like the whole blackout challenge, but apparently he only listened to not doing that challenge and took it upon himself to do another challenge. I mean, hey, we were all young and dumb once, and unfortunately some people have to find out the hard way. I almost died as a 13-year-old because I was standing on a ledge, which was a dirt ledge. We were kind of staring down I would say like an 80-degree drop, so you would slide down of just loose dirt all the way down. I was all the way on the edge, and my friends were like, hey, you shouldn't probably be standing on that edge. So I was like, oh really? So I started jumping like a moron, and essentially a whole chunk of dirt standing on that edge around me just collapsed through. So I slid probably 150 yards down, and I caught myself in a Norwegian plant called Brennnesle, which is essentially a weaker version of poison ivy. So I remember clawing at that, and I caught myself in the roots of that, and that stopped me going halfway down the hill. If I kept going down, I would have fallen off a rock cliff and wouldn't be making videos like this for you guys today. So sometimes you just have to do something very stupid and learn from it. Because guess what?
You know, that old adage, experience is the best teacher, is more and more true as I grow older. I realize that I have learned more from experiencing the consequences of my actions than I have from being told what will happen.
Have never stood on.
Although as I get older, if my mom or my dad says, hey, you probably shouldn't do that because of blank, blank, and blank, I'm like, cool, won't do that.
Ledge ever again, and especially not jumped. But that resulted in me.
Although my dad did teach me a lesson once. Yeah, you probably shouldn't have your finger on the you probably shouldn't have your finger on the trigger of that nail gun while it's pointed down. I was like, why? It'll just go into the ground. He's like, yeah, but if you're unlucky to sway, it could hit your foot. It did go off, and I was lucky enough that it did not hit my shoe. It just cut the side of it. Never been more scared in my life, dude. Never been more scared in my life to look down.
Tearing off a whole bunch of my skin from my chest, a whole bunch from my arms, and it took me about an hour and a half, I think, to climb back up that ridge, which was terrifying. So personally, I'm just very happy I didn't have viral TikTok challenges to
look at this little house. Okay, everybody, look at this little. Okay, can you see my mouse? It's right here. It's a little smiley face. It's a smiley face house. You see it? Look at the smiley face house. Okay. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody, for coming to my TED Talk. Thank you, everybody, for coming to my TED Talk. Lude, look at my slug. Look at my slug, Lude. You like my slug? It clicks and clacks. Hey, Zap, look. Oh, by the way, everybody, day 7. We did it. I have streamed for 7 days in a row. I have streamed for count 'em, 1 week straight. I have now streamed for 1/52nd of a year.
My own stupidity, but it says that her son spent 1 month in a hospital and has received 4 skin grafts. What a terrible experience for him, with 2 more years before complete recovery. The kid must go to a burn clinic and therapy for treatment. He's learning how to use his hands and arms again. The pain from it and going through the therapy upsets him because he knows he has a long road to recover.
What is yours? I thought this was a big one. Oh, I have the bigger one, yeah. This is the big one. I was going to say, if there's a bigger one than this, I want that one, because I would love to collect that. I have the smaller one. The smaller one's like this big, I think. And you can just like do it in your hands. But I have this, because I got a bit of the tism.
Recovery. She also admitted that she isn't
And it's nice because it's a soft plastic I can put in my mouth.
Her 13-year-old after the incident, as kids make mistakes, and he is beating himself up about it. He's traumatized. He gets into moods and says he doesn't know why he did it, she said. There's sadly...
Well, that's what happens. You sulk about it and you grow up.
No real solution to this because kids do stupid stuff.
Yeah.
The only thing you can try to put in place is to make sure they don't do something they see on the internet without
that, and if you do something stupid, fucking come to me immediately and tell me so that we can fix it.
Talking to a responsible adult first. Because if they had...
My mom and dad were always good about that. If you come and tell me, I'm not gonna be mad. I'm gonna be upset, but I won't be mad and we can fix it. But if you fucking hide it from me, I'm gonna be pissed and I'm gonna have to fix it.
Someone they looked up to and they approached and said, hey, this trend is going viral on TikTok. Can we do this? And the adult said, well, unless you want to risk going to burn therapy for 2 years, maybe you shouldn't do that. Most likely the kid wouldn't have done it. But speaking of the burn unit, another kid ended up...
That is true. Like, if my mom or dad were like, yeah, it'll set you on fire, it'll hurt like hell, you'll have to go to therapy forever, you won't be able to use your arms, and you won't be able to play video games. He's like, wait, no video games? Okay, wait a second. Maybe we should do this TikTok trend.
There because of another TikTok challenge, which isn't only a TikTok challenge, it's something that kids have been doing for decades, which is incredibly stupid, but has again been popularized and viralized on platforms like TikTok.
Mason Dark's 16, and like other guys his age, he likes to have fun.
See all the boys? That's so cool. Like, I mean, this is where they hang out.
He's also an athlete who...
There's a bunch of stuff you need to do if you're going to jump off into water. Okay, first off, the first thing you need to do... Camera? I'm trying to give advice here, camera. Do you mind? Okay, so the first thing you need to do is you need to go down there and you need to swim around. Make sure there's nothing that you're going to fall on. Take a stick, kind of, you know, do the, what do you call it? Like, you know, when you go like this and you make sure there's nothing down there. Once you determine there's nothing down there, you swim, or you go a little bit upstream. Make sure there's no, like, manatees, dolphins, because I know in Florida, it's a big thing in Florida. Like, they go from, like, out in the ocean into canals. This looks like it was, like, in a stream somewhere, so they probably don't have to do that. Okay, and then the next thing is, make sure there are no boats coming. Because we had a kid once, he jumped off a bridge and he was going to go into the water. And, like, it wasn't abnormal for people to jump off the bridge into the river because, you know, it's just something you did during the summer, right? The kid jumped off and he landed on a boat. He hurt his back and broke his leg. He was lucky he didn't break his back. But he had to fucking sit in a wheelchair for the rest of the year.
Who makes his family proud.
Or it might have been that entire school year. Like, it was summer, and then it was like a school year, right? And then he had to go for that entire school year in a wheelchair. It wasn't like not the rest of that year, but the rest of the next school year.
But his reaction to a social media
it was funny.
Last Sunday has him
I saw a video of it.
In the UNC hospital's burn unit. It appears he used a spray paint can and a lighter in an attempt to generate flames like a blowtorch.
Oh no.
I've been no living thus Blade and Soul game. I've been no lifing this Blade and Soul game. I got you, Lude. I got you. I'm still trying to wake up. I woke up not too long ago, so I'm sorry if like my brain is like fucking. It's like it's like my brain is having a hard time starting today. I just went live because I woke up late, dude. Fucking, I wasn't feeling great, so I slept in, right? My throat is still sore, and my fucking head hurts. But I wanted to make sure that we get the 1 week. We did 1 week, buddy. Woo! Lude, you gotta go to work tonight, bud?
Again, that has been around for ages, but you're essentially playing Russian roulette because as soon as fire enters that can, it's blowing up in your hands.
Yeah. We always think we know everything. And that's hard with the challenges, and they see these things. They see these things on social media. They see all these different people doing it, and it, for them, like, it's fine.
Because, what's the best way? The best way to think about it is all the kids see that everybody is succeeding doing it, but they don't ever think about the maybe I'm gonna be the example. And like once you get that realization in your life, like you never fucking forget. It's like this is gonna be the time that God makes an example. I'm gonna be the example if I do this. Hi Cloud. I hope you're comfy. I love you, Cloud. Look, we did it. 1 week of streams. We did it, Cloud. 1 whole week. 7 days. Yeah. No, I'm off. They told me I can't come in this sick. Are you fucking kidding me, Lude? Oh my god. Did you tell them that you'll come in anyways and cough on them? You are kicking ass? Stop it. Stop it. Stop it, Cloud. I'm not kicking ass. I woke up not feeling great, so I slept in. I'm sorry, Cloud. I meant to wake up early. I even set an alarm. And then the alarm went off, and I was like, fuck this, dude. I'm gonna make the bed. Lol, I wish, but I can't do that. I lose this job. I lose my place of stay. Ah. You got it, Lude. Thanks, Cam. I appreciate that. We'll turn on a light. Maybe this will help a little. Alright, Lude. Do you want to hop into Discord, Lude?
People do it, and they're okay. But it just takes that one time for someone to try it or for something to go wrong.
Flames sparked by that dangerous combination burned Mason on nearly 80% of his body. His mother told us he jumped into the same water seen here near a Raleigh Greenway to put the fire out. And with news of the fire spreading fast on social media,
I mean, the spray paint and lighters and like all of that's been going on, for years and years.
Oh, that is a lose-lose for him. Keep burning or jump in the water and risk infections. Yeah, I guess don't put yourself in that position to begin with. So obviously the best move here is to not put yourself in that position to begin with, but I'm assuming he probably picked the best decision because the longer he burns, the more
It's disturbing, and me missing today and yesterday alone is going to hurt my wallet so fucking bad, dude. I'm so fucking sorry, man. Do you even know how you got sick or like what you're sick with? Like, do you have a fever?
Damage is going to be. Infections can be treated, most of them at least. So yeah, that's definitely being stuck between a rock and a hard.
I don't know if it's a fresh water. If it's fresh water, say it's like a river or like a lake that isn't like fucking dumped in, which I guess you wouldn't know. You would probably mostly be all right because most of the infections from fresh water can be cured. It's when you go to like salt water and you start to get like fucking animals and stuff like that. No, that it isn't already hurting. Well, not that it isn't hurting already. Well, 90 cents to a name right now. No fever, just very bad sore throat and a cough. Ugh. It's fucking stupid, dude. My mom has always taught me, because my mom's a nurse, so just take what I say with a grain of salt, but my mom isn't a registered nurse, okay? She says if you're not running a fever, you're not contagious. Doesn't mean that you can't be contagious, but like, for the most part, like 90% of the time, if you're not running a fever, you're not contagious.
Hard place. So, if there's a take...
Because when you start running a fever, that means it's viral and you are contagious. Like I pushed out Like, I pushed out tonsil stones the size of peas. Dude, you might have tonsillitis.
Away from this,
or strep.
don't do any stupid stuff you see on TikTok. It can save you a whole bunch of pain. Overall, we're just living in such an interesting time. People are just being incentivized to do more and more crazy stuff. I have a video coming up with 2 guys who filled their entire school's HVAC system up with fart spray.
Okay, anybody want to learn about the NyQuil chicken? Oh, I'm contentious. My girl and kid are unfortunately... contagious. Oh, I'm contagious. My girl and kid are unfortunately sick now. Ugh, dude. Then it's either a bacterial thing like meningitis or not meningitis. Streptococcus, or it might be the flu.
Else but give this a disclaimer. Guys, do not do what we're about to watch in today's video. This is all simply for education.
Well, also, do they eat after you? That's the thing. They eat after you, that's another way you're contagious. But I just mean in public, like, usually you're not contagious. Like, unless you're macking lips with every person you see, like, I never had tonsil stones the size of peas, lol.
Educational purposes, we are just educating ourselves on the stupidity that happens within TikTok.
My wife got sick last night, so I'm cooking up some NyQuil chicken. I've done this in the past, and usually I use about, 4/3 of the bottle.
4/3 of the bottle, right.
That means he used a whole bottle and 1/3 of another bottle. 4/3, because that would be 4/3. Obviously, he's not a scientist.
Okay.
You can get away with using about 1/5. Season that NyQuil in there just at the right temperature. You're going to want to let it sit there and sizzle for about,
Pushing them out of my tonsils sucked, lol. That sounds disgustingly hard. Also, I don't know who needs to hear this, but don't cook NyQuil. I really don't know who needs to hear this, but any medicine, don't cook it.
No, you don't want to cook NyQuil.
Make sure you're constantly...
I'm getting acid reflux just looking at it. Yeah, I know. It's like, all I want to do is go, first off, 4/3. That's not a rational fraction. That's an irrational number.
Flipping over the chicken, you don't want to give one side more attention than the other.
Yeah, no, pushing those stones really out of my tonsils was not fun.
I don't want to hear this. Yuck.
Hey, man, it wasn't fun. That's all I'm gonna say. I don't know. I don't know. The shitty thing is, I don't know how I got this. I haven't been around anyone that's noticeably sick.
Were you kissing anybody? Did you kiss anybody?
Other than my girl, no, and she wasn't sick until I got sick.
Oh, okay. See, sometimes I know these guys who go into town and start kissing everybody, and they get sick once a year. They do it so that they, yeah, they usually do it so they can get March Madness off.
Yeah, no, man, I'm almost 33 years old and I've never cheated, so
I didn't say you were cheating. I just was asking.
I've been in the same relationship for 11 years. I ain't going out and kissing any other dudes or girls. Oh. You gotta pay me. You gotta listen. You gotta pay me enough to where my girl would be accepting of it.
Dude,
my girl did tell me a while back if somebody came to me with like 100K, it's like kiss me right now.
Well, of course, dude. That's paying the bills right there, dude. That's paying the bills. Okay. It's one thing to cheat, okay? It's another to pay the bills.
Exactly. Like, I'm not going to bed with this girl. I'm just making out with her.
Yeah. If they're just asking for kisses, it's like pay up, baby, pay up. We're eating good for the next couple of months. We got the bills paid, all the debts are gone. We're living good. Now it's different if it's for sex. It's like, hey baby. Look, I'm just saying, how bad in debt are we?
Yep. I can't say we're in debt, but behind on bills, we certainly are.
Yeah, but for like kisses, dude, fucking, that's paying the bills. That's just sensible thinking.
Yep, exactly.
Just because he's using the hair straightener.
They're looking forward to that blue color right there. All right,
I got this dude or this girl coming up and telling me, hey, make out with me and I'll pay you for it.
Baby.
And they say like 50, 100K, 50K.
No, do not pour NyQuil back into the bottle. I don't care, but especially in this situation where you've put raw chicken into the NyQuil, you don't put it back into the bottle. This is how you get salmonella.
What exactly are you watching?
I'm watching a Tozy go over stupid TikTok bullshit.
Okay, well, you're speaking of salmonella. You know,
I'm looking at the NyQuil chicken right now. This man said, okay, now the excess NyQuil, pour it back into the bottle. No, that's how you get salmonella.
I want to agree with you on the whole salmonella thing. But there was this guy a couple months ago. I don't know if he's
I'll do it in Discord so you can see it in real time.
But this guy legitimately was eating raw rotisserie chicken for 100 days straight on stream. He would take it, not put seasoning or anything on it, take it straight out the packaging, and eat raw chicken right there on stream. And he did it for a whole 100 days. And then he started doing other raw meats and stuff that supposedly make you sick. And he never ended up sick.
Were all of them packaged, or did he kill the animals himself?
They were packaged.
Okay, so whenever you get packaged meat, you have a possibility of getting salmonella because they're supposed to go through some kind of vetting process, but there's no way you can get fully into every piece of the chicken and in between all of the muscles and all of the tendons and everything. What you're supposed to do is you're supposed to then cook it again once you prepare it so that you can get rid of the rest of the salmonella because whenever you kill a chicken and you eat it, you will get salmonella 100% and you will die unless you get it treated. Okay, when they package it, they go through the process of getting rid of most of the salmonella so that you can prepare it how you want to. That's why then you're supposed to cook it again. That's why you have a chance of getting salmonella whenever you eat something that's raw from a packaged material. Not because you automatically get salmonella if you touch packaged chicken. No, you get salmonella from eating raw chicken.
Ooh.
Okay, so yeah, there's a possibility that he could not get salmonella from eating packaged meat. It's possible. It's completely possible. But are you going to take the chances of getting salmonella? No, you're going to cook it.
Yup.
Because salmonella, I don't know if you know this, but it's terrible. It's awful.
I really don't know.
And boom, NyQuil chicken, bone apple tea.
Fun, but I don't know what exactly you go through.
Salmonella. It's a bacterial infection. Let's see. I'm gonna give you all of the symptoms would be diarrhea, sometimes bloody, fever, stomach pains or cramps, nausea, vomiting, and a headache. And basically, it goes like that until it's all gone from your system.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like fun.
Yeah. Yeah. Whenever they package food, they get rid of most of the bacteria that will make you sick, but they can't assuredly get rid of 100% of it because then they would have to prepare it. And then once they do that, they have to get a food serving license. And then people don't like that, but people like to prepare their own food and make their own food. But yeah, if you kill a chicken and you eat it, you're going to get salmonella 100%. If you get packaged food, you have a possibility of not getting salmonella, but most people are like, I'm not going to chance it. I'm going to cook it.
That chicken's not cooked. There's so much wrong with this video, which is why I think it is a troll. He didn't cook the chicken all the way through. He bottled back up the NyQuil that he used to cook the chicken after only cooking the chicken halfway done. So essentially, he just has a bottle of salmonella right now. And lastly, cough syrup chicken doesn't sound great at all. Oh, I just cringe at the flavor of NyQuil in general, so imagine this on chicken. That just looks like an abomination. That looks like something that just came out of a kid's cuisine packaging.
Dude, that blue chicken looks like if a Smurf started raising chickens.
Is kids cuisine even still a thing? Is that still legal to sell in the US? Also, do you guys remember the whole the blue ketchup era? That's giving me blue ketchup vibes, even though this is way worse.
Yo, what's up, Bricka?
Really
how you doing?
In any other way other than the color. I really just want to puke after seeing that. But again, I think that
You know why girls like guys who spin records? Because they know how to scratch records. And you know what scratching records equates to? Fingering hard.
This one was a troll because no real human would, number one, bottle up the NyQuil after halfway cooking the chicken, right? And I guess the other giveaway is the fact that he was using a plugged-in hair straightener to turn this around, which hopefully no real human would use because that's a danger. And the only reason I know what a hair straightener is because my girlfriend leaves her hair straightener in my office 24/7. Like, I couldn't even make this up. At least it's not plugged in, so that's good. But I'm always tripping over a hair.
Dude, there I was, eating popcorn in the bathtub again, and my dad comes in and says, look, you're going to have to stop leaving your Benchwarmers DVD in the DVD player. And I said, why are you still using the DVD player? He goes, well, why are you using the DVD player? And I said, this isn't about me, this is about you.
Hair straightener here in my office because for some reason my girlfriend loves to get ready while hanging over me as I work. But this, ladies and gentlemen, is the sleepy chicken trend on TikTok. It is pretty much the second...
Guys, I don't remember how to download PicVods. Download PicVods. Oh, yeah, I remember. I gotta use a command line. I probably shouldn't do that live on stream.
Why are you trying to download VODs?
Because yesterday I had some pretty funny things, and I wanted to put my Paper Mario on YouTube.
Get worse.
Are you fucking making fun of me?
No.
Really? What was it?
Saying, No, it's saying like I'm going to
TikTok trend that I've now reviewed. Or
no, that's like It's like the count from Elmo.
If it's actually second place, maybe the one of people like grinding away their teeth.
I know. Laughter's the best medicine, dude.
Is pretty bad. We've covered some pretty bad TikTok trends here on this channel, but this definitely comes after the one we previously covered of the guys
I'm almost level 50
doing that.
Dude, fucking Zetzley told me that you fucking caught up quick, and I told him that Lude is a fucking psycho. I literally told him to run away. I literally told him to run away, and Zetzley hasn't come back to my Discord since.
He's talked to me, but he talked to me on Discord, but that's about it. I actually just messaged him like 5-10 minutes ago, asking him if he was okay.
I wish everyone is addicted to crack. Timmy, what the fuck? I'm gonna send this to you, Lude. I got you with the meme. You ready for the meme?
Memes?
I got the meme sending to you. I'm uploading the meme to the mainframe. The meme's at the mainframe.
I'll link that video at the end of this video. The stupidity that comes out of TikTok is pretty baffling, to be honest. But here's another video showing all of these trends.
As horrible as it sounds, the trend has somehow found many takers among TikTok users, many of whom are sharing clips of themselves boiling the combination.
Yo, Mina, how are you doing? How is your day? Is that Gordon Ramsay dancing? No, that's not Gordon Ramsay.
Together.
Also, just the fumes of that must be awful for you.
It is alternatively...
Also, why would you want to put NyQuil on chicken? Doesn't it have that menthol after flavor? Your lunch hour? Cloud, come join us. You can come watch NyQuil chicken.
Referred to as the NyQuil chicken trend, named after the...
NyQuil.
Maybe using the fish
medical label whose product is being used to brew the preparation.
All right, see that man's pretty smart for using the Gatorade.
People have been doing all
at least he's just faking that he's actually doing this because I'm Gatorade chicken. Wow.
You have your own screen as usual, my queen. I'm a princess. Don't you ever call me a queen. That is way too much responsibility.
It's disgusting. It's not gonna harm you. NyQuil chicken will probably F you up, which is why I have the disclaimer in the start of the video and do not condone this whatsoever. Please do not ever try this.
You should be very chicken about trying this new TikTok trend, the so-called NyQuil
Too
chicken.
damn bad.
Doesn't that look like something that
loud? You're making me upset.
Just came out of kids' cuisine. That just does not look good. I feel like part of the reason the new generation is so effed up.
Are you gonna have floor time for lunch, Cloud? Floor time is good for any person with ADHD, autism, or anything that makes their brain go brrrr.
is because their parents grew up eating kids' cuisine, which probably genetically altered a whole lot of stuff. And now we have to deal with trends like this resurfacing on the internet. I would like to blame kids' cuisine for all of that. When did
fuck kids' cuisine. It wasn't even good, dude. It was
1990. Okay. Did kids' cuisine get discontinued? Are still available.
Why would they want to get to know you? Why wouldn't they just want to know how good your work is? What the fuck? Why do people need to know who you are when you work for them? I don't understand that. Fucking whenever I got hired, they were like, tell me a little bit about yourself. I was like, do we not have any work to do right now? Is this why you're doing this?
Today. All right, we've sidetracked a little bit. This video was actually on NyQuil Chicken, but here we are.
Oh my god. Oh,
they shouldn't
that
bother.
Felt amazing.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie. The job I had before the one that I have now, they once brought me into a meeting room and had like all the higher ups asking me questions about my life, and they're like, where do you see yourself in 5 years? And my answer was, hopefully not dead.
Are talking about kids' cuisine. It is still
like
a thing.
You're
apparently.
applying for some fucking government fucking job or something.
Dude, the worst one is, where do you see yourself in 5 years? I'm sorry, did I say in my interview that I could see the future? Because I can't. Shocker.
Exactly. What do you want?
What are you hoping to accomplish at this job? To pay my bills? What do you mean?
Yep.
What are you hoping to get out of this job? Money. What motivates you at this job? Money. But besides money, that's it, dude. I wouldn't come here if you weren't paying me.
Trend consists of cooking chicken breast.
She has hand tattoos.
It's like that's what they expect you to say.
Dude, fucking.
I've learned
that I don't like interviewing for jobs because you're supposed to lie enough, and I don't like lying.
Yeah, I don't either. I really don't, and I hate interviews. They're fucking. What my current job, I didn't even have an interview, and I was so happy for that. I was told I could get a job. My friend put in a good word for me. I got a phone call saying when I started, and that was it.
That is just, it's disgusting. There's honestly, I don't see the benefit of this at all, or making this at all, other than the fact that if it's all a troll and everyone's just making it to be disgusting.
That's all they should know. Yeah. I'm a hard worker.
Dude, fucking, I remember when I was interviewing for my job with the place I work now. There was this guy. It was like 2 bosses before this, right? He's a fucking crackhead. I'm serious, dude. He once left in the middle of the night, flew to California, and then called me from California and told me to do his job. He's a crackhead. Okay, quite literally, he did crack. Okay, but I remember during my job interview, he goes. And what's up with this gap in your history? And before that, I had a stint where I was hospitalized. He goes, well, what were you hospitalized? And I remember the guy who became my next boss goes, dude, you can't ask that. That's against HIPAA laws. He goes, well, I just need to know if it's going to affect their job. And he goes, it doesn't matter if it does or not. If he could do what you're saying, then you can't ask that.
Yeah, no, you can't ask medical questions like that.
And he goes, you can ask, would you like to tell us? And if they say no, that's it. You can't say anything else.
I guess it's just shock humor, and it's just shocking, but also disgusting to the point where it just makes me want to vomit right now from seeing it. Thank you, TikTok, for spawning this horrible trend. Or actually, is it from TikTok? I don't know. Where is this thing from? Sometimes you just gotta go to the trusty internet source, knowyourmeme.com.
Because it's the great big book of everything, with everything inside. It sees the world around us. This book's a perfect guide.
NyQuil Chicken, here we go. Oh, it's from 2017. NyQuil Chicken, also known as sleepy chicken or bedtime chicken.
NyQuil Chicken, also known as sleepy chicken or bedtime chicken, refers to a recipe where chicken is marinated in the cold and flu medication NyQuil, giving it a greenish or bluish color to help treat cold or flu symptoms. An image of NyQuil Chicken was first posted online in April 2017.
Wait, this is an actual thing? Is that like a meme or anything?
Here was posted on Twitter.
Thing?
No, apparently people are actually marinating chicken in NyQuil and giving it to sick people.
Originally, but it seems like they breed on TikTok. That's such a weird term to use. I feel like instead of that term, I would like to say they just spread on TikTok. Things just spread really quickly on TikTok. But apparently that's the...
Dude, Bullet, did you know they got NyQuil Chicken? Dude, and then once you're done cooking the chicken in the NyQuil, you gotta pour it back in the bottle so that you get salmonella after you get rid of your cold.
That started the whole thing. If she makes you NyQuil chicken, do not let her go. If she makes you NyQuil chicken,
takes forever. I just got 135,000.
Oh, okay, okay. I'm sorry. You just cut me off. That's fine. I was playing skee ball, but yeah, you go ahead.
I'm sorry.
All right, I've thrown my last skee ball. What were you saying about level 45?
After level 45, it takes forever to level up.
In general, I think that's the biggest sign to let her go. Oh wow, and a YouTube.
Let's see, skee ball games online. These all look really sketchy. I'm not gonna click those.
People actually got a community guideline strike for making NyQuil chicken. Great. So hey YouTube, I am not making this, nor am I condoning this. I am simply telling my audience, hey, let's not do. So please do not remove my.
Dude, remember, dogs know what's right and wrong. That's why they can fucking drive cars and use guns without licenses. There goes my hero, watching as he goes.
Alright, hey, what's up? Welcome back to a brand new video. In today's video, we're talking about whatever just happened to the press.
Oh, okay.
23 silver and 68 bronze.
Okay.
Press conference between Bryce Hall and Austin McBroom from the Ace family.
Okay, so what you're gonna do is you're gonna increase your inventory size.
I've already done that.
Okay, and then what you're gonna do is you're gonna increase your storage capacity in your bank.
I've also already done that.
Okay, and then you're gonna save it all up until you've got 4 platinum chips.
Right,
as a lot of you guys know, a whole lot of YouTubers and TikTokers are fighting against each other or boxing against each other on June 12th. And the main fight of that event is between Austin McBroom and Bryce Hall. But that fight happened a little bit sooner than what we were expecting. Because I guess they just couldn't hold themselves away from each other at the press conference. Or, well, Bryce Hall couldn't hold himself away from Austin McBroom at the press conference.
You like my wizard wand? Do you like my wizard wand? It's called the Beehive wand. You like my wand? Woo! Alumora. 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 Expecto Patronum. Expecto Patronum.
Expecting something else from two of the largest hotheads.
Actually, technically, it'd be Lumos. Now, Avacadaver. No, I'm not gonna Avacadaver you. That's a no. I'm not gonna do that. That's bad. It means you die. I'll suck a Sempra you. Suck a Sempra. Suck a Sempra. That's the one where that's the spell that fucking Snape made that fucking eviscerates people. And then Harry used it on Malfoy in the washroom. And Malfoy was like, what did you do? And he just became this like inconsolable little bitch.
Social media. I love how Bryce Hall got up first, but he also.
And then at the very end of the movie, fucking Snape was like, "You dare use my spell against me? You're the Half-Blood Prince? Yes, I'm the Half-Blood Prince." Avada Kedavra. I know what you were trying to say.
Went down first. We didn't see too much from that angle, but thankfully this was a social media event, so everyone was filming. So what happened leading up to this?
I know you're watching. It's about to go down. Austin. What is happening on June 12th? A loss for him. That's cute. So, my trainer wants me to take it kind of slow, be relaxed in the first round. Thinks it's going to end the second, but
I'm ready to go now. Go where? Where do you want to go, Cloud? Look, I can do the shuffles. What's the little killing curse between besties? Kind of a bad time. Not gonna lie. Seems like a betrayal was what it is, Cloud. It's a betrayal when a killing curse is between besties. Because, I mean, Mr. Tom Riddle, you remember that guy? Yeah, he killed his besties.
It's not gonna go to the second round. First round, you know, I've been training hard for this. I got a lot to prove, not only to myself, but to my family, my fans. I don't think he's taking that serious. You can't play boxing. You can get seriously hurt. So I hope he's actually been taking.
So you're saying first round, you're going to take him out?
Yeah, first round, for sure.
Now, he mentioned this. He said, you know, that your cardio's not up. You're trying to get it done fast. Where is your cardio in case it does go longer?
See? See? Lumos. Now we can see. Lumos.
Not sure where you heard that from. I think he's just trying to make
someone on your team.
I think he's trying to make himself.
Someone on your team said it.
Especially after getting
someone on your team said it, and it's true. And then you said that you were boxing professionals and you box scrubs.
Exactly. So I'm boxing you. I'm getting trained for you.
I can't wait to slap the
slap.
I cannot wait to fucking wear these shoes. I've been marinating fish in them for a week so that whenever I go back to work, they'll ask me to not wear those shoes anymore, and then I can extort them for new shoes.
You said slap. Why slap? Why not fight?
All right, so it's getting heated up. Does Bryce just stand up and slap him there on the spot, or how did this start?
We're fighting. Right now, I got a question.
Dude, isn't it crazy that FouseyTube went crazy, and we're not talking about that? Then he got better. And then he went crazy again, and we're not talking about that. And then he got better, and then he went crazy again, and we're still not talking about it. Can we talk about how this man is mentally unstable and shouldn't be online?
You talking about Nick Avocado?
No.
Oh. He's mentally unstable.
No, he has a food addiction.
Have you seen what he's been doing lately?
No, but I know that he like broke up with his boyfriend like 12 times.
You haven't heard any of the? Oh my god! So he came back.
And wait! I think Atozi might have a video on this. We might need to watch it.
Well, yeah, because he came back and released a video of himself.
Yeah, he's skinny now, isn't he?
But now he's
the other day, Nikocado Avocado shot.
Okay, wait a second. We got 2 videos to watch from Atozi. Don't spoil it. Let's see what happened to Nikocado Avocado, the fucking loser himself.
This comeback video because he was a completely different person from when we last saw him on YouTube. It was also amazingly timed as he dropped it right after Sunny V2's big video on him. I think you can't really forget Inaber's 7-hour-long video on him. Dude was probably going for the Guinness World Record for longest commentary video. Wait, actually, I wonder if is the longest commentary video. Guinness segment. Either way, I feel like my editing team would jump off a cliff if I told them, hey, we're making a 7-hour video today.
No.
So because I want them alive, this video is going to be a whole lot shorter than that. So last time we covered Nikocado Avocado, that was way back in 2022, as he posted this clip.
I am always 2 steps ahead. This has been certainly the greatest social experiment my entire life.
See, that's crazy. I don't know what he means by saying he's 2 steps ahead. Is he just doing this for views and money? Yes, probably. Is he making some crazy documentary behind the scenes? Maybe. But other than that, I have no idea what he means.
So we've been aware that he was up to something behind the scenes. We just didn't know what. I was assuming
guys,
it was some
if we reach 100 subs today, we will watch paint dry tomorrow.
Documentary, which might be true of his whole weight loss journey, but apparently he pre-recorded a bunch of videos, then posted them slowly for a little bit over a year until the catalog ran out at the end of April of this year. By that time, I guess we can assume that he wasn't quite ready to make his comeback, as losing that amount of weight, that really takes some time. Even if he's on like Ozempic and does the gastric bypass surgeries, it's not like you get those results overnight. It will definitely be interesting to see if he talks about how he lost all the weight. But a lot of people say that Sunny V2's video has already aged poorly, which I'm a little mixed on, because you can either argue and say it was just bad timing or it was just in time. Obviously, it was bad timing that he posted this video right before Nico posted his video. It was perfect timing for Nico to post his video, but Sunny posted it just in time as well, Because if Nico posted his video first, Sunny would have probably had to scrap it or seriously rework it. But if we shift a little bit around the timeline here, I feel like Sunny's video is still somewhat relevant, because the whole focus of Sunny's video was on Nico's video titled Bye. Because here,
there's
Nico was
365 days in a year. If you were to pace them out, let's say one per week, that's 52 a year. Like to space that out, you would have to like record at least 100, because you would need to go at least 2 years to catalog it out. But then that would mean that at some point you would have to catalog what 200 and something videos so that you could pace it, and then you could pace it, slow it down, and then stretch it out. So like we're looking at him recording like 200 videos in like over the course of like 3 or 4 months and cataloging them. So, like, mathematically, it doesn't make much sense.
It does not.
Candid, or seemingly candid, as he revealed a lot about himself. And we thought this was filmed in April of this year, but instead, it was apparently a little over a year ago. But either way, this is still the last video he recorded like this.
I am just going to tell you right off the bat, I'm on the edge of a breakdown. Like, most likely by the end of this video, or halfway through, I would be flipping out.
And his meltdown was essentially that he hated his life, his finances, his job, and he revealed a lot of his videos were demonetized, thus making him way less money than what most people thought he was making off YouTube.
I wish I could turn back the clock. I wish I could go back in time. I wish I would never have done YouTube. I wish I would have never decided that this would be a fun way to make a living, that this would be a fun way to have a life. This would be a
not
fun way
doing
to
this content would have been the fucking thing you shouldn't have done. YouTube, maybe not so much.
That's what it was
unless you're
really
emotionally
about.
unstable.
And it's so ironic, because if
yes,
you
he
knew,
does, Cloud.
if
You are not wrong.
He does.
I had goals, I had dreams, and I threw it all away to eat food.
Ever since
he was like a really skinny vegan before this.
Barely made any money for the past 2-3 years.
Sunny also confirmed this in his video by testing to see if he got ads on his catalog. And obviously, Nico made a lot of money from YouTube, but not as much as many thought. What's a little sad is YouTube revenue can be extremely finicky and inconsistent, hence why many creators do
essentially.
Sponsored content
What's
or
going
make
on?
their own brand.
What's up, Blissful Arrogance? How you doing? Lumos.
Well, I'm a dum-dum.
It's like, I made Mad City. Most people don't know why I have my background in all my videos. And the whole original joke was I often call myself a low-budget talk show host. All the mainstream talk show hosts, they have some sort
studied fitness? Oh my god, what the fuck, dude?
of expensive
this even
big
sadder.
city skyline behind them. And being raised in Lillehammer, Norway, it's not like I would have a relatable backdrop that people would recognize. You know, only a few people remember the 1994 Olympics and or the Netflix show.
Your faction uniform and deliver the supply request, right? I sold my faction uniform.
That makes it 10 times worse, Arrogance. That's not even, that doesn't help the situation, Arrogance. That makes it even worse that he studied nutrition over fitness. That makes it 10 times worse that he got to the size he is.
I decided to go for the other streets I was raised on, which were the nostalgic toy car mats, except I couldn't find the original ones, only the Amazon version. So I used that for a couple of years until I figured out, hold on, I can put the universe that we're covering here on a mat and run with that. So then I finally made a custom one, got it up, and then suddenly a bunch of you guys started asking me, hey, where can I get one? At that point I realized, okay, we're on to something.
We're on to something.
Fat City.
But how can I build something that can take its own life outside of a Tozy? And that's when I realized nobody's really taken the nostalgia from the toy car mats and brought it to a city near you. So I've launched Mad City.
Okay, let's skip the ad. I want to hear about the fat dude.
As many knew he was an extremely talented violinist, and that he missed being respected and not looked at as some...
My kid has the same Teddy Ursa. My brother got it for her. Oh, my Teddy Ursa. I was wondering what you're talking about. I was like, is my Teddy Ursa on my desk? And then I like looked back, and Teddy Ursa's right there just smiling at you like, hey, what's going on?
Internet meme.
I love that Teddy Ursa.
And I guess it's also a little bit hard to tell if everything is true, because things get very blurry with Nick. As we can confirm, a lot is true.
All right, all right. If anybody wants to magic duel me, get on stream. I'll duel you.
that he plays a lot of stuff up.
Don't make me, I'll sick a simper your ass. She uses it as her pillow when she's here. I use it as my pillow. It's super soft.
For the viewer. So where is the line? In Opaville's videos, he just came across as a method actor, a dude who's just living through his bit, and then you had some authentic moments shine through, which is why I'm confused people are calling him a genius for the stunt, because the reality is he started as a healthy YouTuber, then completely degraded and humiliated himself for years, putting on hundreds of pounds for people's entertainment.
No. What do you mean no? You're not gonna magic duel me? No, get your butt up here. Get in the amphitheater. We're fighting now. Come on. Sicka Sempra.
And something a whole lot more cursed, which he really leaned into. But I'm not really going to discuss that angle here on this channel, because I would like this video to remain monetized. But then he came back skinny, and he's like, I control the narrative. There. I'm always 2 steps ahead. No shit, you control the narrative.
That's a red panda.
The only thing he
There's a red panda down here, but you can't
will
see
go for
it.
attention and money on the internet.
I'll mashal you and break the line. Arrogance. I just finished mashal like a week ago. I'm not even joking you. Like, I finished it before I got off for my week off. Mashal is fucking peak current anime. Oh my god. I love Mashal.
Yeah, I love Mashal as well.
Dude, my favorite fucking scene is the one in season 1 where he goes, oh, hey, you dropped this. Oh god. You're a lolicon. I gotta call the police or something.
Care for his own life, because as many of you guys know, he posted this the other day.
So and then my other favorite scene is the one where they're in the tournament and he goes, but it's just so slippery, and then you just see fucking the guy with the explosion. He goes, well, it's just so darn slippery, and they both drop the crystals. What? The darn thing was just so dang slippery.
Because I've made myself one. And you will continue to consume these.
I have those clips. I have those clips somewhere on my laptop. I should upload them so that we can have the fucking English versions to look at, because they're so fucking funny, dude. I'll upload them on my second YouTube, but I have to get them from my laptop.
Year after year.
I should have, dude.
For as long as I tell the internet that I am the villain.
What in the theater kid is going?
Did this man just pretend to be a Batman villain? Is that what he just did? I think Nick Avocado wants to be a Batman villain. Lamau, all the people that actually thought he lost weight. I thought he lost weight until like right now.
And I feel like I can kind of say that because I was a media.
I thought he was skinny now. I was like, well, good for him.
Skit videos in high school. Either way, this is giving Lewis Lit from Suits energy.
Stories that permeate and linger and infect the minds of the ants. Influence the ants.
This guy seems like he's a wannabe thespian.
The ants. You.
Well, earlier they were explaining that he cataloged a whole bunch, and that's how he was able to pull off the weight loss. But I did the math quickly, and I was like, that would mean in 3 to 4 months he would have to record over 200 videos and then paste them so that then he could slow them down to then over the year to / year and a half him be able to pull this off. And I was like, mathematically it doesn't make much sense because the amount of calories he'd have to eat in 3 to 4 months would actually give him a fucking coronary embolism.
Are the ants.
Dude, if you do something last
So I honestly thought this guy maybe had just fucking gotten help and he had already had a catalog, and I was like, well, good for him, he got help. But apparently he didn't get help. He just decided to be like, look at me, I'm the crazy guy.
Stupid on the internet, people are going to cover it and people are going to talk about it. It's not like there's too many people that have gone through his
I don't know. I think he just might be
inspiring people to follow his footsteps.
A dumbass.
Because there can only be so many Nikokados. And that did a lot of damage to his body, especially to get as far as he did in his career, because he has uploaded probably 1,000 videos on YouTube, maybe more. No matter how you look at it, doing this to yourself content will have long-lasting consequences for your body. And
you know, you can just move your clothing to the showroom and you can pull it right back out of the showroom when you want to use it.
I did not know that.
Yeah, you can store a copy of each of the outfits in the storeroom, and then whenever you want to, you just go to the appearance tab, and you can pull it out of the storeroom and equip it.
Oh.
Yeah. I think the only ones you can't put in the storeroom are the very first one, And I think the one you get from your faction, maybe, but you can't even sell that.
Heart disease, cancer, joint problems, liver disease, kidney disease, gallstones, alters your brain chemistry, and so much more. And then you can't forget the excess skin that remains once you lose it all. While you can argue and say, oh, he made a bunch of money doing this to himself, you can also easily argue,
I did not know
is it worth it? I would never condone that, as he simply damaged his body for attention and money.
Today I woke up from a very long dream, and I also woke up having lost 250 pounds off of my body.
You want me to believe that you woke up and were 250 pounds less? This guy is fucking crazy.
Fat and sick.
No, he's completely
and boring.
I do want to say good for him. Losing over 200 pounds is not easy, and it definitely added so many years to his life. But I also feel like a lot of the backlash he received over the years were from people who genuinely were sad watching him destroy himself for views. But boring is definitely not an adjective I would use to describe Nikocado.
People are the most messed up creatures on the entire planet.
No fucking shit.
And yet I've still managed to stay 2 steps ahead of everyone.
I'm so proud of him for knowing his
I love your wand wink. Wink. Can I hold it? Lol. Ooh woo. Yeah, here we go. Yeah. Here. Just know that I'm the owner of the wand, so all of your spells will be like 20% less, okay?
Oh shit.
Other people. Right. This whole situation is just such a weird.
Because you're not gonna expel your arm as this bitch.
Of how much he can destroy his own body. And then he finally course corrected. And he was like, haha, it was all a social experiment. But I mean, you gotta give it to him. Extremely well for him. He's 33 million views on his comeback video as of recording this video. But some may be asking, what did he do after the intro? Well, he continued where he left off, eating an outrageous portion of food. So I guess the next question is, will the cycle continue? Who knows? But he's now posting all over the place that he is 2 steps ahead.
2 steps ahead. I am always 2 steps ahead. This has been the greatest social experiment for my entire life. It's gripping to observe all these unwell, disoriented beings roam the internet in search of stories. Thirsty for a distraction from time on.
I remember when Nikocado Avocado first started blowing up. People said that I was homophobic for hating on him, and I said no. I just hate that he shoves his face full of food and then doesn't expect for any bad thing to happen.
Spent spoiling their minds, yet stimulating them at the same time.
I was like, this man's gonna have a heart attack on camera, and the last video of him is gonna be, and now we're gonna eat everything on the KFC menu. Oh God! Oh!
It's brilliant, and it's dangerous. I feel as if I'm monitoring ants on an ant farm. All these little consumers, all of these lost and bored people consuming anything that they're told to consume. So I am the villain, because I've made myself one.
Alright, Penguin, calm down.
And you will continue to consume these stories about me, year after year after year.
Oh my God, he got skinny. I feel so bad for saying bad things.
That I am.
No, stick by what I said.
And this one is definitely way more cursed.
Papa John's Pizza. Papa John's Pizza.
This man is mentally unwell. Although I gotta say, spite is a very, very powerful tool, because I was told for most of my childhood, staying up all night playing video games isn't gonna help you get a job. And now I work at a job where I work all night. So I was right, Mom was wrong.
2 steps ahead.
Heavenly Barrel, exactly. See, spite is yeah. Boogie, I'm not Boogie. I wish I was stupid enough to be Boogie, but I'm not that stupid to fake cancer.
I'm always 2 steps ahead.
I'm not that meme.
Oh, except people actually predicted this. But sure, congratulations for being 2 steps ahead of your
I gotta
life.
say though, if he was wearing a fat suit and like just pretending to gain weight, that would have been fucking crazy. I'm not gonna lie.
And you want to congratulate him for losing all that weight though, because that is definitely not an easy thing to do. Hopefully this.
All right, let's see the exposition.
Don't believe everything you're told, including from me, and yet y'all believed it.
It's safe to say a lot has been added to the Nikocado avocado lore in the last week. I know, I just talked about it in my last video, but new information has came out from an old privated video of his that is now leaked. And this really shows that he wasn't actually 2 steps ahead. He was more or less just kind of winging it, and it's worked out extremely well in his favor. But to catch everyone up to speed, Nikocado Avocado, one of the largest mukbang channels on the internet, he vanished earlier this year, with his last video being extremely depressing. He had this long rant how he threw away all of his health and his life to eat for views on the internet. Then the creator SunnyB2 had a viral video covering this last week. Then a couple days later, Nikocado returns extremely skinny. It seems like he went through this full-on factory reset and completely deleted all the updates where he was fat. Apologies for the blue screen scare, but since then, all of his posts has essentially been like, I am a mastermind. I am 2 steps ahead. I masterminded all of this. Look at me. Which, I mean, congratulations, dude. You are the mastermind of your own life. We all are. And don't get me wrong, I am extremely happy for him for losing all that weight. I mean, he probably added so many years to his life by doing that transformation. Here are some of these posts that he's been posting to give you guys a little bit of an idea.
Two steps ahead. I'm always 2 steps ahead.
This is so fucking stupid.
So for those of you guys who don't know, the reason he's just prolonging this video to a little bit over a minute by dancing, to get paid on TikTok, you need to have a video longer than 1 minute. That's how you activate the monetization system, I guess, for a video. But he's also going, look at me guys, you were all wrong. You all said I was gonna die a fat person. Now I'm skinny. So also, it's funny, and this is why it has 116 million views on TikTok. That is outrageous. That is crazy. Nikocado Avocado is one of the biggest things to happen this year now with these kinds of views. This one has 19 million views. He's still just rubbing it in.
I mean, if he did lose all that weight, that'd be a thing to rub in.
Good
but
for him.
He did he?
No, apparently not. Apparently he made another video saying that they're literally all of his people, so you actually take that.
Man, I'm not even mad.
Blah, blah, blah. No, I stopped looking.
The top comment is, we need to see Orland now. And I agree. If he did that transformation, that would be crazy as well.
2 steps ahead.
Right.
Lily, do the hokey pokey for me. Okay, so what was it? The hokey pokey is you put your right, that's my left. Put your right hand in, you put your right hand down, you put your right hand in, and you shake it all about. You do the hokey pokey, and I've got a wired headset, so I can't do that. And that's what it's all about.
He also uploaded a video on his 3rd YouTube channel titled 2 Steps
and
Ahead.
That
the
is
truth
the hokey
was in front
pokey.
of you the entire time. And here he
Lamau. Well, I just didn't want to rip my fucking headset out of my goddamn. Like, it goes back and it goes under my thing, so it'd probably like just move my desk if I turned around.
shows this infamous clip that we actually covered in my last video.
But yeah, I forgot that I was using my left hand. That was my bad.
And in a video of mine a little over 2 years ago.
2 steps ahead.
Wow, 2 whole steps ahead, dude. You know, for Nikocado Avocado, those 2 steps are really fucking hard.
I am always 2 steps ahead.
Always 2 steps ahead, dude.
This has been the greatest
social experiment? Oh my god. Let's bring back social experiments. Where you kidnap people and pretend to execute them on the top of a building. I miss those social experiments.
It's alluring. It's compelling. It's gripping.
Hey, look, we've also got a YouTube. I forgot to pin this.
To bear witness, to observe all these unwell, unbalanced, disoriented beings roam the internet.
He's being so vague here. Things will make a little bit more sense later on. But to call all of this a social experiment is very interesting, because it really just goes to show you like how far someone will go for views and attention on the internet. I mean, he ate himself to the point to where it must have been extremely dangerous for his own health. Thankfully,
no
he's now
shit,
lost
dude.
it all, but
He's still got heart
he did
disease
this
problems.
all for his YouTube career, it seems like. Or actually, no, this was actually a side effect of his YouTube career, considering his YouTube career
So wait,
consisted of him
would this be considered a fatty psyop?
eating 3,000 plus
Or what about a fatty conspiracy theory? We should call it a fatty conspiracy theory.
calories in one sitting in front of a camera. No wonder you're going to put on the weight, especially if you don't have a rigorous training program after that, or have the extremely toxic habit of purging afterwards. But that'll give you a whole different set of horrific consequences. I guess the fact of the matter is there is just no way to have a healthy life if your career is eating 3,000, 5,000, or even more calories in one sitting while filming yourself for YouTube. And I feel like 3,000 to 5,000 calories is actually underestimating how much he was actually eating.
There is no way that this is 5,000 calories. This has got to be close to 8,000. I don't give a fuck what anybody says.
Because some of these videos are just insane.
In search of stories. In search of ideas. Conflict, of rivalries. A distinctive desire.
He's just describing
engagement,
news, media, commentary, just like
involved with the stories, and therefore become product of influence.
People are interested in what's currently going on. That's been a thing.
Everybody, listen and listen closely.
안녕, 난 뛸 준비가 된 년이야.
안녕, 난 된 년이야.
He's just describing that like a supervillain.
Time unspent from lackluster lifestyles, spoiling their minds while stimulating them at the exact same time. It's brilliant. But it's also dangerous. It's dangerous.
The silence gets so
Spelliarmus
has been positioned to where I'm monitoring ants on an ant farm.
Dude, you eat like 5,000 calories, film it and upload it to YouTube.
It's not
what
that
are you
big of a
talking
deal.
about? I'm now monitoring my ants in an ant farm, or my audience is like ants in an ant farm.
One follows another, follows another, follows another. It's
seems like he's trying to be a deep philosopher.
It's enthralling. It's spellbinding. Just look at all these consumers.
Over the past 30 years,
lost and bored people consuming any.
Y'all remember when Beyblades used to be made of metal and those things would fucking come apart and like fly at you and they could like cut you?
I do.
What the fuck happened to that? Well, where's the danger in toys? I want to be hurt.
I'm pretty sure some kid lost a finger or some shit.
Fucking really? Did a kid lose a finger to a metal Beyblade? I don't care enough to look this up anymore.
Cold to consume. I am the villain.
Alright, Joker, calm down. I am the villain. Alright, calm down there, Joker. You're not that fucking crazy.
I am the villain if I make myself one. Yep, pretty sure that's how that works. I'm trying to see where you're going with this, but I guess this is the opening monologue of an hour-long video titled 2 Steps Ahead, the truth was in front of you the entire time. And don't worry, we're not watching the whole thing. We're just watching the introduction.
And people will consume these stories year after year after year.
Because people want to know what's currently going on.
Stories
people just want you to not die, I think. I think people are just genuinely concerned about your health.
Deliberately made to blur the boundaries between fact and fiction.
Oh yeah, I bet you that's what it was. I bet you your entire fucking thought for eating 8,000 calories in Dairy Queen was to socially experiment on people. Yeah, I bet you that's totally what it was. It wasn't the fact that you were being a fat piece of shit and fucking trying to clickbait. Nah, it couldn't be that. It's gotta be the social experiment. He's an evil mastermind. Look, it's Mr. Freeze from fucking Batman. Ooh!
I think he was just
permeate, infect, and linger.
He's a fucking psychopath who needs psychological help. Boom. And a support system, an actual support system.
Brainwash the ants. You.
Now I'm curious. Can you brainwash an ant?
Did you brainwash an ant?
They do have brains, and they have the ability to think, but they don't mourn their death, so that means, do they even technically have consciousness? I'm gonna say no. You can't brainwash ants.
Hell yeah. Let's get it.
I woke up this morning
feeling like P. Diddy. Throw your glasses on. Yeah, you're headed to the city. Before I leave, brush my teeth with a bottle of Jack.
Good for you.
Simply not doing something.
That's true.
For simply not going through with something. People are the most fucked up creatures on this planet.
That's what complex thought does to people.
And you will continue.
You also a fan of baby oil? What the fuck is baby oil? Can you give me that answer, Arrogance, before I look this up and I get something weird? Because if it's something about a bunch of a furry cult that believes in Nazism, I've already fucking gone over that topic.
You don't know what baby...
No? Is it a YouTuber?
No, it's an oil that they put on...
No, he said you also a fan of baby oil, and I'm watching YouTube, so obviously it's got to be a YouTube reference, right?
Maybe, I guess.
Diddy had like 1,000 gallons of bottles of baby oil. Oh yeah, because I sang the song "Waking Up Feeling Like P Diddy." Got you. I am 3 steps behind on this joke because my brain is like, you know when you crank your car and it's like I'm in the part.
To consume.
The thing is, apparently some of those bottles weren't actually bottles.
Yeah, they had like GBH in it or something, right? Yeah. Lily knows. Lily is the fucking
to be too.
I don't crank my car. I push a button. I do too, but my car doesn't do the when I press the button. So all I can think of is my first Ford Focus. Whenever you would crank it, sometimes it would go when it was cold out.
2 steps ahead.
It's interesting that he's highlighting this so much.
But yeah, my car is push to start. That and my last car. My first car was crank and it didn't have that stuff.
Because I mean, like at the time here, he's a guy who sits and eats a lot of food for a living, posts it to the internet.
What do they even make cars with actual keys anymore? Do they make cars without push to start anymore? Oh, they do. Okay, that's cool.
it gets watched by very many people. And here he's like,
because recently I had to buy a car earlier this year, right? Because I crashed my car into a mailbox after I sneezed and sneezed all over my windshield. I crashed into a mailbox, but it was okay because I had the car for about 12 years, and it was fully paid off and whatever. So I had to buy a new car, and all the cars I looked at had push to start. So I was wondering if they didn't produce anymore.
Ants for watching me. Yes, I see that's a part of his character, but it's just super villain arc.
Today,
super villain arc.
I thought it would be a splendid idea to go out and get some food. Feeling it for you. Gee, are you surprised?
I'm kind of surprised.
Have you forgotten the story? Are you not paying attention? After all, you're here to consume. Are you not?
You guys should follow Blissful Arrogance. Blissful Arrogance is pretty funny. They make me haha. I bet you they'll make you haha. So haha.
Oh man. Okay.
Yes, follow Blissful Arrogance right now. I remember Blissful Arrogance made me haha. I don't haha, I struggle. Dude, I struggle and I haha. I haha at my struggle, dude. It doesn't have to be synonymous.
So like that's the cut. And then he cuts into, I guess, like the opening of his new video, right? Okay, so this was the old video from 2022. That was his introduction, right?
Okay, you know what? Just because you did that, everybody right here, you see this? Blissful Arrogance, 969 followers. Somebody go follow him right now to get him at 970 so that he hits that milestone right fucking now. Loot, do it. Follow Blissful Arrogance. We're gonna hit that milestone. Blissful Arrogance.
Over the past...
That's not the one I wanted to watch.
Right there.
Woke up from a very long dream. And I also woke up having lost...
I'm not gonna lie, I'm expecting Nikocado Avocado at any moment to say that he's a white nationalist.
250 pounds off of my body. Yet just yesterday, people were calling me fat and sick and boring and irrelevant.
You are irrelevant.
I don't think boring or irrelevant would strike me as words to describe Nikocado at all.
Messed up creatures on the entire planet.
Yeah, we are. Fuck yeah, we hold that
so this
title,
is like
baby.
A parody of that last monologue.
2 steps ahead.
Okay, so and then it like kind of like scales into this video, right? So what we saw earlier was the introduction to this video. And then, you know, he just goes to Fat Burger, buys a bunch of food.
Cheapers.
Screen recorded it and posted it to the internet. That video did not get any views until now recently. It seems like a bunch of people got it recommended, including myself. And this really changes a lot because now we get to see him reflecting to that video 2 years ago.
I'm having a bad day. Hi, internet world. It's me, Nikocado Avocado. And let me tell you why I'm upset. It's actually your fault. Last month,
right?
YouTube video, and I said,
Isn't it like every video he starts out, I'm angry and it's your fault, internet? I'm angry on the internet.
2 steps ahead. My life on the internet is a big social experiment. And what was the result?
It's not a social experiment. You're just a fucking joke, dude. Get over it. Just haha about it.
Of making that video? Y'all believed it. You freaking believed it. Someone made a TikTok.
Okay, I don't understand this. Did he not make enough money from YouTube to buy clothes that fit? Like, because it seems like he's just wearing the same shirt that he did when he was, like, fucking skinny. And, like, I don't buy shirts, and I don't buy clothes often, but, like, you know, I buy shirts that are comfortable, at least. Like, this doesn't look comfortable. This looks like he has to ask somebody to help him take it off.
That got 57 million views. This is, Nikocado breaks character. I saw another one today. Had 13 million views. Nikacado's played us all. He's an evil genius. Oh my god. I literally typed that out. It's not even real. Does it look like I actually acted out gaining 250 pounds? Gaining 250 pounds? I just acted out. This is all just an act. Let me just...
I don't know, but if you did act it out, I gotta say, kudos, you're a good actor. But no, you look like, you remember that scene in, I think it's Infinity War, when Thor is fat and he's playing Fortnite with that alien? That'd be like the equivalent of it.
Rip off my fat suit. I can't believe my eyes. Uneducated and just easily tricked people are. This is so ironic that wasn't even real. Gaining weight for clicks and to fool people? Oh, trust me, you don't mean that much. I don't care about you that much. I really don't. I'm gonna waste 6 years of my life gaining weight to entertain you. I don't think so. He breaks character. We've all been played by this evil genius. Oh my god. I literally typed up a Batman monologue and read it.
Dude, he even references a Batman monologue.
I'm scared for society, actually.
I love this because it shows that he was winging it. I mean, he was winging it, and that was a genius way to wing it.
I think he's a genius for doing it.
Being the perfect way to spin him losing all that weight, which it was. I mean, he couldn't have executed on that better. Bravo to Nico Cotto Avocado. But or this video was a part of being 2 steps ahead. Who knows?
Why is it more money gifting a sub on mobile? Because what is it? Google Play or Apple has to take a cut of any sales that happen in any app that is published through them. That's why. So it's really fucking stupid.
We never know with him. That's what kind of makes it entertaining as well.
Okay, I'm a little afraid. Y'all need to go to school, learn something. Think outside the box. Don't believe everything you're told, including from me. And yet, y'all believed it. That's actually scary.
All right, so the question is then, did he wing it, or is he 2 steps ahead and he's a massive mastermind? I think it was one of the most well-executed winging it moments that we've seen on YouTube, at least this year, for a long time. But I guess we're also talking about Nico Cotto Avocado, so it's hard to tell. I just wanted to make this quick video with the update of what's currently going on with the Nico Cotto Avocado situation. If you're new here, welcome to my channel. Feel free to subscribe.
Yeah.
Also, feel free to check out my mats at Mad Dot City. Link will be down in the description down below, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace.
Well, so I've learned that Nico Cotto Avocado didn't lose weight, so he's a piece of shit.
30 years, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson carefully crafted a larger-than-life superhero persona that wakes up earlier than anyone, eats more than anyone, works out harder than anyone, has more success than anyone, and yet still is a...
Well, I'm not going to say that Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson hasn't worked hard, but I do have to say that when you own your own production company, it's really easy to get cast in movies that production company makes. It's kind of like buying your own trophy and saying that you were the best player. Like, yeah, you could have been the best player, but you bought the trophy for yourself, so you're kind of a loser.
A gentle, lovable family man.
He's still an alright dude.
He always beats up the bad guys, never dies, and every movie ends happily ever after. Maintaining this near perfect persona is unsustainable, and in 2016, The Rock made one decision that he deeply regretted.
Was it
this
Jumanji?
decision slowly started the unraveling of his career and reputation.
I hope it was Jumanji, because that was the worst decision he ever made.
There was only one man in Hollywood who had an edge on The Rock, and that was Vin Diesel. Vin had the multicultural appeal, the rough and tough exterior with a soft side that people adored. And
yeah, because of family.
The icing on the cake, he has just a little more box office success. Vin Diesel made Dwayne Johnson's blood boil. No matter how hard The Rock worked, Vin just seemed to have one up on him. And Vin loved to rub it in Dwayne's face. Today we're going to deep dive into the ultimate ego war between 2 of Hollywood's beloved bald bad the only battle where The Rock could not control the outcome. In 2004, The Rock's Hollywood career was not going to plan. He quit wrestling to go into acting full-time, but failed to hit big.
What do you mean that he failed? Have you not watched The Tooth Fairy? It's the greatest movie ever!
2004 to 2006, he starred in Walking Tall, which was received well by fans, but hated by critics.
Johnny Knoxville.
He had throwaway roles in the crime comedy Be Cool and the film adaptation of the popular video game Doom, which failed to break even financially.
Oh my god, I forgot there was a Doom movie. When did that come out? Movie Doom. $2005. Jesus. Lude! With the fucking gifty. You don't need to be gifting. You need to be saving. Go to your bank account and report it as fraud right now. You need to report it, dude. You need to report it.
He had the comedy threat.
Yo, thank you, Lude, for the gifty. You really shouldn't be doing that. Lol, no, you shouldn't be doing that. I don't deserve that. You shouldn't have done that. Blissful arrogance. Have you ever slept with a woman? Yup. Why? Have you?
Thriller Southland Tales, and his first lead acting role in Gridiron.
Nah, dude, trust me. It's primo. You'll love it. Just my sock. Dude, sometimes you just gotta be a sock jock.
Gang, which performed a little bit better financially, but none of these films indicated that The Rock had a promising film career ahead of him. Even though he saw himself becoming an action star, he was only finding success in kid-friendly films like
The Game
Walt Disney's
Plan.
The Game
Hell
Plan
yeah.
and Race to Wichita Mountain, along with Get
yeah, there
Smart
we go. There's
and
the Tooth Fairy. I knew it. I
which
knew
made
it was
over
coming.
$100 million at the box
Sock and a
office.
cock.
In addition to The Rock's career looking unpredictable,
I
the
guess
Fast
you
and
could
Furious
say you're just out there. Soccer boppers. Soccer boppers.
Franchise needed a rebrand if they wanted to see increased box office success. The first three films, which many die-hard fans of the series consider to be the best, particularly Tokyo Drift, all were centered around car culture and attracted car enthusiasts. Back when the series paid attention to detail, I love how they show us Dom approaching the turn, downshifting to second, and then clutch popping to break the wheels loose for the drift. Man, I wish they still made movies like this. The fourth film, Fast and Furious, still featured many elements of street racing culture, but upped the action scenes to a new level. Explosions, foot chases, fighting crime. This was a test to see if they could slowly move away from car culture, and it was a big hit, securing $360 million at the worldwide box office, making it the
Wasn't the first Fast and Furious movie about stealing like fucking Gary Coleman grills or some shit like that?
most successful film of the franchise at that point. It's also important to understand that Vin Diesel was the main character of the very first film. Then he denied to participate in the second film and only made a minor cameo in the third film, but he came back strong in the fourth film to a huge success. I'm not suggesting Vin Diesel is the reason why the fourth film was so successful, but from there he became an integral part of the production and storylines. Vin Diesel's production company, One Race Films, took the reins from Universal Pictures to maintain creative control over future films. Diesel worked closely with screenwriter Chris Morgan to produce a story arc to further explore and develop his character. Diesel was clearly very passionate.
Wait, Vin Diesel owns a production studio? Vin Diesel Production Company. One Race Films. Huh. I didn't know that he had his own production company.
Passionate about the franchise, he had been there from the beginning, and he felt like he knew what was best for the franchise going forward. This dynamic seemed to work well until another successful actor/producer joined the Fast team and felt his work ethic and vision was better than Vin's, which led to a feud that caused one of them to leave the franchise as a whole. But first, a quick word from today's sponsor. Join the millions long. These prices $1,000 to transform series cash and a free pick. Thanks, Underdog. While
Thanks.
developing the 5th iteration of the series, Universal deliberately departed from the street racing theme to transform the franchise into a heist action series that happened to have a little theme around cars. Universal did this in hopes of drawing in a larger, more mainstream audience that might otherwise be turned off by the heavy emphasis on cars and car culture. With just one car race, Fast 5 is considered the transitional film in the series, placing greater focus on action sequences, brawls, gunfights, and the central heist. Fast 5 follows Dominic Toretto after he is freed from a prison transport bus by Brian and his sister Mia. Together, they flee to Rio de Janeiro to avoid capture. In Rio, the protagonists consider carrying out a heist, targeting a corrupt businessman. They assemble a team that was reminiscent of what Marvel Studios would do with the Avengers. Their team consists of characters who were introduced in previous films, including Tyrese's Roman Pierce, Ludacris's Tej Parker, Sung Kang's Han Lu, and Gal Gadot's Giselle Yashar. As the crew plan and execute the heist,
Man, I should watch the Fast and Furious movies. I don't know anything about this.
And a ruthless federal agent, Luke Hobbs, portrayed by Dwayne Johnson, who is determined to bring them to justice. This role was crucial in revitalizing The Rock's career. In 2010, he decided he was going to risk everything. No more family-friendly movies, shave his head bald, and magically put on 30 pounds of lean muscle to depict himself as the intimidating badass that audiences hadn't seen since his wrestling days. Luckily for him, it didn't take long for him to land this hit. Not only was he cast in the genre he so greatly desired.
Ah, skeet skeet, motherfucker. Ah, skeet skeet, hell yeah.
But he was also an antagonist, which is extremely uncharacteristic for The Rock. For the first time in the franchise's history, Fast 5 received overwhelmingly positive reviews, mainly due to its adrenaline-pumping action sequences, jaw-dropping stunts, and great acting performances. It secured $640 million in the worldwide box office, which was over double the previous film's revenue. Plus, Fast 5 is widely regarded by fans and critics as the best one of the series.
Really?
A review from Empire magazine praised Johnson's performance, saying, "How to reignite an aging franchise, drop The Rock on it." Dwayne Johnson hulks through the movie, leaving testosterone trails in
Dude,
his
I just
wake.
realized that the fucking little bar at the top is not working. Is it working on this scene? No. Jesus Christ. Alright, I'll fix that tomorrow, Lude. I'm sorry.
Was overwhelmingly
Or today.
agreed upon
I don't
that
know.
The Rock's
Fuck it.
Luke Hobbs was the perfect dance partner for Vin Diesel's Dominic Toretto, and the studio delved deeper into their complex relationship with Fast and Furious 6. The film picks up where Fast 5 left off, with Toretto, O'Connor, and their crew living as fugitives following their successful heist in Rio de Janeiro. The story unfolds as Hobbs recruits Dominic and his team to help take down a skilled mercenary organization led by Owen Shaw, who is wreaking havoc across Europe. In exchange for full pardons, the crew agrees to join forces with Hobbs to stop Shaw, who has assembled a team of highly skilled drivers and operatives. To label the film as a success would be an understatement. Fast and Furious 6 saw similar positive reviews to its predecessor and grossed over $788 million.
Damn, it seems like every time they make a movie, it gets better. Like, it's like they did like 400 million, they did 500 million, they did 680 million, now they're doing 788 million. It's like exponentially getting more and more.
Players worldwide. Furious 7 would be filmed immediately.
Why didn't the chat say I gifted a sub? It did say you gifted a sub. It says Lude Complex gifted 1 subscription to Blissful Arrogance. That's weird. It does say it. It says it right here, Lude. See? Look. Right there. It's right there, Lude. You see it? It's right there. See it? It's in blue, right there. Oh, I didn't see it maybe because I'm on mobile. Oh, yeah, sometimes mobile fucking chat. Dude, I don't know what the fuck is up with mobile chat. Sometimes mobile chat just doesn't even fucking put my messages, but it'll send it in chat, but it won't pop up in my chat. I don't know what the fuck is up with mobile.
Immediately after Fast 6, with a single story running through both films. Vin Diesel confirmed that the screenplay for the 6th installment needed to be split, with writing for the 2 films occurring simultaneously. We have to pay off this
Started
story.
feeling like shit.
So
I'm in the shower. Dude, don't take a shit in the shower. Waffle stomping is wrong. Remember, waffle stomping is wrong. Do not shit in the shower. But I hope you feel better. Remember, crank up that heat, get that nose clear.
All that out, it just went beyond 110 pages. The studio said, you can't fit all that story in one damn movie. Despite being filmed back to back, Furious 7 came out years later in 2015. The film follows Dom and his team as they face off against a new enemy, Deckard Shaw, who seeks revenge for his brother. After a devastating attack on their home, the team sets out to find Deckard, who is hunting them down one by one.
The future, you can just be on your phone in the shower, lol. What a world we live in, dude. We live in one of the greatest times to have been alive. Like, think about it. We could have been dying of dysentery on the Oregon Trail trying to cross the fucking Mississippi, but we live in the world where you can watch porn in the shower live.
Furious 7 received generally positive reviews from critics and audiences alike. The film was praised for its thrilling action sequences, emotional depth, and heartfelt tribute to Paul Walker, who tragically passed away midway through filming. At the box office, Furious 7 would be the
Jesus Christ, 1.5 bill?
The first film in the franchise to surpass $1 billion,
Jesus
grossing
Christ.
over $1.5 billion worldwide. And despite Vin Diesel and The Rock being considered
Lol, you're not
equally as
wrong, dude. There's a couple things you can say about me. I'm weird. I'm stupid. I'm random, but I'm not wrong about the world we live in. The world we live in is stupid beyond belief. Stupid beyond belief. But at least we can watch porn in the shower, live, and comment, yo baby, them titties, they be jiggling.
Important to the Fast franchise, outside of the series, they had drastically different careers. Johnson became one of the highest paid action stars because of the series.
Damn, that Vicks Vapo Rub cough medicine has me feeling all kinds of fucked up right now. Dude, that's all Vicks does to me. All it does is it makes me smell and then I go...
The same can't be said for Diesel. Johnson appeared in several blockbuster films like Journey 2,
I remember watching this movie and thinking, dude, isn't this the guy from Zenith?
Mysterious Island, G.I. Joe, Retaliation, Hercules, and San Andreas.
Makes me wonder how people casually drink cough medicine to get high. This shit sucks. Dude, I don't know because, like, alright, so I got my blood taken like a week ago because I had to go to the doctor. They had to take my blood to make sure, you know, my meds aren't, you know, killing my kidney or something, right? They took my blood. They tried to take my blood twice, and they failed once, and they got the blood the second time. And I just remember looking at the lady, and I went, man, at least my mom's happy to know I'll never be a drug addict, because I hate needles.
Andreas, all of which surpassed $200 million at the worldwide box office. Diesel, on the other hand, struggled to find anything substantial. Babylon AD bombed at the box office and was destroyed by film
Wasn't he in that movie with the big
Chronicles
monkey?
of Riddick
Not
and Riddick, the second and
not
third installments of
Kong,
the Chronicles
but
of Riddick
Death
franchise
Island or
left
something?
fans with mixed opinions. The Last Witch Hunter didn't make enough to break even at the box office and received less than stellar reviews. XXX Return of Xander Cage, the third installment in the XXX film series, stood out as the only film in his filmography, outside of the Fast and Furious franchise, to break even at the box office, grossing over $346 million worldwide. For Johnson, it was the complete opposite. Nearly every film he starred in the 2010s was a box office success. On top of that, he even made a brief return to the wrestling ring. The Rock's Hollywood takeover was a huge success, and it kind of made the Fast and Furious franchise seem like it was a second priority to him. His overwhelming success in Hollywood may have made him feel like
Black Adam,
he knew
and
the
then
right
he
way to
sucked.
do things, and maybe he should call the shots. On the other hand, the franchise was seemingly all that Vin Diesel had, which understandably made him super protective over the creative vision. But The Rock followed Vin's lead for long enough. And
I think it's because I haven't eaten in 2 days. Dude, fucking, you need to eat. Like, send me your fucking Cash App or something, and I'll fucking buy you lunch, dude. You need to eat. Give me your Cash App. I'll buy you lunch. My edibles are on their way. They just shipped.
tired of it, so he decided to make an Instagram post that he would later deeply regret. On August 8th, 2016, Johnson posted a lengthy, now deleted Instagram post in which he praised his female co-stars as well as the fate of the Furious crew, but called out some of his male co-stars without referring to anyone by name. "There's no other franchise that gets my blood boiling more than this one," Johnson wrote. "My female co-stars are always amazing, and I love them. My male co-stars, however, are a different story."
See if Bullet got past the... Nope. Did you beat the Rude Archers? I still love you. I'm gonna get on that leaderboard, lol.
Okay, don't.
What
Lily!
leaderboard?
Did you beat the Rude Archers? Yes, I did beat the Archers, Lily.
Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, baby.
Alright, here we
so
go. Ready,
proud.
Viscous? 1,
Yeah, let's go.
2,
I'm gonna get on that
3.
leaderboard, lol. What leaderboard?
Yeah. Alright.
The
1,
gifted leaderboard?
2, 3.
Are you not on it? Are you actually not on it?
Alright, here we go! Thank you, Lily! Hey, Viscous, I farted.
Oh, I guess you're not. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
I can actually smell that.
I can smell that.
I didn't know that. I'm sorry. Now, but I've gifted a few times now. I'm proud of you. You don't have to do that, though.
I was just being a good boy and not saying that's a...
Hey,
I'm gonna
Bullet,
eat it.
can I ask you a question for stream purposes?
Okay.
I like leaderboards, me too.
What up, Smitty? Of course, Lily. Ask away.
Wanna collab someday?
Of course! Exclamation point collab, Lily. Alright. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Oh,
1,
God.
2, 3.
Oh,
1,
no.
2, 3. 1,
Fuck,
2,
now I
3.
gotta figure.
1,
I
2,
am
3.
so I'm bad at planning. Shit, what if I give you a donkey and we can just ride it into the sunset and kiss under the cherry blossoms?
I just got to the platform and started pulling. I was like, "You're not falling!"
Okay, that's the reason why I got stuck.
Oh my god, Lily. I love
I
that.
got stuck.
Are you ready?
Alright, cool.
Some conduct themselves as
I think
stand-up
he's
men
okay with
and
it.
true professionals, while others don't. The ones that don't are too chicken shit to do anything about it.
Yeah,
anyway.
chicken shit.
Candy asses. When you watch this movie next
Candy
April,
asses.
and it seems like
I haven't
I'm
heard
not
that phrase
acting
in
in some of the
forever.
scenes, and my blood is legit boiling, you're right. An actor basically denouncing a film that they are supposed to be promoting is extremely rare. I mean, he set it up for people to go in there with a negative mindset. This was extremely uncharacteristic for The Rock. I mean, what about family? You know, the word that was said 81 times in the Fast franchise? The media was in
Family.
a frenzy trying to figure out what
Was it
co-star
really
The
said
Rock was
81
talking
times?
about.
That seems a
Fans were
lot.
able to rule out Tyrese Gibson after he posted a video
What?
of
They have like a an hour and maybe 20-minute run time, so that's what 100 and or no, that's 80 to 90 minutes. We'll say an hour and a half, 90 minutes. 90 minutes, 81 times. That would be almost once per minute. Jesus Christ, that is a lot. Saying it 81 times in a film seems excessive.
The Rock singing to his 9-year-old daughter with the caption, "DJ happens to be one of the most humble, down-to-earth, and professional people I've ever worked with. More importantly, he's my brother. We have never had a problem and will never have a problem. Now you have to remember that the Fast series is one of the most successful global film franchises of all time. So while this may seem like menial drama, the media knew they had a juicy story on their hands. And it seems like they amplified the drama as various media outlets were reaching out to anyone who worked on the Fast series to get a quote and further this story. TMZ posted another article confirming that Johnson's social media rant was targeted at Vin Diesel. A quote production source said the pair reportedly butt heads in part because Vin is a producer and has
It's
made
not like you guys
decisions
have to
that
hang
didn't
out every
sit
day.
well with the former wrestling champ. Another source explained that Vin was
Welcome
having
back. How was your shower? What'd you wank to? Was it me?
I mean, I had your stream up the entire time, so if
I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. That's it. I'm calling the cops.
with The Rock because he kept showing up late for production, sometimes failing to show up at all. However, there were other reports that essentially said the exact opposite.
Wait, I didn't mean it like that, man. I didn't mean it like that. I'm so sorry.
That Vin Diesel was the one who was acting like a diva, specifically during the filming of Fast 7. Vin spent a whole
Dayquil, Vapo cold, severe cold and flu plus congestion, and I took the amount you're supposed to take, and I got hit
day in his
so
trailer
hard with,
one
like,
day, a source told The Hollywood Reporter.
nauseous
Another source
feeling I
told
never
Page
felt,
6
and
that
my
Diesel
stomach
was
started fucking feeling
constantly
like it was
late
being
when
ripped to
we worked
pieces.
together.
I don't
The
know what
source
was in
added
that
that
shit,
Diesel
but I probably
acted
won't
like
be
a
taking it
diva
again.
and has held up production before, and that
Dude,
it's
my
not
dad has
surprising.
this fucking orange shit. It's called like fucking congesto or whatever. Fucking dude, this shit, it's got so much of that menthol shit in it. Like when you swallow it, you can feel your fucking stomach start to like expand with that fucking cool feeling. Oh my god, that
pretty
shit.
sure-
But I tell
Yeah,
you
I'm
what,
pretty
dude, if
sure
you
that
can't
was
breathe and you take that shit, you can breathe afterwards. Trust me.
That
Oh, I
he's
can
the
breathe
one The
now.
Rock is
I can breathe
calling
now.
out. It's tough to
It's
know if
just
there was actually
the
animosity behind the
initial
scenes and
taking
now
it,
the
it's
staff
literally like
is
you just
essentially choosing
described.
sides, or if these sources
felt
were
like
just
my
the
gut
PR
was just
teams
being
from
ripped to
both
fucking
actors
pieces
trying to
and
deflect
just
blame and
felt like it was going to
responsibility. Despite the
explode, and it was
animosity
not a good
between
time.
them, Diesel and Johnson allegedly met
I
on
went in there
August
and just had
9,
the water
one day
running
after
on my
The Rock's
back and my
initial
stomach for a
Instagram
few
post
minutes,
on the
and
Atlanta set to hash out their differences.
not
Partly
feeling
because
better.
tensions were running so high, it was almost impossible to shoot scenes. Johnson seemingly addressed the issue in another Instagram post on August 11th. You guys reading this know how much I believe in the idea of team effort. That means respecting every person, their
Don't
time,
respect
and their
people.
value when they
People
step
don't
onto
deserve respect. They earn it.
my set or partner with our production company. And like with any team, that's a family. There's going to be a conflict. Family is going to have differences of
Also, I did the math. Assuming that each Fast movie is at average an hour and a half, 90 minutes, and they said in one movie 81 times the word family, that means they were saying family at least once a minute. Almost a minute.
Have you ever seen the Django?
No, I've never seen Django. What's it about? Is it about
Or
is
yeah,
it about a
Django. It's called
samurai
Django.
named Django who D's nuts?
No.
Okay, let me guess again. No, I want to guess again. Is it about a
Bring up a-
horse?
Bring up a trailer for it real quick.
No, I'm not gonna watch a trailer. I hate watching trailers. You can ask Cloud. I hate watching trailers.
All right, fine. In that movie, it said the hard R up. I think it was like 300, 400 times.
So,
opinion and
what's wrong with saying nanner?
Oh my god.
fundamental core beliefs. To
What? What's wrong with the hard R, dude? I love nanners.
me, conflict can be a good thing when
Dude, honestly, if I were to say something, I'd say you're a real nanner.
it's followed by great resolution. I was raised on healthy conflict and welcome it. And like with any family, we get better from it. At the end of the day, me and the F8 co-stars all agree on the most important thing, delivering an incredible movie to the world. While their co-stars initially remained
This is a
silent
certified
about the
hood
situation, other cast
classic.
members made their alliances clear. On August 12th, Tyrese posted 2 photos of himself with Vin Diesel, along with a lengthy message referring to him as his brother. Ludacris posted
Dude, that's so fucking awesome, dude. I want to be on that movie set.
a throwback photo, including several of his Fast and Furious co-stars, minus The Rock. After the filming concluded, neither Johnson nor Diesel.
It's okay. Just go online. If you go to Amazon, you can buy an N-word pass, and you can just say it as much as you want.
mentioned the feud for months. On April 4th, the Fate of the Furious had its world.
There used to be this creator before he died from overdosing on like ketamine. He used to sell N-word passes as part of his merch. But then Too Mad died because of an overdose of ketamine.
Premiere in Berlin, during which fans who watched the film noticed that Johnson and Diesel barely shared any scenes together, and in the ones they did, it looked like they may not have shot them together, but the fans weren't even crazy for thinking.
Dude, fucking send me your Cash App, I'll buy you lunch, dude, come on.
Send you my Cash
The
App,
Rock
you'll buy me lunch.
Yeah, come on, you said you haven't eaten in 2 days, dude, you need to eat.
Confirmed people's speculation in an interview with Rolling Stone. That is correct. We were not in any scenes together.
What?
I don't like people spending money on me.
He added that the pair
I'm
had
not gonna
spoken
argue
to
with
each
you then.
other on set, which included an important face-to-face meeting in his trailer. And what I came to realize is that we have a fundamental
Yeah, I know. It's just one of those days. You don't want to wake up, everything is fucked, everybody sucks. It's just one of those days!
Difference in philosophies on how we approach movie making and collaborating. It took me some time, but I'm grateful for that clarity, whether we work together again or not. What's crazy is it had been 8 months since The Rock initially started this feud with Vin Diesel, and Vin never addressed it. And when Vin finally did decide to speak up, it made The Rock angrier than before. On April 7th, 2017, Diesel addressed his rumored feud with Johnson during an interview with USA Today. I don't think the world really realizes how close we are in a weird way. I think some things may be blown out of proportion. I don't think that was his intention. I know he appreciates how much I work this franchise. In my house, he's Uncle Dwayne. While there was creative tension on set, Diesel took responsibility for any hiccups as a producer. I protect the franchise. I protect everybody, including Dwayne. I protected Dwayne more than he'll ever know, and it doesn't matter. He doesn't have to know, but he appreciates it. He knows it. Dwayne has only got one Vin in his life. Dwayne Johnson only has one big brother in this film world, and that's me. When asked if the pair had hugged it out and made amends, Diesel responded, always, always, always.
Yeah, don't you love it when it goes down your throat? Hit the back of my throat, daddy. Hit the back of my throat, Nyquil, daddy. Ooh, put me to sleep with that bang.
Rooting for Dwayne. I'm the first multicultural megastar in Hollywood. They didn't exist. To see another multicultural star come up is something I am very proud of. I'm always rooting Dwayne on. At this point, it became quite evident that this feud is quite the ego battle. Because while Vin's statement seems positive, there is definitely a hint of animosity. He's essentially trying to Lil Bro The Rock, which is essentially treating him like he is inferior or has
Zion 7, is that you? Zion 7? What's going on? Love you, bro. How's it going, dude? How's it going, dude? How's it going, bro? How's it going, dude? How are you? I'm doing alright. I woke up feeling like Slim Shady. I put my shoes on, now I'm headed for a shitty. I'm doing alright, How are you, Zion? How are you? What are you doing? Oh, Zion, today is the day. We have streamed for 7 days in a row. The first time in my life I've streamed for a full week straight. Seven days, dude. Dumb ways to die. So many dumb ways to die.
For social status,
Thank you, Cloud.
Even though they are nearly tied when considering worldwide box office performance, but Vin has just enough more success to be able to flex on The Rock. Not to mention, he achieved that in 16 less films. Despite Vin's sarcastic remarks, The Rock chose not to respond. What nobody knew at the time was The Rock was so fed up with Vin Diesel at this point that he decided to walk away from the Fast franchise. But first, he had an obligation to complete the next Fast spinoff, Hobbs & Shaw. Hobbs & Shaw is a buddy comedy action film where Dwayne Johnson and Jason Statham reprise their roles as Luke Hobbs and Deckard Shaw. Without Vin Diesel and the other characters from the main franchise, Johnson and Statham received much-needed breathing room to fully flesh out their characters. Hobbs & Shaw was a huge commercial success, earning over $760 million worldwide.
Follow God
It was also
right
around this time
now.
that the Wall Street Journal reported that Vin Diesel and The Rock both have contractual clauses that explicitly say they can.
I like to think that when God asked Abraham to sacrifice his son, he came down on the mountain at the burning bush and said, "Yo, bro, I was joking, dude. I was joking. Come on, it was just a joke, bro. It was a social experiment, bro."
Not lose a fight in movies. Michael Fattel, a producer, confirmed that fight scenes were choreographed beforehand to ensure they didn't end up too one-sided. During a scene in 2017's Fate of the Furious, Dwayne Johnson apparently had the script tweaked to have his character sit down on the floor instead of lying after taking a beating during one fight, because The Rock never lays down. It was reports like this that slowly chipped away at The Rock's near-perfect reputation, but nobody seemed to criticize Vin Diesel for doing the exact same thing, and perhaps that bothered Dwayne even more. During the promotion for F9, Diesel did an interview with Men's Health where he admitted to using tough love on set when it came to Johnson's portrayal of Hobbs. It was a tough character to embody, the Hobbs character. My approach at the time was a lot of tough love to assist in getting that performance where it needed to be. As a producer to say, okay, we're gonna take Dwayne Johnson, who's associated with wrestling, and we're going to force this cinematic world.
I'm ready to start my sociopath arc. Let's start a sociopath arc.
Do it.
We either start our sociopath arc or we start our murderer arc, and I'm not sure I'm ready to kill people yet.
To regard his character as someone that they don't know, Hobbs hits you like a ton of bricks. That's something I'm proud of. Yet again, on the surface, it seems like Vin is praising The Rock, but it could be interpreted that he is literally taking credit for Johnson's role. He is basically saying that if he wasn't the producer, then Dwayne would not have performed the role as Hobbs good enough. What we know for a fact is that The Rock was not very fond of Vin's comments. Telling Vanity Fair, one part of me feels like there's no way I would dignify any of that bullshit with an answer. The Rock then addressed the Instagram post that he made in 2016, 5 years ago, that started this whole feud. He said the post caused a firestorm, yet interestingly enough, it was as if every single crew member found their way to me and either quietly thanked me or sent me a note. But yeah, it wasn't my best day. He said, I shouldn't have shared that, because at the end of the day, that goes against my DNA. I don't share things like that, and I take care of that kind of bullshit away from the public. They don't need to know that. That's why I say it wasn't my best day. He stood behind his previous comments, but he did reiterate that sharing his displeasure for
Hey, if anybody in chat thinks that they could kill somebody, tell me how you would kill somebody.
Vin Diesel was not the right thing to do. He mentioned again the alleged meeting with Vin in his trailer, where he said that him and Diesel are philosophically two different people and we approach the business of movie making in two very different ways. Still, Johnson held resentment towards his co-star, and he denounced Diesel's big brother comments. I've been around the block a lot of times. Unlike him, I did not come from the world of theater, and you know, I came up differently and was raised differently, and I came from a completely different culture and environment, and I go into every project giving it my all, and if I feel that there's some things that need to be squared away and handled and taken care of, then I do it, and it's just that simple. So when I read that, just like everybody else, I laughed hard. Clearly whatever happened between Johnson and Diesel was never really resolved, and as future films centered more around Vin Diesel, The Rock decided to make his exit. In July of 2021, Johnson revealed to the world that he would not be returning to the main franchise while speaking to The Hollywood Reporter. I wish them well on Fast 9, and I wish them the best of luck on Fast 10 and Fast 11 and the rest of the Fast and Furious movies they do that will be without me. And 4 months after Johnson said that he's never coming back, Vin Diesel made an Instagram post where he begged him to rejoin the franchise. My little brother Dwayne, the time has come. The world awaits the finale of Fast 10. As you know, my children refer to you as Uncle Dwayne in my house. There is not a holiday that goes by that they and you don't send well wishes, but the time has come. I say this out of love, but you must show up. Do not leave the franchise idle. You have a very important role to play. Hobbs can't be played by no other. I hope that you rise to the occasion and fulfill your destiny. The Rock was tired of being Lil Bro'd by Vin Diesel, and it really seems like Vin is continuing to troll him. Saying The Rock needs to fulfill his destiny is making it seem like The Rock playing this role for the 7th time is like some sort of major career milestone, as if his movie career would crash and burn if he was not
totally
in Fast
would.
10.
I don't even know
This post made
Dwayne
by
Rock
Vin Diesel
Johnson outside of the
backfired,
Tooth
and it
Fairy in
pushed The
Fast and
Rock even
Furious.
further away. Johnson claimed he was very surprised by Vin's recent post during an
What has he
interview
even
with
been in?
CNN. This past June, when Vin and I actually connected, not over social media, I told him directly and privately that I would not be returning to the franchise. I was firm yet cordial with my words and said that I would always be supportive of the cast and always root for the franchise to be successful, but that there was no chance I would return. He specifically didn't like how Vin mentioned his children in the post. I guess he's not Uncle Dwayne after all. Unfortunately for The Rock, reality slapped him in the face. It became abundantly clear that The Rock needed the Fast franchise more than he realized. In 2021, Dwayne appeared opposite Emily Blunt in the fantasy adventure film Jungle Cruise, which was a box office bomb. With an estimated combined production and promotional cost of $365 million, the film needed to gross around $500 million worldwide in order to break even, but fell short at $221 million. Then Johnson appeared in another box office bomb in the form of Black Adam, a 2022 superhero film that Variety estimated needed $600 million to break even, falling short once again at $393 million worldwide. The failure of Black Adam was particularly bothersome for fans because he used his status to obtain a classic Marvel story that had never been brought to the big screen, only to dilute the character and turn him into another movie stroking The Rock's ego. Black Adam was supposed to be a dark, sinister anti-hero. The reason why the Marvel Cinematic Universe has become such a massive success around the world is because of how all of the characters can tie together. The Rock did not care about how the character fits in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. He wants to be the universe. But The Rock's universe is a repetitive, predictable movie where he plays the Macho Man with a kind heart who never loses a fight, never dies, and always concludes with a happy ending. People were simply fed up with The Rock and the way he ruined Black Adam, which led to people comfortably and confidently just speaking out about all of the other things they despised about him, like his tendency to tell absurd lies. When it comes to food, diet, and his health and wellness, he seems to exaggerate quite a bit.
I can tell you with a little bit of uncertainty because I failed math, I was probably at that time ingesting about anywhere between 6 to, well, I would say possible almost 8,000 calories a day.
He set the internet on fire when he claimed that he eats 6,000 to 8,000 calories per day. For someone as dedicated as he is to his diet and exercise, achieving a near perfect physique at 52 years old, he should know exactly how much he is eating per day. But countless experts were just not convinced that The Rock was telling the truth.
I can tell you there is no way The Rock burns off enough calories to average 6,000 to 8,000 calories a day and look like this. If he actually ate those kind of calories, 6,000 to 8,000 a day, he would be 100 pounds overweight. There is no way he eats this much.
Naturally, this opened the door for people to discuss the other elephant in the room. Does The Rock use steroids? After all, he is 52 years old, 260 pounds with only 7% body fat, a physique that most people half his age couldn't achieve naturally. He admitted to using steroids for 2 weeks when he was 18 and then never touched them again. And yet, health experts and previous steroid users were convinced he was lying.
The Rock is not natural, okay? The Rock he's not a patient of mine, so I don't worry about getting sued.
We're going to be talking about what steroid cycle I think The Rock uses.
Perhaps I'm crushing people's dreams saying I don't believe The Rock's natural, but hey, here in the real world, you don't look like The Rock at 50 without taking something.
One of the more strange lies that The Rock told was when he tried to convince the world that he never had In-N-Out Burger 3 times. In 2017, The Rock posted an Instagram photo at the In-N-Out drive-thru with the caption, "I've never been to In-N-Out before," and then goes on to describe his delicious meal. Then 5 years later, he posted a video seemingly forgetting about his 2017 experience.
Maybe he just has dementia. He's 52.
Because this is the very first time that I have ever tried an In-N-Out burger
or In-N-Out fries, or anything from In-N-Out for that matter.
Then 15 months later, he posted for the third time saying that this was his very first In-N-Out burger experience.
This is the third time he's done it. He keeps pretending that he's trying In-N-Out for the first time every couple of years. Why? Why are you lying about that? You could just say, like, I love In-N-Out, so I'm going back to In-N-Out. Let's go. Can't wait for more In-N-Out. Why does it always have to be your first time? We know it's not.
It appears that the first picture was actually his first time going. The second post was clearly an attempt to advertise his tequila brand.
The Rock,
and the third attempt was just, well, The Rock being The Rock. There is no exact reason as to why he lies about these things, but it seems to revolve around him being hyper-focused on creating this larger-than-life brand as The Rock. If you follow his Instagram, you will realize that The Rock wakes up earlier than anyone, eats more food than anyone, works out more than anyone, travels the world, does $100 million movies. The Rock does everything bigger and better, but he throws in little jokes and posts his Sunday cheat meals to let you know he is still human and you can relate to him. Then he can use that charm to sell you his newest movie, his tequila, the XFL, or whatever brand is paying him for an advertisement. He doesn't even seem like a human anymore. He seems like an AI version of Dwayne Johnson created in a lab to be a walking, talking advertisement, and people just simply got tired of it. After the two colossal movie failures and his public reputation at an all-time low, The Rock conveniently decided to settle his differences with his big bro Vin Diesel. After he said he never wanted to work on the Fast franchise again, and that he and Vin Diesel are just fundamentally two different men who will never see eye to eye, he posted a video on Instagram saying he was going to return for Fast X.
So I am 100% confirming to you guys around the world that yes, it is true. Hobbs is back. Hobbs is back in the Fast and Furious franchise. So in terms of the why, I think, you know, when you, despite us having our differences, me and Vin, you know, we've been like brothers for years. And despite having our differences, when you lead with the idea of, number one, resolve, but then also you just think about the future and you think about plans that are much bigger than ourselves.
When The Rock desperately needed a career revival the most, Vin Diesel and the Fast franchise were happy to bring him back into the family. I guess this proves The Rock was Vin Diesel's little brother after all.
Alright, I gotta pee, and I gotta get G Fuel, and I gotta get water, and I gotta get this stuff.
Alright, buddy.
Alright. I'll be right back!
Now where?
Okay.
Hop on. I'm in. Yeah. Shots up ahead to the left.
What? Okay. This open up the chest and let's get the Iron Man boots or gloves. Yeah, we got the gloves. Are you interested?
I'm gonna go peek at this. I got some guns.
Okay. But just hop on then.
No. You drive. They can see the car. Remember? They know we're
skills. And Nina, okay, why are you being serious?
What's up?
Are you being focused on game?
I have ADD, so. I have ADD, so sometimes I forget stuff. I don't pay attention.
Okay. Yo, Pac-Man, welcome to the stream, man. How are you? I know I was not able to contact to anybody because of it's not working for me for past 2 days. So yeah, how was your stream? And we are actually having a collab with one and only Brain Page. We do try to open up his stream. And yeah, we are running some games Fortnite right now with him, and we had already come. I mean,
What's up?
we had played some chain
I have
together.
goldfish.
We didn't say completed because we just left.
This beef definitely seems real. Where the hell did this even stem from?
What's up?
Okay, Austin essentially begged for this fight. I mean, he originally wanted to fight Jake Paul, but that clearly didn't happen. So then he just started working himself down the LA influencer chain, I guess. And then he finally landed on Bryce Hall, where I guess he started beef by calling himself Bryce Hall's father, that he was his daddy. Yeah. And then I think Bryce
That's
Hall
weird.
finally said if he got $3 million, he would fight him. And here we are today. But what is Bryce's side of the story?
Well, I'll be honest. He was begging for me. He knows that there's money behind me. He wanted to suck my. I said no. He was sucking. You wanted this fight. I don't need this fight. You
To
begged.
be honest, you were last. You were last on my list. It was first Jake because me and you
begged for me.
fighting.
You begged for me. I said no. 7 times you begged for me. You needed this.
Again, if he lets me talk. He was last on my list. I'm gonna be honest. He was last on my list. It was Jake. We talked about fighting years ago. Unfortunately, it didn't happen. Then it was Logan. Me and Logan had the conversation. And then he was last on the list.
안녕 난 뛸 준비가
Respect him for being
됐냐니야.
on the list, right?
To be fair, I was campaigning for this match. Both of you, neither one of you have been in the ring before. You know, to fight for the first time, I think it's fair.
Have you ever been in a fight?
All right, yes, the testosterone is flowing. But what sparked the whole fight?
What kind of question?
Have you ever just been in a fight?
What kind of question is that? Of course I've been in a fight. I think everybody's been in a fight.
No, but have you ever been in like
What do you consider a fight?
if you step
What do you consider a fight?
and slap the oh my god, dude. Don't ever step up on me like that when you're serving me up in pajamas. Sleep in those pajamas, you stupid. Hold on. So I want Never step up on me like that again. Just watch.
Why do you think because
Hi, pretty guy. Do you want to teach me English? Sure. All right. So the English word for awesome is awesome. All right. Now you're gonna wanna remember that because you're awesome. I'm awesome. Everybody else is awesome. All right. We're awesome.
What was that? I mean, leave some energy for the fight. People are actually going to pay for this fight, but we kind of just saw it for free here.
What if this was just the trailer? It's just the teaser.
I mean, I guess, but how did Bryce attack but still go down first? And from there, it's pretty much just a mosh pit, so we gotta switch camera angles to Tanamanjo.
I thought it was Tanamanjos.
If you're watching this, fight me. Oh my god.
Alright, well, we actually just kind of...
It's incredible to listen better you than my school teachers in your pronunciation. Well, I'm what they call a real-blooded American. I bleed red, white, and blue. I was an orphan.
Kind of missed it there because she was too busy calling out Belle.
I believe that's what they call people who are fucking awesome from birth.
Thorne to get the money shot. But Austin responded to this whole carfluffle, or whatever you want to call this.
Carfluffle.
Doesn't carfluffle actually mean that you're realizing that everyone else has the same depth of a life as you? Never mind. Whatever you... Everyone else has the same depth of a life as you?
A commotion or fuss, especially when caused by conflicting views. There was a kerfuffle over the chairsmanship. Huh.
Never mind.
I didn't know that was an actual word.
That. But this is what Austin had to say.
Tried to tackle me. Bro, we about to fight. What you trying to tackle for? Bro, this whole wrestling dude. Hey, man, meet me outside. I'm going to be out there in about 5 minutes. Meet me outside.
I guess Austin just took a page from Danielle Bergoli's book. But he followed that tweet by saying, "Come to find out, Bryce Hall is as strong as my 10-month-old baby boy. Steel, boy, you want to fight him instead of me?" Wait, did he name his son Steel? And then Bryce Hall responded by saying, "June 12th is going to be slight work, El Mayo." Okay. Well, that's interesting to say the least. Will you guys be watching the fight? Please let me know in the comments down below. We will definitely not be streaming the fight because...
Alright, what's up guys and gals? Me Mudahar here.
Hello guys and gals, me
Dude,
Mudahar, and
whoa. Dude, we don't allow those curse words on this stream. This is a family-friendly stream, so get your fucking act together, alright?
Hey, we're just going to get right into the video, and I'm going to give you the big disclaimer as we start. Anybody that I discuss in this video, if you decide to falsely DMCA strike this video, I promise on my great-great-great-grandparents' soul, alright, that I will go out of my way to spend every dollar that I have to take you to court over a frivolous copyright dispute. I don't care how broken the YouTube system is. Generally, when covering scumbags, okay, sometimes they choose to employ this really terrible act.
You have a what with your what?
I have a title above my name now.
Ah. How's it feel to live in a world of make-believe?
Great.
And yeah, I just want to straight up preface this by saying I will choose to always fight back, as is my God-given legal right. Now that I've basically said everything that I needed to say, today we're looking at an interesting YouTube channel, one that is known as Mo Jamie Music. Now, this channel has about 3,080 subscribers, okay, so a pretty poppin' channel, 565 videos. Now,
I got
sitting over here,
goldfish.
Mudo, why would you cover a channel like this, ladies and gentlemen? It's so small. What did they do that was so wrong? What I'm about to show you is a set of clips that basically makes this guy worse than pretty much every single kick streamer that I've pretty much ever covered on my channel. And might
Hey,
make
we're
this
good
guy
people.
one of the
Kick
worst
streamers
people
are
that I've
awesome.
covered on YouTube. Because
Except for the
what
ones
they
that
do
are
is straight up
garbage.
criminal on camera. And at this moment in time, I really do implore that YouTube ban this channel. And most importantly, I really hope that law enforcement gets involved and either deports him from the country he's doing these crimes in, so nobody actually ends
Hi,
up
Cloud.
getting really, really hurt. So
I'm
going
not
to
a
Mo
clown.
Jamie's
Don't
channel,
laugh
one
at me, Cloud. I'm not a clown. Do you see a red nose? I'm not a clown.
you find is watch my daily gaming live streams and IRL watch our weekly vlogs. So on the surface, it doesn't sound really crazy. Hey, beautiful people, I'm Mo Jamie, an exciting new artist. I just love singing. I do it a lot in my room and sometimes post it here on YouTube for you amazing people. Okay, look, if you enjoy what I do, share. So there's immediately like a donation link to a business address, which, dog, how the fuck is e-begging a business? Get the fuck out of here. And of course, you've got TikTok, Twitter. None of this channel ever really aged all that successfully. But if you look at the actual channel, immediately on the surface, you might be like, "Whoa, this guy's just a fan of music, and he's got a girlfriend." Okay, like 57,000 views. Umrah vlog number 4, exploring the sacred lands of Saudi Arabia. So yeah, you know, he's got him and his Korean girlfriend or wife, I guess. Hopefully they're divorced soon. Now, immediately when I'm looking into this guy's history, the oldest video is like 14 years ago. This guy's been a pretty long time YouTuber. The channel is quite literally older than mine. It is in fact a vintage account on the internet. So a couple unearthed clips showed up that absolutely had me kind of, jaw dropping looking at my screen. So this is one post from r/sad cringe, where again it was titled "Foreign YouTuber Abuses a Girlfriend and a Dog." So immediately, two of the worst things that I've seen, and all in 1 minute and 4 seconds of a video clip that you can watch right now. So if you look at some of these clips, it is actually pretty difficult to watch. Let's look at the first video right here.
To be honest, I think it's better having menopause than erectile dysfunction.
I think I already passed the menopause. I'm never horny in my life.
Why are you talking like this? When I'm streaming dumb.
I thought you were talking to Willis.
What the fuck?
What's in your mind?
No, I thought talking to Melissa.
Are you a loose?
So yeah, that was a clip where literally he got caught physically assaulting his wife on camera. Quite literally, all for just vlogs or clout or whatever. I also like how this started off with him basically talking about erectile dysfunction and menopause, bringing his wife into a conversation. And she pretty much just said, yeah, I think I'm at menopause already. I don't even get horny. And he immediately gets like fucking visibly angry. I guess the fact that your wife can't get off to you is that you look like a broccoli top douchebag. And that might be what's putting her off, okay? You can sit as shirtless and twinked up as you want. But if a woman ain't gonna be attracted to you, dog, there's no amount of physical violence you can do to make her attracted to you. It's fucked up. So then, of course, there are other clips like this where, accordingly, he was racist. Listen to this one.
That stupid back then.
Ooh, insert Asian slur. The Asian slur started with a C. I'm not gonna say it for obvious reasons on the platform, but I think there's I think people understand. The next clip is also really disgusting. It's animal abuse, and quite literally, if you watch it right now, I'm surprised if this video would even stay up on YouTube, per the TOS. Look at this.
Who are you calling? Go then, or tomorrow's gonna be a bad day for both of you. When I beat Shiru with the flip-flop, she always pees herself. I don't know why. Talk.
What is this, like a flex or something? How is it a flex to beat your wife? It's not okay.
So, I don't know if I have to blur this necessary part for the video, but obviously he's kind of kicking the dogs over here. And of course, one of the really gross things in this situation is he's picking up the dogs with just
no,
the
he's
harness.
my food. He's my food. The guy's
like literally his wife on camera is like, you can't do that to animals. Like he's literally picking them up by like the harness like this, like closer to the neck area. Not something that's good. Kicking your dogs and treating them like that is just, again, some of the lowest behavior that I've seen. And it puts this scumbag at a worse level than like most of the streamers and douchebags that I've covered.
here look like I swear to God. Sometimes when I'm at the gym, I want to their ass because they look so hot. Swear to God, you don't even look manly.
Bro, that sounds like some real Taliban, like you gotta have a beard? Otherwise, you might attract some people, alright? Look, if you're into dudes, you're into dudes, alright? You just gotta be honest about it, okay? Come out of the closet if you can. Most importantly, stop physically assaulting people and abusing animals. You know what's insane about this too is like literally like years ago, this is the kind of stuff that would have been buried and people wouldn't have been discussing. Or, you know, somebody who had these kind of skeletons in the closet wouldn't be brought to light. But now it's just happening on YouTube Live, for crying out loud. Like, I would probably say this might have been like some TikTok live stream or a kick stream. But no, this is happening literally on YouTube Live. And again, this guy is a pretty active streamer as well too, where they constantly just like upload these shitty fucking vlogs all day, every day. Now this guy is pretty used to censorship, and of course if you go to one of the most latest videos, 3.1 thousand views, and of course, interestingly enough, there's only hearts, and let's go! Yeah, I wonder if the comment sections are getting cleaned up over here. This shit is somehow more censored than all of North Korea. It's actually insane to witness. It's crazy shit. So I started to look at some of his other live streams, and of course, it really obviously is apparent that this guy isn't probably from South Korea. In fact, unfortunately, this guy seems to originally be an immigrant or someone that used to live in my great true white north of Canada. Listen to this one right here.
And never whined about it. And he was a workaholic, worked a lot, enjoyed working. And you know, in Canada, it's full of waste men and waste men taking benefits from the government. And my mom told my dad that, you know, you're not a waste man. You can take the benefits from the government since you have an illness. But he said he'd rather die than get a handout from anybody. So he said he's gonna work until he dies. And that's what he did. He came home from work that day and then he got into a coma and passed away. My dad was a top G, bro.
I have a problem. If he came home, went into a coma, and then died, why did you, when he went into a coma, not take him to the hospital? Why did you just let him die in a coma in your house? Like, what the fuck?
Oh, yeah, it explained it. Your dad was a top music. Of course, this guy's a fucking Andrew Tate fan. God damn, it makes sense. But yeah, that's kind of an interesting story. I mean, if you picked up the spousal abuse from your dad, then I really don't have any sympathy for this entire family right there. Yeah, again, ladies and gentlemen, may I remind you, this guy's talking about the waste man collecting benefits in Canada. Dog, you're living on a tourist visa off of the back of your wife in South Korea, based on what a bunch of internet investigators were looking at in this situation. So I really don't think this scumbag has much to talk about with that whole hard work and pick yourself up by the fucking bootstraps.
Yo, Peachy Nation, Gooner Nation! Hello, Gooners! How are you today? Was the Edge Fest great? Yo, Peachy Jade with the big hosty. Fatter than her ass. I didn't say that. It was the people out in the amphitheater. If you could see them back there, they're out there. They're cheering for you. There are literally people in the streets riding right now. I saw somebody flip a car. They are so fucking happy for you. Lil good. How are you, hun? I'm doing all right. I slept in today because I wasn't feeling great. So then I got up and I said, I'm gonna watch some videos on the stream. I'm gonna be a stream memer. So then we meme streamed, and then I got my Harry Potter wand. I was Expelliarmusing these bitches. Literally Expelliarmused her panties off. And then I got my slug out. Then I Expelliarmused her panties off again because she tried to put them back on. I was like, nah, get comfy, baby. We're memeing in the stream. And now we're here. And then I was like, Expelliarmus, and her bra came off, and now we're just chilling.
Now, I think the clips that I showed you were pretty...
Yeah, we're just chilling. Nah, we don't Leviosa the bra, we Leviosa the booba so her back doesn't hurt. We're like Leviosa, and then her back doesn't hurt anymore.
Pretty much enough to warrant a...
But don't worry, Jade, I got you. I'm gonna help your back. You ready? Leviosa! Leviosa! There you go, now your G-cups will feel better.
Total ban off of YouTube, and not just a ban off of YouTube, but a serious investigation by the South Korean embassy to basically
I know your boobs, not your boobs hurting you, your back, so your boobs don't hurt your back. Your Leviosa, so you don't get that sag.
Revoke this guy's travel visa and have him, deported out of the country. I honestly think this guy should be deported out of Canada. I don't want this scumbag in my country either collecting
benefits. But your boobs don't hurt
like,
you at all? Wow, man. I wish I had a G cup and it didn't hurt.
Like waste man, apparently, okay? It's not gonna happen. Not on my watch. Not something that I enjoy
But I'm the Goblin Gooner in the cave right now, as you can see in my meme dungeon. Lol, right?
Now, of course, the reality of this situation
is because Jade is a perfect 10 out of 10.
Come...
Lol, yeah, you are. Yeah, I'm just sitting here in my garage with my Lamborghini, with my hot dog weenie, eating fettuccine. You need some light? Okay. Bada bang. We have light. That's a mood. Eating my pasta linguine. Look, there's my Teddy Ursa. Yeah, it's Teddy Ursa. You can see all of them. You can even see my Dragonite over there. And then there's a red panda over there. I love my Teddy Ursa. It's so suave. It's so suave.
Comes across as one of these like Muslim Allah Ta'ala can only.
We learned that Nikocado Avocado pretended to be a Batman villain today. That Wanda's legit. Well, you know what they say, Lumos. Then I'm over here, and she decided to come over, and I said Expelliarmus, and those panties dropped.
Judge me when in reality ये कुत्ते का बच्चा खबीज बहनचोद को इस मुल्क से बाहर फेंकना चाहिए, ladies and gentlemen. You know, I get really mad sometimes, and I just switch languages like that. Okay, I'm really sorry. Sometimes it happens. But this guy's just one of those scumbags where it's literally like only God can judge me. You know, at the end of the day, like he's some reformed scumbag, when in reality he makes a pretty poor image for Muslims.
I'm a wizard.
Alone, like,
I'm top of the class. Yeah. Alright, I gotta go to my Nana's B-Day. Have a great stream, babe. You tell your Nana to have the best birthday, and you get a piece of cake for me, okay? I don't like cake, but you can have a second piece because you're that awesome.
His own Arab kind in this situation.
Have a lovely day.
In front of the rest of the world. Now, given South Korea's predilection towards misogyny, I really don't think that the South Korean government or the police is really going to do a whole heck of a lot because of the misogyny. I think the animal abuse angle might be a little bit better in terms of reporting.
Yeah, I'm not a big cake fan.
Just because
I like cupcakes. I don't know why I like cupcakes, but I don't like cake. But I'm a big ice cream person. Ice cream cakes, those are awesome. If you can, get a Reese's one from fucking Dairy Queen. Those things slap.
Look at the history of, you know, South Korea. And you might tend to notice that obviously things like the nth room.
I hope you have a good Nana's birthday. I hope you go live afterwards. I want to see you play fucking Zelda.
Blackmail,
actually, Zelda, because you should actually play Zelda.
That was literally happening on Telegram between 2018 to 2020 in South Korea.
Bullet!
I mean, literally, you had people distributing the most illegal.
Bullet! Don't make me Expelliarmus those panties off, baby. Expelliarmus. Lumos.
Of material pretty openly. It wasn't even on the dark web for crying
out loud. How's it going, Bullet? How's it going? How you doing? What you doing?
Okay, and if it's a topic that I really think people should.
You didn't answer my question, Bullet. Are we okay with the riding the donkey off into the sunset and kissing underneath the cherry blossoms? You didn't tell me yet. Were we kissing under the cherry blossoms or not? Because I need to know if I need to plant these cherry blossoms.
To this one article from eastasiaforum.org, the more I look into it, like this really harrowing statistic, in a 2015 study by the actual government, 80% of respondents, the vast majority of whom were women, reported that they were harassed in their workplace, okay? When you've got 80% of women, all right, quoted in this, or like actually like, you know, assessed, saying that they were harassed, you've got more than just a problem. And of course, Human Rights Watch reported that nearly 80% of male respondents admitted to violent acts against an intimate partner in a 2017 survey. Again, both really disgusting, shocking statistics. You would think that a country as advanced
80%
and, you know,
is kind of excessive.
Up there as South Korea, one of the largest economies in the world, and of course, one of the more advanced societies, they would treat this topic with a bit more care and finesse. But it seems like the country's got a long way to go. Now, obviously, looking more into this situation, the thing that really baffles me about this is how this is allowed to basically occur for so long. Again, I've covered topics and channels that have been infinitely smaller than this. If you don't remember, about a year ago, I covered a YouTube channel known as Josiah Mizukami, an individual where literally they uploaded a clip where they were talking about the truth of, you know, pedophilia, like literally, unironically, like actually defending this criminal act. And of course, that person later ended up thankfully getting arrested. Law enforcement actually ended up getting involved. And I think one of the reasons for me talking about this specifically is that, look, at the end of the day, what I've seen is some really disgusting material. But at the end, I think there is a serious fork in the road moment right now where law enforcement, the government, YouTube, and various other platforms this guy is on, whether they be Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, can get involved and really give that poor woman actual like attention. That poor woman and the dogs, okay? Because at the end of the day, You know, I've seen unfortunate situations. I've researched unfortunate situations where domestic violence ends up putting the abused into a body bag. And you know, usually when situations get to that point, people are sitting there wondering, "Whoa, what could we have changed?" Well, this is a situation where I honestly think this woman could be dead if this guy is just allowed to operate. The kind of looks that he gives her, the easy slaps, especially on camera. Like, this guy clearly doesn't care about what people think about him, right? Or he thinks this might be based or some Chad maneuver, when in reality, it's like, if you're this comfortable doing it on camera, I can only fear how bad things are when the camera is off. So I really do think that law enforcement should get involved. And I think that, honestly, you know, this is a situation where the Canadian government or the South Korean government, preferably both, should really get involved and start revoking this guy's access to either country. Because I don't want him to be a fucking Canadian. And I'm sure my South Korean audience doesn't want this fucker to be a South Korean either, okay? Especially if this dude's rolling off the back of a marriage visa or a tourist visa or whatever fucking low-life shit this guy is doing. You know, at the end of the day, it really comes down to whenever I see these people kind of in like this red pill manosphere, I really feel like there needs to be some better parenting. Like, if my dad ever saw me raise my voice to my wife, I wouldn't be making videos.
If I ever fucking even thought about hitting my wife, my dad would fucking literally fly off the handle, hit me with his car, and bury me in the backyard. He wouldn't even care.
I think I would actually be dead. All right, simple as that.
My dad would
If
kill
not in
me.
the hands of my dad, then definitely in the hands of my dad-in-law. Simple as that.
If not, my
And
mom would
honestly,
kill me for
if you're
sure.
some
She'd
kind of a
fucking
man,
straight up shoot me.
You should probably consider being respectful to the people that you're supposed to take care of. Your family, your animals, your children. I hope to God this dude doesn't fucking procreate. But at the end of the day, I've seen some really disgusting shit in my time. But this stuff absolutely sends me. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not even going to ask you to like, comment, and subscribe. There's nothing to like about it. I am out. Hello, guys and gals. Me, Mutahar.
Everybody, remember a couple years ago when people were being kidnapped by killer clowns?
And TikTok is terrible. TikTok conspiracies are ruining and business destroying, I guess is what we're going to go off with, okay? It's sort of the opening statement. I'm a little all over the place, but one thing I want to start off with is I take a lot of serious topics incredibly seriously. You know, when you watch a Barely Sociable video, a Nexpo video, a Mama Max video, a Night Docs video, my video, whenever we talk about the horror side of the internet, some crazy conspiracy, we take everything incredibly seriously. There's a lot of fact checking.
I never take anything seriously.
There's a lot of time and hours that go into discovering these conspiracies and either trying to debunk them or trying to call out misinformation, right? Now, TikTok is a place where anybody can upload a 60-second video and it going viral like no tomorrow. And for conspiracies, this can either be really, really great or it can be terrible. And in today's case, it's entirely terrible because we're going to actually, you know, what am I saying? I'm just going to let the video do the talking for itself.
I might be involved in trafficking, but it's evidence to back it up. Let me know what you think.
What?
Toby.
Oh, whoa! Amazon might be involved in something like
How do you think Amazon might be trafficking people? I'm pretty sure it's like you either trafficking people or you're not.
Your pound sign, euro sign, icking? Well, my God, there's a way to avoid the algorithm and demonetization. I guess this might be it. But you know what? There might be evidence behind it. Well, let's check it out.
So someone has sent me this glowing hat on Amazon, and I want you to guess how much this costs before I say it. Just take a quick guess, pause the video.
I don't know. $1, $5, $10,
I'm gonna say 15.
$15, $20, 5,000 rupees, 10,000 dinar. Let's find out.
I think it's 3
now,
shekels.
if you did not say $15,875.52, then you are wrong.
I wasn't even close to 15,000, but if we're gonna do something real quick, objection! That's a lie. Now,
Objection! Overruled. I declare Mario guilty and orders him to clean the island. Court adjourned. Master Mario.
Well, that is a big amount that this person showed us, 15,000. I'm not even close to that. I want to actually call out that this is pure misinformation for the reason alone that if you look into the item that they were showing, Lumistic LED flashing sequin fedora hat, blah, 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 white 120 fedora. Now, I'm going to show you the actual price where this person misinformed and told everyone that this was 15,000 real quick. Hold on. Now, this was captured off of the iOS platform, okay? So you can only really see this on mobile because on the desktop right here, as you can imagine, you can actually find this exact hat, but for some reason I couldn't see the buying options, so instead I decided to record it on my phone and just show you what it looked like from here. Now, if you go into the actual phone application and you can actually look at the exact white hat here, you can see that the further we go across, the 120 hat that we just saw is actually $778. That still seems like a lot of money, but we'll get to that in a second. Or at least now you know that there has been misinformation captured. So let's go on further through the original video.
But these ridiculous prices for these basic hats is exactly why some people believe that this is an undercover illegal business is happening right on Amazon.
All right, I hate it when conspiracy theories go into the some people believe stuff. It's true, some people do believe it. But you know what? Some people also
believe that murderers aren't real. I mean, there are people who don't believe Australia's real.
Also believe that Argonians run the world too. Doesn't mean we have to push these theories and have them put into the trending section. Remember, this video actually made it to TikTok trending. Over 2.5 million individuals actually viewed this video, and I'll show you why it's dangerous too. Let's go forward.
These hats, although they're the exact same hats, have completely different prices. $7,000, $15,000, and $3,000. And if you look at the ages tab, even though all the hats are the same, the ages are different. It says ages 3 months and up, and this one says ages 5 years and up. And if you dig even
now, I'm gonna blur this section, okay, a fair bit, because there's actually an address and a number that's not blurred out here. And now I believe that these people have already received their fair share of harassment, and I don't want to even remotely contribute one bit to that. I want to expect.
Oh my God! Thank you, Cloud. I didn't even see that. Oh shit. Thank you for shouting out Peachy Jade. If you don't know who Peachy Jade is, you should follow her. She's fucking 10 out of 10. Goddamn. Amazing balls.
Some sort of relaxation after they've basically been trended for committing it.
Also, I have to ask, have you ever been to a mini golf course, Lude?
No.
Okay, then never mind.
Terrible crime. Now, the different prices that we just saw, obviously it seems weird, and I'm gonna get to that in a second. But when you look at the ages, it has a lot to do with Amazon's toys and game sections. They do have to put an age rating on things. I believe in a lot of ways it's just an arbitrary age rating. I almost don't even think that they put them on themselves. I think it might just be an auto-generated thing. Anyways, don't quote me on that. I'm going to state that for the record because I'm not an Amazon seller. But again, let's go further into it.
Deeper, it'll say that the industry that they are is wholesalers of toys and games and also instruments, surgical and medical.
Okay, so wholesale sector. Okay, wholesale. Remember that very clearly. Toys and games. Have you ever been to a dollar store? They got a lot of wholesale toys and games sent over to them. Medical tools? Yeah, that's pretty popular in wholesale. It doesn't have to do with high-end medical equipment. Could literally be bandages and band-aids, which usually are sold in wholesale, from what I recall. Now, this is the hat in question. Yeah. We're at the debunking phase now that we've seen a viral TikTok conspiracy go like crazy and people immediately try to believe it. Now, let's go look into it. This is the hat. Lumistic LED flashing sequin fedora hat. Now, this is a 120, hat edition. But to look into this, okay, why Amazon would be involved or Amazon would even allow a absolute heinous crime on their website when they're a multi-billion-dollar company and absolutely have federal agencies internationally risk it, I don't know. But if we look back to the prices that I dug out on my product, on my actual device, again, you can actually see that they have multiple ranges. So 320 Fedora, 2 Fedora, 3 Fedora, all of this, and they keep advancing in price. Now, of course, ladies and gentlemen, the $15,000 Fedora that was just mentioned is one that's assorted. So it's not even the white color Fedora that we saw. It's basically them just tossing every single Fedora they had to you. Now, you may be wondering, Muda, let's explain the prices. Now, I'm a pretty stupid guy, okay? I've been to college, all right? And if it's one course that I guess excelled at to an extent was calculus, okay, mathematics. And we're not even going to get close to that level of math. I'm going to prove to you what it is. Now, of course, as you can see, 10 fedoras are $94. They're selling it in bulk, you idiots! You dumb morons! They're selling these in bulk! That's what's going on! Wait. Hold on a second. Let's go to the disproving section. Let's open up a goddamn calculator. 4 divided by 10. We've got $9.04. Let's open up a text editor. Let's write that down. With 10 fedoras, okay, audience, with 10 fedoras, okay, we get what? $9 per fedora if we buy this option, right? Okay? So let's put that down somewhere. Let's go further. Let's go all the way to the end. Ah, the $120 fedora, the 778. I'm sure let's see how much that is, okay? Let's take 778. Divide that by 120 fedoras. $6.48. Gee, it's almost like buying products in bulks makes the per unit cost cheaper. $6.04.
Science.
Let's put that one down. Okay, let's see the $15,000 fedoras at. Oh, dude, 15,800. Boy, they're really committing crimes on there. Let's do the math. Let's get the math involved here. Let's check if you can save 15% on Geico. 15,875. Okay, is that true? Here, let's add the 52 cents. Why not? Divide that by 2,880 fedoras. You're buying a trailer. $5.05. $5.50. Let's do that. 2,880 fedoras. Why you would buy that many? I don't know. You must be running a pretty awesome party. $5.50. So as you all can see, ladies and gentlemen, as you all can imagine, this is the bulk per unit price. See, to understand basic bulk buying, wholesale purchasing like this company would be doing, 10 fedoras would give you $9 per unit, right? Whereas somebody who spends on 120 fedoras at one time pays $6 per unit. And then somebody who's buying almost 3,000 fedoras is paying $5.50. So you understand how bulk purchasing works, okay? You buy these fedoras for $15,800, you run them in a party, or you upcharge them in some dollar store out there, run a couple deals, and make your money back. That's how mafia works. That's how bulk purchasing works. You understand that? You get that? Now, not every TikTok user has a reading comprehension, of dead, essentially, okay? Not every TikToker is fucking brain dead. There are some intelligent ones, like this person who says, no, see, you're buying hundreds of hats. To which another person says, they're in bulk. Congratulations. You are not a complete moron.
You're smarter than a fifth grader.
You are actually the smartest person, and you deserve a better platform to shitpost on. I'm just going to put that out there. You people are absolute saints. There are people who still actually believe in the Wayfair conspiracy that we talked about a long time ago that was so heavily debunked by me and plenty of other YouTubers out there. There are still individuals that believe it. Same thing was said about Wayfair before it was confirmed. All right, you need to take a break from TikTok and start watching the actual news or read news articles. The news? You mean the place that didn't report Wayfair? The news that owned and ran by the government? All right, calm down there, Chief. All right, let's keep the conspiracy nonsense down a little bit. All right, it's fun to laugh at here and there. I know about the Argonian conspiracy. I get it. I know about the lusty Argonian. Let's keep it leveled. Bro, this is just the Wayfair hoax all over. Thank you! Not everyone is a troglodyte. Faith in humanity is slightly restored. Of course, you might be wondering, after that barrage of misinformation, do we double down or do we agree that maybe I was wrong? Well, no, you double down. Anything is official. I'm not saying anything is official. It's just suspect. All right. Cover the ass legally, I'd say, right? Because TikTok has copyrighted music, I have to paraphrase what's being said, but effectively the idea is, why are hats being sold this expensive in bulk during a pandemic for parties? They're selling double-end and dragon dildos too. It doesn't mean that, during a pandemic, it doesn't mean that business is just going to stop. People online shop. Some dude might just want to buy party hats for some reason. Hey, there's some weird rich people out there. I'm just going to put that out there. Law of averages. So this point involves in asking if these are sold in bulk. Still, why is it that the age ratings on these products are typically that of 5 years or older, or 3 months or older, or whatever? So let's debunk this real quick. Again, I didn't see that myself personally, so I think that this individual has like a different app. Maybe they're on Android, I'm on iOS. Maybe the app shows something differently. The reality of it is that this most likely classified as something in the toys and game section, so of course they're just going to have an age range. These are relatively arbitrary. If we're going to go with the idea of 3 months and up, why is it that this one is almost $8,000 and its age rating is 3 months and up, and somehow this is $4,000 and it also has the same age rating? So literally the entire point just got debunked right there. You put the debunk up on the screen too. What is going on, TikTok?
But you know what I am going to do? I'm going to do some quick research on this entire thing. So I'm going to blur a bunch of this out because, again, they do tend to have addresses listed. But give me a second. I'm going to do what TikTok users don't do. Research. So I decided to do a bit of research, and I actually found out the company that is basically responsible for the entire brand of not just the hats, but all the other brands that they own. So they do own a fair bit of brands. Again, I'm not going to give out the information over. I'm just going to blur it, but of course, as you can tell, that there's a fair amount of brands, and this operation exists all the way from America to Asia and what you can imagine. It's a multinational affair dealing with it, okay? So a little bit of it, just to tell you what we're dealing with. Oh, reviewed in the United States on April 4th. So, what the? Save the kids! Alright, so apparently we're saving the kids over now. Interestingly enough, there's no verified reviewer. In fact, I'll let this go on just for a minute, and then I'll cut it off. Here's a positive review. Now, here's why both these reviews are dog shit, because none of them are verified! For those of you who don't know, Amazon has verified reviews, okay? To understand what a verified review is,
you have to buy the
product real quick, okay?
Right?
This is Shenmue 1 and 2 for the PlayStation 4, okay? Absolutely boring game, but of course you can see it has reviews. So let's go to the reviews real quick. I love the customer questions. Is it going to be on 1 disc or 2? It's going to be on cassette. Do you know where the sailors hang out? At the bar. Do you guys know who Londi is?
What's up, Zion? How you doing?
I'm done. This game is good. I love this website. Now, of course, you can see top reviews from Canada. Somebody writes, best game ever. Now, of course, it's a verified purchase, meaning this person actually bought the item. They didn't just write a review. Everyone that was seen on the other hat, the reviews that we just saw there on the hats, weren't verified. Nobody bought the product. Somebody just signed in. They wrote a review, whether it be scathing or not, and this is Amazon's way of telling you, okay, this person at least bought the product. Their review is a little bit more substantial. This one isn't, because I don't believe this is the best game ever. Of course, nostalgia does not win out. It does not stand the test of time. Thank you, okay? Nobody wants to play forklift jobs. The problem with these kind of conspiracies and what really pissed me off, beyond the obvious fact that it absolutely muddies an absolute serious topic that I take near and dear to my heart, because when I cover Wayfair, when I covered the trafficking hub rabbit hole, dude, that stuff still mentally screws with me. All right, the reason that pisses me off is when people, propagate this shit instead of looking at the actual problems. You know, you're sort of muddying the waters, in my opinion. You know, when I was doing trafficking hub, I was reading literal court cases, okay, filled with the most heinous stuff. And of course, to this day, it still mentally screws with me, okay? It's still some sleepless nights, but I'm not, again, I don't even want to think about that right now. Let's go to the actual ratings. You can see that so many people come up and say, why is this $1,500? It's sold in bulk. Why is it so expensive? 21 by, okay, why are the bulk amount answers the question so inconsistent? This person literally cannot do fucking math, okay? I literally did the math.
Why are they so inconsistent? Because when you buy more of them, the price can go down because they still make a profit.
Okay, I showed you how bulk
That's
sales
why it's
work.
inconsistent.
Absolute troglodytes. Why is this hat so pricey? It's $551 for 2,880 hats. Not a bulk purchasing. Now here's the top review, Save the Kids. Now, of course, you can see 818 people found this helpful, meaning that this was just barraged with reviews, okay? So I don't know how they were dealing with it. Maybe like Amazon stepped in or something. Who knows? Take this town. No hats are worth $15,000 unless you're traffic, suspect. Okay. Did you do the 5 seconds to read the title and realize it was a bulk sale? God, dude, these people are insane. Save our children. So they got a whole hashtag trending, all right? This isn't fucking Twitter, kids, okay? Let's be real. Why? Jesus will show you no mercy.
Oh my God.
You can't be this stupid. Save the children. Save our children. So again, they run this entire trending gamut on this situation. Absolutely, crapping on this business for no real proven reason. Now, people on the website will say, but Muda, how can you prove that this isn't the case? With that kind of logic, I guess we can just say, how can I prove lizard people don't fucking exist either, okay? Ladies and gentlemen, this is a bulk sale. If you look at the entire wholesaler category, the best way to disprove this is if this is real, then all of the wholesaler side on the internet is completely, shady to begin with, okay? When you are buying 3,000 units of something, it's going to cost $15,000 to $20,000.
Hi, Dougie.
This is as shady
What's
as if you
up?
look up wholesale bubblegum.
We're learning
and you're
about
like, what?
people who believe that Amazon is trafficking human beings because people don't understand how bulk selling works. Bulk sales don't exist. Trafficking people is much more believable.
Wow, why is it
That tracks. Yeah. But don't worry, it all started on TikTok, so we know it's reliable, Dougie.
$1,000? That's because you're buying 60,000 pieces of bubble gum to wrap and sell later, okay? 60,000 sticks of gum may cost you $15,000 to $20,000. It's not shady. It takes 5 seconds of reading. God, these people are brain dead. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be real with you. This is just insulting to the actual crimes that are committed. The actual problem that exists in trafficking.
TikTok is the alpha and omega of truth. Yes. We learned earlier that because it's on TikTok, kids will set themselves on fire. I heard that on TikTok. I'm not on TikTok, dude. Fucking, it's wild, man. It's wild. I honestly believe that TikTok is a psyop to fucking prove that there are some people who cannot be helped.
This is just muddying the waters, okay? This is.
I feel like it's a way to just fucking
and it's bad, okay?
prove
it
that
poorly.
it's just
YouTube did a pretty good job recently of releasing a video called the YouTube Creators it was the YouTube creator responsibility thing where YouTube literally came out and said, listen, we demonetize channels and we deal with channels in a very we channels that may not
anime bitches. I look at her titties, then I take her home and we count up these 50s. I come to your city, I sneak in your chimney, I tickle her kidney, and then I watch Disney. I love me some hentai, I go on next videos. Bitch, I'm deep, stick my dick in your Cheerios. Bitch, I'm deep.
Yo, Stoned Leprechaun, welcome to the Squirt Squad. Are you squirty enough for our Squirt Squad? Let me expelliarmus those panties off. How you doing today? What's going on? What's going on, champ? How you doing?
But are there to promote misinformation or make the platform look bad. They deal with them, and I think that argument can stand up to almost any platform. In extreme cases, of course. When you have TikTok, one of the largest growing platforms, and you have TikTok literally trending a fucking video to 3 million views that is so filled with misinformation and hearsay that it causes a company
because nobody has to research things. If it's implausible and it sounds like a conspiracy theory, it's more likely to be true and on TikTok. Fuck research.
Literally 1-star review bombed. It's insane. And the reality of it is it takes 20 seconds, okay? 20 seconds, less than 30 seconds, less than the average upload of a TikTok video to come to the conclusion that this is just a bulk sale and not some crazy conspiracy on the level of Wayfair, even though that was also disproven. This is insanity. Of course, let me tell you, the next TikTok here was promotion of the Smart Wallet, where you can, in fact, apparently somewhat earn money while playing mobile games. Like, for instance, play 3-minute games and win over $1,000 to cash every day. Totally not shady sounding at all, but it is what it is. And don't worry, it was already vetted, so there's nothing shady going on, apparently.
No,
right?
Nothing.
Earn a lot of money on my phone? What is that, the Smart Wallet? Well, I just checked up their website. If this is the same thing, all right, I'm just going to be real with you. This is what you should do if you're talking about conspiracies and you haven't done the research. I haven't done the research on this website that was just promoted right now. And I'm not going to say that it's a scam. I haven't looked into it. Of course, a cursory glance over here will see that it's just some articles like Applike, get paid to try free games. It's an app that introduces you to free mobile games you can redeem for PayPal Cash, Amazon, CVS, and Walmart. So gift cards, I guess. Play for like 3 years and get $20 at Walmart. Maybe. I don't know. But you know what I'm not going to do is I'm not going to outright say that these people are running a scam. See, that would require research and understanding of the situation.
That'd be going through court documents, not... dude, money? It's got to be trafficking people. Or drugs.
Honestly,
it's probably an opium den.
When I cover this stuff on the internet, when I cover very serious topics, the amount of research that goes into it is insane. There are days where there was a moment where I was working literally for 3 days straight on a video, the Trafficking Hub one, where I just sat in front of my computer, meticulously read case after case, and edited that video together. And that video was completely demonetized. It had to be, throwing it up there. We did it because the topic was important, because I considered it an important topic. When I see roughly the same topic being treated with so much disrespect, of course I'm going to be angry. Of course I'm going to make a video like this. Ladies and gentlemen, please do not chase after this. Do not go to the website and try to spam them with positive reviews. Don't even go to any creators mentioned. At the end of the day, I just wanted to cover this because, quite honestly, misinformation needs to be quelled down.
Yeah.
2024 is now the Pearl Harbor of the Australian breakdance community, and there's now a bunch of reports claiming that this influencer scammed the Olympics for a free vacation. So that's what we're going to try to get to the bottom of in today's video.
Scam the Olympics?
It's safe to say a lot of interesting things happened in the Paris 2024 Olympics, but nothing compared to what happened in the debut of the new Olympic sport, breakdancing. Now, obviously, we've all seen breakdancing, from the crying Asian kid throwing down the wildest windmill to more mainstream acts like the Jabberwockies. So there's a wide range for breakdancing. So how does this work in the Olympics? Well, the winner was determined by a panel of judges who scored each performance based on 5 criteria, each worth a fifth of the point. The criteria were technique, vocabulary, execution, musicality, originality, how the breaker wows the audience by making the dance of their own. And it's safe to say the one we're covering today definitely wowed the audience. Probably not in the way that she intended to, but at least it was very original. So meet Rachel Gunn, a now Olympic breakdancer, as she lists on her profile proudly. And she's apparently been breakdancing for a decade. Hard to believe when you saw her Olympic performance, but it definitely checks out if you do some research on her, as there's plenty of old articles to prove this. Here's an article from 2021 where apparently she's the #1 B-girl in all of Australia. And I also found a clip of her breakdancing here in 2012. Yeah, that definitely looks like her. Then you have another one here. How Rachel Gunn is breakdancing her way to the Paris Olympics. The Aussie trailblazer opens up. And then it goes on to ask, like, what was your training for the Olympics involved? I can imagine it must be intense. I train for 3 or 4 hours a day doing a mix of strength and conditioning, cardio, and flexibility work, and add on to focusing on different aspects of breaking. Pop rock, footwork, power, freezes, as well as preparing for battles. We train outside on the street at night, and I love that breaking has got that accessibility, even though it's a part of the games. It checks out. It seems like she's actually had a long breakdance.
I didn't know breakdance was part of the Olympics.
Catastrophically low in Australia, which I don't really believe, or she was just straight up trolling in the Olympics. Here's caption: this is Rachel Gunn. She has a PhD in cultural movement and convinced Australia to pay her for a trip to the Paris Olympics. She participated in breakdancing and got 0 points. Because, what is this? The kangaroo jump was the most oh, the water sprinkler. Dude, she is doing...
What the fuck is this? This isn't real.
What is that, like a curling thing? Like a big step?
This isn't real. This has to be fake. This has to be fake.
I'm actually impressed that her opponents had a straight face here. I feel like this is the first time ever I've watched an Olympic performance and gone, oh, I can do that. That's just never happened before. And she was extremely confident before she went to the Olympics.
I think my understanding of musicality going into breaking was very strong.
Your background's in ballroom dancing, right?
Yeah, I did ballroom for many years, and I also did jazz and tap and some hip hop as well.
Is there any kind of parallels between the two?
Look, I mean, I think my understanding of musicality going into breaking was very strong. My body awareness, my coordination, my eye for technique has been much stronger going into the dance.
But I guess the crime to the Australian people here is somehow she was selected to represent the Australian Olympic team. And this has created a lot of speculation, with articles claiming that the Australian breakdancer rigged the Olympic qualifier for free Paris vacation. That is such a far-fetched, like, title, but also when you see her performance, it's like, wait a second, did this actually happen? And here the tagline of this article says, it has come to light that Dr. Rachel Gunn, aka Ray Gunn, manipulated the Olympic qualifier by setting up her own governing body, denying grants to underprivileged performers, and allowing her husband to coach the national team. Australians
I gotta help
started
the
a
kiddo with
petition
his
demanding an
homework.
investigation
Okay.
and an apology.
Have fun
That
with
sounds
math, science, English, social studies, and maybe algebra.
extremely far-fetched. I'm not sure if I buy that.
All the love,
but as of
Dougie.
now, Change.org has actually removed that petition for violating their community guidelines. So I mean, so far, her denying grants of underprivileged dancers, that just sounds way too far-fetched. But now the Australian Olympics Commission has condemned this petition as well. And here they actually laid out the following facts. The Oceania qualifying event held Sydney in October 2023 was conducted under the Olympic qualification system determined by the international governing body, World Dance Sport Federation, as approved by the International Olympic Committee. The judging panel for the event was selected by the WDSF and consists of 9 independent international judges who were brought to Australia specifically to provide fair, expert, and transparent education. That's not education. That's... play the Google Translate for that.
Adjudication.
The event was conducted by Aus Breaking under the Auspices of Dance Sport Australia and the WDSF and complying with WDSF guidelines. Athletes from 4 countries, Australia, New Zealand, Papua New Guinea, and Fiji competed. Dr. Rachel Gunn, in winning the Oceania Breaking Championship in October 2023, was legitimately nominated by Dance Sport Australia to the AOC for selection of the Australian Olympic team.
There's
Dr.
no
Rachel
way this
Gunn
is
holds
real.
no position with AUS Breaking or Dance Sport Australia in any capacity. She is simply an athlete who competed in the qualifying event, which she won. There was no appeals from any athlete. Dr. Gunn has no responsibility for any funding decisions of her sport. Mr. Samuel Free is a coach who holds no position with Aus Breaking or Dance Sport Australia in any capacity and was not a judge for the qualifying event. Australian Olympic team chef de mission, Anna Mears, was not involved in the qualifying event or nomination of athletes. Dance Sport
If she was
Australia and the
picked,
athletes received no
what-
federal government
who are the
funding.
other people,
The
then?
AOC provided high performance
There has to be
funding
other
to Dance
people.
Sport Australia for breaking and its own financial resources. The Australian Olympic Committee fully funded the Australian Olympic team's campaign to Paris. No federal taxpayer funds were sought nor provided for the Olympic team's Paris campaign. The $25 million cost for the team was met entirely by the Australian Olympic
What?
Committee. Okay, so that leaves me with a question. Was this event just not advertised enough? Because something just seems extremely off about this. How and or why is Australia lacking so far behind all of the other nations when it comes to breakdancing? When, I mean, normally Australia does very well in summer Olympic sports. But Rachel has now responded twice to her
How is
performance.
breakdancing
The
a
first
summer
time,
Olympic
she
sport?
responded by saying, "Don't be afraid to be different. Go out there and represent yourself. You never know where it's going to take you. Ray gun." And she went silent for about 6 days after that, with people commenting, "As a 3-time Olympian who almost died twice in my journey for the Olympic Games, I feel the value of the Olympian brand has been severely diminished by this spectacle." The original Olympic motto is
go that
Sidious
far.
Altius Fortius, faster, higher, stronger, yet nothing about her performance remotely embodied the Olympic spirit. To make matters worse, she scored a grand total of 0 points, and she's from a nation with a proud sporting tradition. Let's think logically about this. Honestly, I'm furious this was allowed to occur at the Olympics. It was selfish and short-sighted, and I truly believe it contributed to a negative view on breakdancing in the Olympics. This only served to punish the actual breakdancing community and was selfish and embarrassing oversight by Australia. Don't have a good enough contender? Don't compete. No sweat, I can't breakdance either. You're not different, you're completely unqualified. So clearly,
True.
people were not a fan, and as I said previously, it was just complete radio silence for her for about 6 days until she posted this video right here.
Hi everyone, Ray Gunn here. I just want to start by thanking all the people who have supported me. I really
Who would support you?
appreciate
That
the
performance was
positivity,
awful.
and I'm glad I was able to bring some joy into your lives. That's what I hoped. I didn't realize that that would also open the door to so much hate, which has frankly been pretty devastating. Well, I went out there and I had fun. I did take it very seriously. I worked my butt
No,
off
you didn't. Don't lie.
preparing for the Olympics, and I gave my all, truly. I'm honoured to have been a part of the Australian Olympic team and to be part of breaking's Olympic debut. What the other athletes have achieved has just been phenomenal. In regards to the allegations and misinformation floating around, I'd like to ask everyone to please refer to the recent statement made by the AOC, as well as the posts on the Ozbreaking Instagram page, as well as the WDSF Breaking for Gold page. Bit of a fun fact for you. There are actually no points in breaking. If you want to see how the judges thought I compared to my opponents, you can actually see the comparison percentages across the 5 criteria on Olympics.com. All the results are there. I'm going to be in Europe for a few weeks for some pre-planned downtime, but I'd really like to ask the press to please stop harassing my family, my friends,
Asking people to not
the
harass you
Australian
is a great way to stop the
breaking
harassment.
community, and the broader street dance community. Everyone has
I'm sure
been
they'll
through a
stop.
lot as a result of this, so I ask
They
you
seem like
to
decent
please
humans.
respect their privacy. I'll be happy to answer more questions on my return to Australia. Thanks, everyone.
Okay, wait. Olympics, break dance, female results. That's interesting because when you Google it, it says she still received 0 points. So there just must be a whole bunch of articles misinforming everyone about this, if that's actually true. Let's see. Olympics results. Breaking. I don't get what she's talking about here. Okay, so you have Group B Battle 4. You have Logistics versus Ray Gun. Logistics, I guess, was from the US. And here, Logistics received 18 votes, and Rachel Gunn received 0 votes. So I'm trying to find what she's talking about. So it is correct that she didn't receive a single point because she didn't receive a single vote. So yeah, here you clearly see where she received like no votes and thus 0 points. So sure, maybe they're not called points.
What's up,
but
Bullet?
there's definitely 0 here. So if they're called votes or whatever they're called, it's 0, 18, 0, 18, 0, 18 to all 3 of the times she competed. So definitely a confusing statement here. The top comment on her post says, "What do you have to say to the people whose opportunities you stole?" It's just an unfortunate situation. It's unfortunate that she represented Australia in this way, which has then caused a whole bunch of backlash. The majority of the backlash is people essentially just thinking that her performance was hilarious, and then you have the people who are genuinely upset that she took someone else's opportunity and or made a joke out of their sport that many people are extremely passionate about. I feel like the Australian Olympic Commission is really to blame here, not really
I don't
Rachel,
think Australia's
as I'm
going to
assuming
compete
she
in
just showed
breakdancing
up and
ever
was the
again.
best performer there. How that happened is completely beyond me, but I mean, considering her extremely long breakdancing career, I doubt that she breakdanced for 12 years to maybe get a shot at getting a free vacation to the Paris Olympics. That just sounds a little bit far-fetched. It's an interesting conspiracy, but it seems like it's only a conspiracy.
Yeah, and they also removed breakdancing from the Olympics now, so it will not be returning to the next games in Los Angeles.
But hey, at least she didn't
They
run into
removed
the police with a
breakdancing
wheelchair
from the
and
Olympics
lie
because
about it
of
on
that?
national television like
Jesus.
this guy did. You can check out that wild story here, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace.
I gotta go get my sheets out of the. I was gonna say oven, but that's not right. Out of the dryer. That's the thing I want to say. Let's see what Bullet's doing. Bullet's not there. Okay. Well, Japanese Lofi.
There we go.
And we need to call this out when it happens. And that's for any type of stuff, especially... Oh, hello guys and gals, me Mudahar, and here's a video where I demystify the spooky government trying to prevent you from accessing the internet. Now, I believe the internet is like a country where everyone can come together, get involved, and have a good time. And I always hate it when governments, no matter if they're my government, no matter if they're governments like North Korea, or China, or India, or Malaysia in today's case, where all they try to do is prevent people from accessing the internet, okay? Now, before we go into this, I'm sure there's going to be some people who go, but Muda, there's some really scary websites on the internet. The big bad government the big protective government should be there to prevent me from accessing, or anybody from accessing bad parts of the internet.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna hit you with a little reality truth bomb, okay? Every part of the internet at times can suck, okay? There's tons of illegal stuff happening around us, okay? And you know what? Let's not even get into illegality, because obviously throughout history, I can pretty much show you that at times, generally when it comes to illegal material that is hosted on the internet, a lot of law enforcement agencies will do their best to try to attack this problem in a very specific fashion. And when it comes to illegal, like CSAM material, for instance, right? We talked about this in the last couple weeks. There'll be things like hash matching, hash fingerprinting. And generally, if servers are hosted within the United States or any country that has this stuff illegal, which is most countries, then the law enforcement agencies will quickly go and shut down those servers and charge people who are running illegal schemes. And if, let's say, for example, they're not in the United States and they're somewhere in, like, you know, the United Kingdom, and the U.S. police find them out, then it's one quick call from the U.S. agencies to the UK agencies, and things are solved. Easy. Okay, I think as the internet has evolved, we've done a relatively good job trying to stomp out as much evil as we can. I'm moving on to something that's a little bit more general, okay? See, there are a lot of governments in the world, like Malaysia, for instance, that want to stop people from accessing material they consider to be harmful, okay? So this is some plan that they launched, and within like a couple days, if not a day, they had to shut it down because censoring the internet is really difficult and pointless, and we'll get into why that is. So, for instance, the MCMC from, like, Malaysia, this is apparently their DNS order, okay? So they were apparently doing something known as DNS redirection, which is the process of redirecting users' internet requests to a specific DNS. In their case, the ISP's local DNS. MCMC has instructed every internet service provider to implement DNS redirection to enhance online safety by preventing access to harmful websites. Are these illegal websites? No. Online gambling, which again, you can debate the legality of where you live. You know, porn,
legal.
Copyright infringement, scams, and other violations of Malaysian law. So here's the reality of it, okay? I'm just going to level it out with you. Are you scared of the big P word on the internet? Oh, you don't want your kids accessing it? I mean, that's understandable. Every parent does. That would involve something fucking known as parenting, okay? You know, every phone, every device that you buy comes with a pretty strong set of parental controls. Heck, most routers these days come with pretty strong parental controls that have you basically toggle on parental settings, and it just auto-filters out those nasty, evil adult websites.
Pretty much.
Now, you might be wondering, but Muda, that's too difficult for a parent in today's day and age to figure out. I would actually argue the other way. If you truly care about your kid, figuring out parental controls is not the end of the world, okay? You literally toggle on these features, and it will now usually have a list of evil, spooky websites that it'll filter for you.
Yeah.
You shouldn't be asking the government to ruin my internet because you're too fucking lazy to raise your kid, okay? Simple as that. Now, of course, when they talk about copyright infringement, you know, people obviously downloading copyrighted materials, which is laughable at best because I'm pretty sure Malaysia does rank in one of the countries that downloads the most wildest amount of DMCA-able content. Again, you know, I don't think that that's necessarily... I don't even think they're doing it to protect their own people from copyright infringement or their own companies.
No, they're not.
Scams? The
Usually
internet's
to get
rife
English
with them,
movies.
okay? It's just simple as that. All right, trying to use something as broad as scams to basically, you know, control what people in your country can access and can access.
That's so fucking stupid.
Because of DNS issues. Yeah, that's draconian. That is what we call straight up censorship, ladies and gentlemen.
Yup.
So obviously they said This will only block illegal or harmful websites. Your access to legitimate websites and online services will remain unaffected.
Who gets to determine
when
what's
the government's
wrong
allowed
and what's
to pick
not?
what's legitimate and illegitimate, that's literally a small group of people at the top deciding what you can and cannot view. And like I said at the beginning of this video, I always really front load these things with telling you that illegal material for the most part is stopped.
Exists
There's
everywhere.
not some grand
It's all on
website
the
on
clear
the
web.
internet where people are openly selling hitman contracts, weapons for sales, guns for hire, or, illegal CSAM material. It's not happening out in the open, okay? In fact, even on the dark web, okay, even if you load up the Tor browser, chances are 99.9% of the time, even if you see a hitman website or any
It's all
illegal
fake.
website, it's
Or a
probably a
honeypot.
federal honeypot or just a scam. Okay, it's not happening as openly as some would think. It's not like there's www.hireakiller.com, okay?
www.thisisillegal.com. Oh my god, this is illegal.
It's not like there's www.diddling.net available, all right? It's not how things work.
I'm glad they have a
Law enforcement
.net.
agencies and ISPs do a pretty good job stopping the illegal stuff. This is just government overreach and censorship, okay? And you might be like, Muda, why are you just talking about like Malaysian governments, okay? Why not just stick to your side of the pond? The reality is, my side of the pond also has issues, okay? Like, for instance, I've talked about these bills. You can see things like the Earn It Act, you can see the Stop CSAM Act of 2023, and the Kids Online Safety Act. So yeah, according to the Register on the 10th of September, Malaysia's plans to block overseas DNS dies after 1 day.
Well,
so when the
that's what
commission had
happens.
said, yeah, it won't affect your connection speed or browsing experience for legitimate websites, a lot of
That's
people in the
horseshit.
government had started to call out, bro, hold on, this is a little draconian. I mean, you got a bunch of people within the actual government, a lot of people actually with power here saying it's censorship, it's inefficient, and opens up further
That's one thing I hate
cybersecurity
a lot,
risks,
censorship.
like DNS
I
poisoning.
have a very,
and it's
very big
counterproductive
rant
towards
about
the
that.
government push for tech startups, innovation, and data centers. So, okay, what is this DNS stuff that we've been
it's a
talking
big
about, and why
scary
does Malaysia
box,
have a hard-on for
right?
getting rid of it, okay, or trying to stop it and restrict it? Well, I think the best way to explain a domain name system for me is I'm going to use a mapping service to basically describe how this works. So to give an idea, okay, this is a map of Toronto City. Now to explain how DNS works is imagine, the IP address being the longitude and latitude coordinates of a location, right? Now, what DNS does is it basically, some people equate it to a telephone book, but I guess if you opened up a Google Map link, if you opened up just this mapping software, you can see that we've got places like, CF Toronto Eaton Center, we've got the Mount Sinai Hospital, and we've got this one hostel. We've got plenty of locations listed on the map. So consider these locations to kind of be like websites, okay? Consider them to be like youtube.com, google.com, any adult website, I guess you could imagine in your head.com. Now, each of these websites, has that longitude and latitude. They have their IP address, but we're not typing in IP addresses into our taskbars on the internet. That would just be insane for the most part.
It'd be hard
So
to
what
remember.
we do is we go on the internet and we type in youtube.com. So what happens is we send out a little
Yeah,
DNS
translate
request,
that.
and that request basically, confirms what the IP address of YouTube is, and sometimes more specifically for our specific location. It then, routes us to youtube.com. And that's how a DNS effectively works. So why are governments interested in censoring it? Because if you can control the phone book and everything that is listed on the map,
You get to choose
then you
what's shown.
effectively can control what people can and cannot get access to.
Yeah,
At
censorship.
times, somebody might put a website address for something like twitter.com. And let's say your government decided to ban twitter.com. Well, because they control the DNS, or they route who controls, or, route basically all that traffic, they can basically say, yeah, deny the twitter.com DNS resolve. In fact, prevent these people from accessing it. Now, typically in this situation, you would go to a VPN service, or if you had a secondary DNS, you could use that and resolve Twitter. Now, a great little analog to this is on the 30th of August of this year, a judge in Brazil actually did block access to Twitter.
Oh, yeah, I remember
But
this.
what's important here is that they put in a daily fine of 50,000 of the Brazilian currency to anybody who wanted to bypass this ban through the use of VPNs. Now, generally, I understand that countries have their laws and everything in place, but I believe the internet,
Seems
like
like
I said in the
extortion.
beginning, is a public square for everyone to access. And ultimately, I think the issue with blocking any service like this is it's worse than you could expect. Okay, I don't really believe that anybody should be banned from something. I think that people should have their right to access any content. And according to what was described over here, one of the judges, the principal judge behind it, would say that, Musk, who is basically allowing the spread of disinformation, hate speech, and attacks on democracy, was basically, I guess, the general reason why they went after Twitter. And the thing about it is, yes, it's Brazil's laws, but like I said, I think people should really have the choice to access information in the internet in any free capacity. I may not like certain websites, but I think an unfettered internet is better than an internet that is highly regulated. And ultimately, when these laws get implemented, at what point does it bleed into actual censorship of information that a current government regime does not approve of? Now, the thing about it is obviously there are some what ifs that people were asking. So, for instance, one user here on Reddit decided to go, there's a chain of trust for everything you do on the internet, especially sensitive things like banking or identity-related transactions. That is now intercepted, not all just name resolution. And of course, you've also got a problem with the interception, because then what they're describing is a potential man in the middle, which is run by the internet service providers and ultimately controlled by a government at the very end of the day.
Yeah.
So the thing about this stuff is, I guess you can kind of equate it to like one aspect of the Chinese Great Firewall. So for anybody that doesn't know, there are plenty of websites that are blocked in mainland China. So for instance, if you wanted to go to, let's just say wikipedia.com, right? You wanted to learn about something and you decided to go to it in China, you would find out that it is not working in any of these provinces. And that's because the Chinese Great Firewall, it's not this crazy application. It's just a whole set of technologies, DNS redirection included, that prevents the government from allowing people to access information or services on the internet that they deem to be unsafe.
Basically,
now, in this case,
not
China
allowing
considers
people
Wikipedia to be bad because Wikipedia obviously goes into a lot of atrocities that the Chinese government has done, not just towards other countries, but to its own people.
No, those things didn't happen. That's just that's fake media.
Specifically. And I bet they don't want their own people figuring this stuff out for their own.
Yeah.
Remember, information is power. Quite literally is power. The reason why governments ban this is because they understand the value of said power. Now, obviously, in China, people do use VPNs. A lot of foreigners who come in and visit usually will have a VPN app installed on their smartphones, but I believe that this is actually a little bit different. If you're a, mainlander, if you're somebody that is a Chinese national, using a VPN is probably not the best thing you could do, and it's probably a very punishable offense that would be enforced against you specifically. Maybe not to foreigners, and I'm just making that distinction because I don't really hear about a whole lot of foreigners visiting China using VPNs getting thrown in jail. Now, ultimately, the end of the day, the government cannot ultimately decide to ban your access to the internet, okay? Now, I'm not here to plug in any VPN service or talk about VPNs in specific. VPNs do a great job of bypassing this kind of censorship anyways. Yeah. But, a lot of governments, like the one I just mentioned, China, will have a lot of, agencies, will have a lot of, work towards figuring out common VPNs and ultimately banning access to them, their IP addresses in their country, okay? It's just something that they have to be doing to stay on top of the censorship regime. But in Malaysia's case, the DNS redirection had to go out because people realized how stupid and utterly pointless this stuff was going to be.
It was fucking
now
stupid.
Imagine if you're a Malaysian and you're worried about the government doing this again. Maybe it's time I teach you how to switch to a more private DNS server right now. So this is one that I personally use called quad9.net. So you can see right over here that they describe themselves as a DNS recursive service for free security and very high privacy. So what they say is that they basically replace your default ISP or enterprise DNS configuration. When your computer performs any internet transaction that uses DNS, Quad9 blocks the lookups of malicious host names from an up-to-the-minute list of threats. So obviously when you use something like Quad9, what they actually say is they never log record your end-user IP addresses. And these are not just words, they're based in Switzerland, and they're bound by those incredibly strict internet privacy laws. So even in my actual browser setting, if you go to your browser and you go to my WAN internet connection settings, one thing that I'll show you is, yes, I do backend to 9.9.9.9. This IP address is literally just my Pi-hole IP address, which I use to do network-wide ad blocking, but it also filters entirely through Quad9.
I
You
need
don't
to
have
get a pie
access to
hole.
your router? Not the end of the world. They have entire guides to teach you how to do this underneath your Windows operating system as well. Mac OS, Linux, iOS, Android, so on and so forth. It literally is as easy as going to the network icon on your system tray, clicking on your actual connection type, editing the DNS server assignment, and just changing things to 9.9.9.9 and their alternate 149, 112, 112, 112. The moment you do this, you kind of decouple yourself from a lot of these shitty DNS services or your ISP's DNS service, and not only do you at times actually get some faster internet, but you're now in a more private and more secure part of the internet that these countries, these governments don't want you necessarily to have. And even when it comes to things like BitTorrenting software, I think there's even more privacy that you need if you're sharing files between you and your friends, because so many threat actors and government agents want to be peers and watching everything that you do. Thankfully, there's I2P Snark, which allows you to share files using the BitTorrent client amongst people, and of course, SusEmail, which is a secure email client. And again, it's all run over I2P. And obviously, one of the things they'll tell you is like, listen, this is mostly to prevent people from accessing illegal material, or like in Malaysia, they don't want people to access, adult content. Now, obviously, if you go to Statista, you can see web traffic to, one of the adult websites. So look, at the end of the day, this country wanted to block the internet or certain parts of the internet by doing the most stupidest thing possible, and without realizing really until like the 0 hour that yes, you can't just censor the internet that easily. There's plenty of ways around the bans that these governments place, and I think it's kind of a requirement for the the internet citizens around the world to be teaching each other about things like safer DNS servers, safer DNS resolvers, and safer technology, so that everyone around the world can use the internet in a easily, freely accessible way. Look, at the end of the day, there is a lot of bad stuff on the internet, okay?
No,
there's
there's
a lot
also
of
a lot of
misinformation,
really good stuff.
and there's a lot of problems. But I don't think you should be throwing the baby out with the bathwater in this situation, okay? Just because there are bad things on the internet, and just because there are adult materials on the internet, doesn't mean you have to require government regulation to be the big babysitter, okay? And if the government wants to be the big babysitter, then it is literally everyone's duty, yours watching this even, to teach people to basically avoid government censorships and technologies by utilizing more open source stuff, by utilizing more stuff that is privacy focused, like what I showed you with Quad 9, ultimately to kind of give a fuck you to these government agents that want to prevent you from accessing all of the internet, okay? Parts of the internet. Look, even in the worst case scenario, you cannot ban even the most illegal aspects, okay? You can, however, work to stop illegal stuff, and I think governments do a pretty good job of that, as much as you reasonably can expect with the amount of shit thrown on the internet every day.
True.
But in Malaysia's case,
Fucking
what a bunch of
psychotic.
fucking idiots if they thought this was
Yeah.
gonna work. Ladies and gentlemen, if you learned something, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike if you dislike it.
I'm out. Aditozy, links will be down in the. So everyone, their grandmother's been talking about the hype house this week, and I realized, oh wow, that's a problem for my job because I have no idea what this all is. So since I'm at the great age of 22, I've came to the conclusion that if it's on the internet and I don't understand it, it's from TikTok. And naturally, that's pretty much
how
where
I
the hype
assume
house
things.
is from. So in today's video, we're going to find out who these people are, why they're acting like this, and why this is basically a disaster waiting to happen. And just
That's how
from
I
looking
assume
at the
things.
surface of this thing, wow, this situation's way bigger than what I thought it was. We got 2 videos on this situation, totaling out to about 9 million views between the 2 of them. The first being The Truth About the Hype House by Daisy Quiche, and the second one being uploaded on the Hype House channel itself, titled The Real Truth About the Hype House, which is kind of weird considering the beef seems to be between Daisy and this dude named Thomas. Why is Thomas sitting by himself on a group channel that's supposed to be like 19 people? Bro, there's like 19 members on this Hype House channel, and then Thomas decides like, you know what? I'm just gonna make a whole video, just me, myself, responding to this drama. Basically meaning he took all of this so personally that he risked the entire brand that he's trying to build up here just to respond to her. Dude, are you
What's up,
not an
stoned
influencer? Do
leprechaun?
you not have your own YouTube channel? Upload this video on your own YouTube channel, not on the Hype House channel. The people would want to see his response to Daisy anyway, so they would go over to his main channel anyway. This doesn't need to be on the Hype House brand. Like, just looking at this situation from the surface, it just makes me think the Hype House looks
Good
like an
vibes.
investor's nightmare.
Yeah.
Cool concept.
We're just vibing.
Awful execution. Because we're not even 6 months into this whole Hype House startup situation, and everyone's eyebrows are now raised around the leadership of the house.
Sorry, Gary's
the shot. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. It's just making me laugh.
You just came to steal the spotlight today? Oh, okay. That's okay. Oh, certainly.
He likes to give kisses.
What a kisses, Gary. Very nice to see you.
Okay, bye. Oh. Gary, what's your thoughts on the Hype House?
As you guys can tell, working from home is going flawlessly.
Yup.
But to elaborate on the situation a little bit more, Daisy Keach uploaded her video the 28th of March, 2020, where Daisy's main points were, she gave Thomas a job after he was fired from Team 10.
And shortly he got let go from Team 10 and he needed money and a job. I said, look, I'll hire you as my full-time photographer and editor.
She paid $18,000 towards the house deposit.
He told her the deposit was going to be $46,000. Chase had some money. We each put down $18K. Thomas put down about $5K, and Alex and Cobra put about $5K as well.
She felt intimidated during the New York Times interview since she didn't have a manager there, but Chase did.
New York Times came to do an interview, and keep in mind this is my very first in-person interaction with the press, and I was like, this is really intimidating.
Chase, to my knowledge, is the TikTok e-boy Lil Huddy.
What?
Yeah.
What planet am I on anymore?
I don't know. It's 2020. Everything's weird from here on out. She regretted not talking more in the interview. According to Daisy, she's a co-founder along with Chase, Thomas, and anyone else who put down money for initially renting the house.
Being 20 years old and not having like
Why
a
does that make
manager
you an
there with
owner?
me, kind of like Chase had, like I had no idea to speak up and to say that I was a co-founder. I kind of already assumed that Thomas and Chase would have given the other co-founders, not even just myself, but the other co-founders credit, because out of integrity, that's just what you do.
And a lot of this drama stems from Daisy feeling like Chase and Thomas cut her out of co-owning this. Daisy claims that Thomas told her lawyer/manager, quote, "I'm just more of a businessman, and the girl's like Daisy, she's just another hot Instagram model with a shelf life," which, if that's true, that's a massive yikes. But guess what? It's a he said, she said situation, so...
And what? Someone like Lil Huddy doesn't have a shelf life? Are you kidding? Sorry. I was like gonna not say that, but like, oh yeah, I'm sure we all know who Lil Huddy is in 10 years. Definitely.
No. Wake up call. Everyone has a shelf life. It's planet Earth.
Damn, we all finna someday. It might be sooner though if you don't get in your house.
Next point, though, Daisy claimed in her video that Thomas told her that the Hype House wasn't making money, yet he was buying himself luxury items.
He claims the Hype House has made no money, yet he's bragging about
Weren't they all like doing shit together or something? Like they destroyed a whole house, really?
He's talking about buying a new Tesla. The Hype House hasn't made any money. Then how do you have all this stuff?
So maybe he had a sugar daddy. Who knows? It's LA. Then the other large point is Daisy claims Thomas told her to manipulate another large influencer to join the house, who many in the comments think is Addison Rae, apparently.
Another red flag that I noticed is he also came up to me and asked me to manipulate one of the bigger creators that was thinking about joining, and he said, can't you just go act like you're her best friend, that way she wants to be a part of this, like she needs to feel welcome and like she has friends here.
Okay, that's the he said she said situation again, so we can't really talk too much about that because we weren't there. We don't know. The next point of hers is Thomas turned down the press opportunities because allegedly he thought that it would make him look bad, and at the end of the day he makes the decisions.
One of the other
Doesn't sound like they're all co-owners, sounds like he's in charge.
Denied them. And the other co-founder said, Thomas, I think this is a really great opportunity. I really, really want to do this. And then he said, no, the press keeps making you look bad. It makes me look like I'm forcing people to make videos.
Okay, that's again, he said, she said situation. We don't know if he actually said that. We weren't there. The next point was that Daisy didn't have access to the Hype House email, which is a massive red flag if she actually is a co-owner or actually was a co-owner.
He is the only one with access to all the
Why did they make an email chain?
Next point being Daisy claims that she didn't know about the music video shoot that was happening, where I guess Lil Mosey's team had rented the house for a day of shooting.
I walk in and there's this huge music video production. I confronted Thomas and I was like, yo, like what is happening here? You didn't even tell me about this.
Then finally, Daisy claimed that Thomas unfollowed her on the Hype House social media accounts and told the rest of the members to unfollow her.
So after that
This is
confrontation
so
at the
fucking
Hype House,
like
he unfollowed me off of all social media to make it look like I'm not a part of it anymore. He hosted a little team meeting and asked them all to unfollow me and to block me.
Well, okay. That was Daisy's side of the story. Let's take a look at Thomas's side of the story, and then I'll maybe throw in my opinion at the end. So, Thomas uploaded a video to the Hype House channel, which, again, should really have been on his own channel, considering this is a group house with 19 members. What? Like, okay, if a bunch of the members were sitting, like, responding to this, completely understand why it would be on the Hype House channel. But why is this not on Thomas's damn channel? Which seems to be a trend with the Hype House, because Welcome to the Hype House is the first video on the channel. That was uploaded.
I bet you, I'm going to guarantee that he probably put it on there so that he can claim it, for tax purposes.
2 months ago. You have, like, I guess, like, the picture of all the members, but there's only 2 members sitting in the intro video, which I'm assuming is Thomas and Chase, or aka Lil Hoodie. And after watching the Welcome to the Hype House video, the only thoughts left in my head was, gee wow, that Lil Hoodie guy should really get his cough checked out. Considering it's Rona season, should really get that checked out, dude. I realized this video was uploaded on the January 7th, so it might just be bronchitis. You should still get that checked out, though. But anyway, Thomas goes on to, I guess, attempt to debunk all of Daisy's points on the Hype House main channel. Why is it on your own channel, dude? So to make things easy, let's just go through the points in the same order as previously, but now with Thomas's side of the story. So, Daisy claims that she gave Thomas a job to quote-unquote help her friend, but Thomas says that's not quite true.
I shopped for Daisy from July until September for free. Starting September 15th to September 31st was the first time I was paid for editing her YouTube videos, editing her bang videos, and taking all of her photos for Instagram. I took a solid 90 to 95% of her photos for months, and I was being paid $250 a week for full YouTube editing, bang video editing, and shooting all of her branded content for Instagram. Her videos, she makes it seem like she gave me this amazing opportunity when I was at a very low point. For most of December, when Daisy decided to do Vlogmas, while I was building up this team, I also edited her videos every single night of Vlogmas. She never paid me in all of December for any of the work that I did.
Wow, with a simple contract, all of this could have been avoided. Next
yeah,
point.
Right?
Who paid
That's
for the
my
house
entire
security
thought.
deposit? Because that apparently is very confusing. Daisy said she put down $18,000 for the security deposit. Jesus Christ.
We're just fucking blowing 18 grand on
the money in time.
partial
So he put down
rent
$15,000
or deposit.
and Chase
Sorry,
put
deposit.
down $31,000 for this house security deposit. And Daisy paid Thomas $5 grand the following week and paid Chase about $13,000 the week after, which isn't too bad.
I spent every penny I had, which was $15,000, and Chase put the other $31,000 in. Daisy had agreed to pitch in $18,000, and she would pay us back when her bank became available. Daisy then reimbursed Chase $13,000 and reimbursed me $5,000. I don't know how this got twisted, but Alex and Cover did not put any money down to moving into this house.
Sounds like you guys paid almost a third-ish each, except for Thomas. Thomas only paid about 10 grand, while the other two paid about 18 grand. So that doesn't quite add up here.
Are you saying that a 17-year-old TikTok boy has $31,000 to put down on a house?
Yeah, welcome to TikTok. Welcome to 2020. It's crazy. This decade.
If they wouldn't fucking live in LA, it wouldn't cost $120,000 a month.
It's absolutely insane.
I'm not dissing or anything. I'm just saying, like, wow. Okay.
What's crazy to me, though, is they're throwing around this money without any contracts or anything whatsoever.
Don't they all have manager? Well, no. Would they be? No, the managers wouldn't even be involved with that, would they? Well, it should be.
They really should have had some. They should have had a contract. They should have had some managers involved here. Honestly, they probably should have
all
had a
been
lawyer
solved
or two
with one
involved,
simple contract.
and,
It didn't even have to be a
definitely
complex
an accountant.
contract.
An accountant will always save influencers money. Advice for all influencers out there who are making a living off of this: if you don't have an accountant, you're most likely losing money. But to me, it actually sounds like she has a co-founder role, considering she, put up the money for the property. But the fact that the three of you guys did not go up to an accountant to set up this LLC, and then all of you guys put the money into the LLC, where the LLC then pays for the house deposit and so on, that's dumb. You guys should have had a contract in place so all of this literally wouldn't have happened. Because to me right now, it sounds like Thomas needed Daisy's extra money to fund his little influencer lifestyle. Since if you guys were planning on squeezing her out, why'd you accept her money in the first place? But next point, the New York Times situation, where Thomas
maybe they needed her
responded
money
by saying everyone had a chance to speak.
There was a lot of people sitting around the table the entire interview. Everyone was free to chime in whenever they liked. A lot of the conversation was directed towards me. Some questions were for Chase, some for Daisy, some for Alex. I thought it went really well. I never once in that interview said that it was me and Chase who were the only co-founders.
So, that's another he said, she said situation. We weren't there, so we can't really talk about it. So the next point is, who does what in the house? So Daisy claimed that everyone who put money down for the deposit was a co-owner, which I guess makes sense if they didn't have a contract in place and everything was verbal. Massive mistake on everyone here, or massive mistake on Daisy here for not having a contract enforced. But Thomas claims this wasn't the case. He said he put manager there since he was like the manager of the house, and she put co-founder in her bio because she put down the money to live here, in her words.
As well as the Today Show, there were me and 5 other people who did the entire Today Show, and we never once said that me and Chase were the only founders. We never once said that Chase put down all the money. Daisy also claims in this video that to social media, I made everything seem as if I was the only founder of the Hype House. My bio on Instagram and in any interview I've said, I'm pretty much the manager of the Hype House, and that's why it's in my bio.
Bruh, if you guys only had a contract in place, I know I've been saying this a whole lot, but like, not having a contract for this whole place is really working in Chase's and Thomas's favor here. The only reason I can see them not having a contract in place would be to squeeze Daisy out without legal consequences. It would either be that or just all of them didn't know what they were doing. But on to the next point, the comments about Daisy having a shelf life, which are ridiculous to even begin with.
Daisy claims that she got in an argument with me because I told her lawyer that Daisy had a shelf life. Keep in mind, if I were to say anything poor about Daisy, why would I say it to her own attorney?
That's a he said, she said situation. So, of course, he's going to deny it in his video. Even if he said it, he's going to deny it in his video. It's like, we don't know. So the next point is Thomas buying luxury items. So Thomas showed a bunch of PayPal receipts that were, I guess, was money coming into him, but he censored the whole money part.
I can afford things for myself because of my own personal brand deals. I make all of my own money. I've never touched anything from the Hype House business.
So I guess that was the proof he gets paid for brand deals. But what's the point of showing that if you're not going to show the amount? Because it seems like you're coming off as a little bit insecure to her remark about that. He basically replied to that like, no guys, believe me, look at me, I make money. Look at these 3 transactions. Trust me, believe me, I make money. What I'm trying to say is it's just really weird for you to respond to that in that manner. The next point, Thomas telling Daisy to manipulate another member into joining.
That's not something I would do. What I told her, as well as I told Cover, be nice to this person, be their friend, make them feel like they're at home with their family.
Guess what? That's another he said, she said situation. I can't pronounce that anymore, apparently. So next point, did Thomas turn down press opportunities?
The only person that had ever brought up a press opportunity that I said no to was her lawyer, who I had zero trust for based on a lot of information that I have found out about him.
Well, that's another he said, she said situation. Oh, I almost did it. Next point, did Daisy have access to the Hype House email? So Thomas here claims that you can't trust her because she's working with a manager and lawyer who's been disbarred.
Including reasons he was arrested in the past and reasons he was suspended from the bar.
Why are you employing a lawyer who's been disbarred? He can't even act as your lawyer.
Brings this up as a huge problem. She admitted to wanting to have her lawyer/manager be involved in all of the emails, as well as when he told me specifically he wanted access so that he could use that email to bring Daisy deals. I realized what was going on, and this was very suspicious to not only me, everyone around me that knew the situation.
Which, if that's true, fair point.
Well, then that's not a lawyer anymore, is it really?
No, that's not a lawyer anymore. But all of this wouldn't be happening if there was just a contract in place. Guys, contracts. If you're working with other people and there's money involved, contracts. Please. It'll save you a lot of time and money and stress. Next point. Did Daisy know about the music video?
If she was not aware that the music video was happening in our house, then how did she respond in the group chat where I said Little Mosey wants to do a music video? She claims to not know that this music video is even happening.
He showed screenshots of her knowing about the music video, I guess. So I guess he's right there. But I would not be surprised if there was some severe communication issues here, because that's what all of this is stemming from, it seems like. There's like zero communication in this house between the 3 owners, or 2 owners. You know you have a problem if you can't figure out if you have 2 or 3 owners. And then the final point where Daisy claimed that Thomas hosted a team meeting where he asked everyone to unfollow her, and then Thomas's response to that was he had a majority vote and everyone unfollowed her.
After that happened, I reached out to all of our members, and after a large majority vote, we decided that Daisy should no longer be a part of the Hype House. And that is when the next day, we had unfollowed her from all of her socials.
So that right there Yet another he said, she said situation. But guys, I mean, if you want my opinion on this, what I'm seeing here is the lack of communication between the co-owners is leaving a bunch of silence, and when there's a bunch of silence, that leaves a whole lot of room for interpretation and uncertainty. So what people do then is they fill all this silence with the worst possible thoughts that could happen, which could lead to that person doing something to take the whole situation from bad to worse. So in relationships, definitely when there's money involved, as I've said like 300 times during this video, simple communication, and we could have avoided this entire situation. Daisy wouldn't have filed for a trademark if she didn't feel threatened, and Daisy wouldn't have felt threatened if there was open communication between the three owners. And if the Hype House can't get their communication on lock, get every member on the same page, I'm praying they have contracts between their members, or else it's literally a disaster waiting to happen.
Yeah.
Because it's not really a sci-fi conclusion to think, oh, something bad happens in the house, and then everyone leaves, and then you have 19 different the truth of what really happened videos on that situation. That's pretty realistic in 2020. So I really hope they have these influencers on contracts. Which brings me to another point. I mean, like, I feel like this wouldn't have been like this big if the entire world wasn't sitting quarantined right now. But on that note, please let me know what you think in the comments. I was just made aware of one of the funniest yet awkward.
And the Twitter beef is really heating up with seemingly a lot of YouTubers who previously were kind of cool with Mr. Beast and people like Logan Paul. They're kind of breaking ranks. And one of the first people to break ranks here was Tommy Innit. And you guys probably know who Tommy Innit is. I can't imagine that you don't know who he is.
I didn't know that was an option.
He's like me. He just screams, and loud is funny, which it is.
Loud is funny.
He's kind of made a push to rebrand himself a little bit recently. Some people have said that he's fallen off because he's not getting as many views as he used to get. But it seems like he's kind of reformulating his channel to be less child-friendly, to be less about the slop, so to speak, and be more about what he wants to do. With this video titled Getting Edgy in Minecraft, for example, and I'm not sure how edgy it really is. They don't understand that nobody genuinely cares if it's slop or not. We care if it tastes good. They need to stop marketing it as healthy. I would agree. I think that's what they should do, honestly. I think that would save them from a lot of the backlash against this kind of shit. Why do you think Mr. Beast partnered with Logan? Pretty bad optics even before the drama would certainly raise a few eyebrows. Saint Beast and Devil Spawn. Well, the thing is, like, okay, Logan's bad optics. Okay, to me, he's bad optics, okay? If Logan Paul existed in the commentary community as a commentary creator, that would be bad optics if you're doing a product.
True.
Logan Paul is one of the most famous people in the world right now, okay? His videos still get millions of views. He's massively popular. He's in the WWE as a recurring character. He makes money moves. He has one of the biggest brands in the world already, Prime, which they get to put in the product. It actually makes perfect sense from Mr. Beast's perspective, right? Why he would partner with Logan Paul. He's famous. Mr. Beast isn't really concerned with the moral implications of what Logan Paul has done in the past. He's concerned with running a successful business. And to him, partnering with one of the most famous people of all time. You say infamous. You say infamous there. My dad knows who Logan Paul is. He doesn't know that he's infamous. He doesn't know that he's hated. He just knows that he's a popular YouTuber, okay? If you were to say anything about Logan Paul to my dad, he'd be like, I don't care. I don't give a shit. I don't watch YouTube, whatever. Right? It wouldn't be a concern for him. Like, it doesn't matter to people at the top. Your concerns over the business that, like, even like look at CoffeeZilla. He had a few big videos about Logan Paul that definitely caused him a lot of shit. Did that kill Logan Paul's channel? Did that kill his brand opportunities? Did that kill Prime? Did it kill the WWE stuff? No. The answer is no. This guy still gets, look, 7 million views, 1 million views, almost 2 million views. He gets a lot of views when he posts, which is pretty rare, by the way, on this channel at least, the Logan Paul Vlogs channel. His podcast, Impulsive, despite the hate, gets quite a bit of attention, actually, right? These are all episodes that are getting, you know, hundreds of thousands of views. Some of them are cracking 1 million. This one's got 2.6 million where he has Kevin Durant on, who is an extremely famous basketball player. Here it's Dax Flame. Here it's Oliver Tree. Like, you got to understand, this shit doesn't really matter. When you're at a level like Logan Paul, these little controversies don't really affect your bottom line that much. So he's still doing fine. You know, you can hate him all you want. His business is not failing. People will sensationally, and I'll do this too, the downfall of Logan Paul, because it's a good video title. Is it really the downfall of Logan Paul? No. It's not really the downfall of Logan Paul. He's going to be fine. Tom's dad equals Megatom based. So, that's why. But there are some YouTubers who are more kind of like connected to the community and aren't really like, they're kind of at a mainstream level, but they're not trying to do the mainstream kind of thing that Logan Paul, Mr. Beast, and KSI are doing, who have decided to come out and shit on Logan. And one of those people is Tommy Innit. Here, Tommy Innit posts this screenshot. He says, right, I'm done. And this is a screenshot of Logan Paul's podcast. And The section's titled Gaza Conflict, and it has Logan promoting Prime, which is hilarious. By the way. This is something I would do. This is funny, okay? This is like that video that people think I made, the problems with Palestine, because I posted that one thumbnail. I thought this was pretty funny. But, you know, Tommy N is memeing him a little bit here. But instead of just ignoring it, Logan seemingly needed to kind of take it to the next level. Because apparently this thing kind of hurt his ego. A little bit.
Doesn't everything hurt his ego? He still hasn't paid crypto.
Logan was like, hey man, you actually think I'm cool, don't you? And I have direct proof of it. That offline glaze, though, in response with a text from Tommy Innit. Tommy Innit saying, destroy him, Logan. You have Tommy Innit's full faith. That was incredible. Here he says, thank you, boss. Here he says, hey Logan, hope you're well post-fight. It was awesome to watch, man. I'm wondering if you're around soon for a call. Really love to learn some more from you and ask you some good questions. Ignored. Got ignored. Here he said, though, new video was awesome. And here Tommy Innit said, hey, thank you, G. So he has Logan's phone number. Now, Logan seemingly was trying to use this to be like, hey, the hate is manufactured. You actually don't give a shit, which could very well be the case. I don't know Tommy Innit.
Who gives a shit?
Maybe he's just farming it for Twitter interactions. I think he is farming it for Twitter interactions, undoubtedly. I don't know if he actually has some kind of like moral quandary with Logan Paul. But in fairness, like this tweet in and of itself is kind of nothing, right? It's kind of a nothing insult. It doesn't really show that Logan's a bad person. You know, some people will take it to mean like Logan obviously won't support Palestine because he is a Zionist, whatever, right? I get called a Zionist on Twitter a lot, which is funny because I don't give a shit. I love Jews, though. I will say that. Would you promote Prime at a funeral? Yes, of course. Okay, guys, if I die, here's what I want you guys to do, okay? If I die, I'm going to make sure this happens. If I die, I want you guys to show up to my funeral. I give you full permission to show up to my funeral. And when you go there, I want you all to sing "G'da G'dee G'da" for me. That would be beautiful. Okay, that would be beautiful. We're gonna make this happen. Okay, use this clip. I want you to sing "G'da G'dee" the entire song, front to back. I want you to be wearing T-shirts with Roblox chicken nuggets on it, and I want you to have Lunchleys and Prime, and I want you to be drinking it, and I want Talk to It to be playing as well as like the whole time you sing that song. For an entire episode of the Talk to It podcast, I want you to be singing that song. I think that would be a beautiful moment. You guys do that for me? It's not that big of an ask. I mean, there's 2,300 people in this chat right now. Come on, guys, do that for me, okay? If I die, pay a little respect, all right, for the content, all right?
Put a little respect on my name.
I don't care if my family's there and they say get the fuck out. You can show them the clip of me saying that you can be there, okay? This is my dying wish. When I have to make a will, I'll write you guys all into the will. But the only thing is that you'll get paid in one Lunchly for showing up. We'll provide the Lunchleys in the Prime, okay?
We'll provide the Lunchleys.
Well, the Feastables come in the Lunchly, but we give an extra Feastables bar. He said I could be there. True, he did. Well, this drama continued because Tommy decided to go back and roast Logan Paul for this. He said, if the same week I had a daughter, I also lost a beef to Tommy in it, I would kill myself. So he's definitely, once again, the Reddit army's kind of coming in here. But this is a pretty funny tweet in fairness from Tommy in it. I did like this quite a bit. I thought this was funny. Now, I don't know. I feel like, I don't know. I get kind of touchy about this stuff when it comes to shitting on children, when it comes to, like, bringing in the kids. I feel like this is, I don't know, it's a little low. It's ultimately,
nah, I think it's fine.
F about this, but Logan's kid being brought into it. Did he already bring the kid into it by promoting them with fucking Lunchly and Feastables? Yeah, but I don't know. I saw people being
Wait,
like,
he promoted the thing with...
That's cool.
Oh, God, that's weird.
Stop Gooting has at your funeral? Undoubtedly, you need those. Well,
that's
Tommy did ratio him to a crazy factor because
kid
Logan's
just get born like
got 5,000 likes and Tommy
like
got
a couple of weeks ago.
So
like the kid's not even a year old.
Into views. But Logan had to continue the beef. He couldn't stop it, okay? Because here he has Tommy saying, why do you keep posting private messages of me being kind to you? Are you stupid? And Logan here says, Tommy's lashing out because I've been neglecting him. Sorry I didn't chill with you, buddy. Tommy says, you in England at the moment? Logan says, yes, sir. He says, oh, awesome. How long for? Logan says, leaving tomorrow, big dog. Why does Logan type like me? This is exactly how I type. I call people boss and big dog all the time. Tommy says, damn, was going to ask if you want to get coffee. Logan said, next time, boss. He said, for sure. Also, would love to get your advice and stuff sometime. I'm following pretty close to what you said last year to me. It was really helpful. Logan said, hell yeah, boss, I got you. Tommy said, thank you, man. When would you be about? Tommy said, bellow. Whoa, minion moment. Bellow! Banana! Bellow!
Banana.
This still doesn't answer the availability question. New video was awesome. Congrats. Thank you, boss. Sorry, I've been mad busy. Can we call this week, Logan? What up, boss? Busy ass week. Oh, that's all right. Got some time next Monday? Yeah, hit me next week. Let's figure out a time. Thanks, mate. Excited to chat to you. Let me know, big man. I'm well about next few days. Sup, Chi, I should be around as well. Awesome. How's later today? Logang? Sorry, Tommy, I've been busier than I thought. This is kind of funny. It is like Logan's just ducking him. Logan, you should have taken that one call. Maybe you could have avoided this. It's kind of the this is like the Incredibles clip where he's like, my name's not Buddy. When everyone's super, no one will be. We do see here, it seems like people just didn't give a shit because they were like, hey, you know, Tommy's cool and Logan sucks. And in fairness, Logan is a very cringe, unlikable guy. I think Tommy's a lot more relatable.
And he also hasn't paid crypto
and so,
yet.
You know, Logan continuing this beef didn't really pan out that well. And by the end of it, Logan was trying to settle it privately, much like Mr. Incredible was here.
Buddy?
My name is not Buddy! And it's not Incredible either! That ship has sailed. All I wanted was to help you. I only wanted to help! And what did you say to me?
Fly home, buddy. I work alone.
It tore me apart. But I learned an important lesson. You can't count on anyone, especially your heroes.
Here he says, call me back. I think we should handle this like adults.
I was wrong to treat you that way. I'm sorry.
See? Now you respect me.
And here's what Tommy said. You man-child, leave me alone. This is how I imagine your text star with Daddy Destiny is exactly like this. So
it's exactly like
this
that.
is ultimately this is how it went. Called him a man-child. 500,000 likes on this tweet. Logan lost the beef. This is the thing. This is the price you pay, okay, to being the most successful guy in the world. You can no longer be cool on Twitter anymore. You can no longer be cool on Twitter. What would you rather be? Cool on Twitter or Logan Paul? I'll let you guys decide. Now, it may seem like I'm covering for Logan a little bit here. I'm not. I don't like Logan Paul. But I will say this is just one of those, like, dumb Twitter beefs you see that's like, you know, first of all, kind of petty from Tommy, but at the same time, why the fuck did Logan even get involved? I don't know why. I have no idea. I don't know why he even decided to get involved in this. Can you leak Destiny's number for the plot? Yeah, I'll do that right away. It's 123 Your Mom Street. He's there right now. So, with that being said, Tommy decided to use this whole beef to fuel him mocking the new Lunchly product with his new vape. Now, I know this might come off as hypocritical after the past day, but I have my own product to announce I've been working on for a year or two. Introducing the Tommy In It Vape by Vapely.
The other day I stared out to the sunset and I asked myself, what is the YouTube creator economy missing? You know, because we have chocolate, we have drinks, we have little YouTubers, baby photos on USB sticks, but where do we go from here? Well, luckily for you, I hold the future right in my pocket. Vapely.
And you can see he did promote a link to it in the comment section, vapely.org. And if you click it, you can get your new vape right here.
Tommy hitting him with
that's the swag that's going on here.
His
spit is so trash. I kind of like Tommy's spit. This is how I would dress in like.
I like how he took the
early high school,
Lunchly
middle school. I think
fucking
this is a good swag. I'm not even shitting on
like
him.
the little
I think this is
logo.
good. So there you go. That's the beef between Tommy and Logan Paul. Who won? Who's next? You decide. You raise an excellent point. So yeah, there you go. That's the beef. Now, there is a lot of other stuff going on in the YouTube community right now. There's a lot of fire content being talked about, being discussed. But that's going to end today's segment of Internet Autism. And now we're going to get to the reaction stuff. Thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed the first episode of the show. Be sure to let me know what you think about it. A little bit more of a structured live stream over here. Haven't done a structured live stream in a while outside of the Jack Doherty one. Not a thing I've been doing.
Oh. That was crazy, dude. Fucking Tommy's a legend for pulling the Rick roll, dude. Tommy is a fucking legend for pulling the Rick roll. Oh, dude. I would have loved to fucking... Oh, that was amazing.
Ain't it cute? Monaco. This is gonna be toxic. More of us.